is episode 223 of the longest running episodic whatever the hell this is. That will come up briefly again in a moment. Here's Bougie Eric, who's late. The tardiness that is Bougie Eric. And by the way, we will speak of unprofessionalism in a moment. We'll touch on that again in a second. Okay. But here he is, unfortunately. The unfortunate is there. The Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Good evening, Bobby. How are you?
Good day.
Yeah. I'm starting off with coffee. That's how we know we're off to a good start.
Yeah, I'm starting off with beer.
Ah, nice. What kind of beer?
Harold Ballard's
Ballard's best.
Ballard's best. All right.
I bet if you put beer in there, it would taste like disappointment and bitterness.
Yes, it would be very bitter. Yes, exactly. No, they actually produced that in 1988 for his birthday, down at one of the hotels. I think it was the Royal York or something. And there's a ginger ale bottle and a mug and some other paraphernalia from that birthday party. So anyway, so they Molson did a special thing for him. Kind of surprised for Toronto. Molson was mostly a well, I would say it was more of a Montreal based.
I was going to say it was a Canadian thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it was called the Molson Center, so
yeah, really.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would think being kind of a name sponsor on the arena would kind of lean you in that direction. It wasn't the Labatt was the Jays. Did the Leafs have like a beer sponsor?
Yes and no. You know, it was a little bit of Molson, a little bit of everybody, but mostly it was Esso. Gas.
Okay.
Had the lion's share of it. So you know,
yeah.
You had to have gas to go get your beer. So
wow, as you do. Josh here says Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos's live. Thank you, Josh. That is correct. Carlisle, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you. Jeff, good evening. And Mike, good evening. My collecting brothers, good evening to you. So speaking of which, I was giving Amanda a hard time. You'll appreciate this, Eric. I was giving Amanda a hard time.
Already, I like just the setup. I like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I figured you'd appreciate it. Appreciate it. So I was so you know, her cohort Ian apparently it was off this week, but it is the cycle. It is the week that they do their podcast.
Oh,
and we had joked about Mike going on there, and she had kind of teased the possibility of mocking Billy, and I was sitting there like, don't threaten me with a good time, madam.
Oh,
don't threaten me with a good time.
Right.
I'm getting excited. already. And then I left it up to her. She was and it looks like she bowed out. And then look, I'm just going to quote myself. I'm going to quote myself here, Eric. You're going to appreciate this.
Okay.
Because I was explaining. It's like, so you're saying that this is all being held down by the English man of the innuendos? Is that what's going on? Like that's was basically keeping this thing going? And she says, you're right. So I'm just paraphrasing. But then my response is, of course I am. You think I haven't stared at the prospect of dealing with Eric, tired, unmotivated, and freezing, and think maybe take off this week? But no. This is the longest running episodic, whatever it is. Hundreds of weeks consecutively. I do not take a day off.
That's it. Quoth the Carlos.
Listen, we got standards here, man. I keep it going. Like I said, hundreds of weeks since October of 2020.
But we started, so we checked in, we punched the clock. Why don't we bail out now? And the streak is still alive, but we don't have to sit here for 4 hours.
Listen, that might be okay for Iron Man streaks in a pansy sport like hockey, but we're manly men. We're more like Cal Ripken. We're participating in a real sport. Moving on.
I don't want to.
He doesn't want to.
Eric, are you hanging meat in your room now? Maybe yes.
No, I just got back from a college hockey game. It's 5 degrees outside. The ice rink is freezing, and I am chilled to the bone, and I can't get warm. I'm very uncomfortable at the moment.
See? Another reason to keep the show going. Yeah. Just for that. I am inspired. I'm motivated. Unbelievable. Incredible.
I'm absolutely freezing right now.
Another week, and we're here on the precipice of the game at the end of the season for the NFL, the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
We got our conference championship games coming up here this weekend on tap. We'll do some predictions in a little bit, but before we do, a couple of things we'll touch on. One of the things is going to be that we're going to have a little bit of fun with a post on Instagram from Topps because the Paul Skeens 1-of-1 was pulled. I think we mentioned that the week before, but apparently it's already gone to grading, and it's going to be posted in a Fanatics auction coming up soon. So both those things have happened. However, as part of the advertising promotion for it, Topps decided to take quite a novel approach, and I'll touch on that here in a moment. So Dan here. Good evening, Dan. Good evening, young men. Good evening to you. Paul says it was minus 20 this week, and I wore a thin sweatshirt to go get the mail. You're a wuss, booby.
Well, I'm
Well, that last sentence was just a given.
no,
Like that's not the reason why I would use. Like even the cold is not the reason I would use.
no, I mean, I'm a little older now. I'm definitely not as tough as I used to be. That's a fact. But
Whatever it was.
but
I was gonna say,
maybe somebody shouldn't go get the mail in minus 20 in a thin sweatshirt. Maybe that's not toughness. Maybe that's stupidity.
Maybe he meant female. I'm not sure.
who knows, man? Who knows? Anyway, so gonna hit on this here on the Instagram. And Tops decided as part of the marketing. So part of it we talked about it. It was a supposedly an 11-year-old that pulled the Paul Skeens card.
Yep.
And what was interesting about it is that our good friends at Tops, and I'm going to touch on this in a couple of directions, a couple of angles on this, and I'll explain kind of why I'm a little bit wondering on this one. And by the way, I have no principal problem with this, but it just kind of made me laugh. So let me share the post here, and I'll talk to you about what I'm thinking here. All right. So here it is, the post on Instagram. It is on the Topps Instagram account. I'll leave a link to this in the description if you want to check it out later. So they talk about it here. 11-year-old who pulled the Skeens debut patch just shared his journal entries. Now, first of all, why? There's a lot of questions I could have about this, but my main one is why share your journal entry? What possible purpose could this serve? Neo was begging me to do a dramatic reading of this journal. It's like 3 pages. I'm not going to read that shit. However, I will read you an excerpt because there was a component of it that amused me greatly, and I may have cackled slightly, but I will read you a piece of this. So they take the scans here. So it's multiple pages worth, like I said. So it's talking about this. So I'm going to read you a chunk of this first section. All right. So this is again supposedly from the journal, and this is posted on the Topps Instagram page. So that's exactly where I'm pulling it from. So I'll read you a segment of it. Eric, it's almost like War and Peace, but not quite. But let's see what we got here.
All right.
It was November 13th, 2024, and Topps had released 2024 Chrome Update. It was $200. By the way, just out of curiosity, is putting the $ at the end like an American thing?
That's like French or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say you
first.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. All right, which was a lot, but considering the players and rookies, it was fair. No, it wasn't. $200 is a lot. You were correct in your initial assessment, but moving on.
Hell of an allowance.
I was going to say, I started begging my mom for it for Christmas. Dad was at work and my mom was leaving soon. Me and my mom left for school, and I knew that people would raise the prices. Well, quite the young economist this young man is. Already knows about the raising prices. So I went into full beg mode. Eric, now you know of beg mode. That's a new thing. Hashtag beg mode.
Hashtag.
So we got that. Beg mode. My mom said she'd get it. Victory, in brackets. But her work was so busy, she forgot to get it. When my parents got home, I was super sad. But they said the prices would drop at Black Friday. Now, here's my favorite part. This is my favorite part. I want to make sure I get this right. Hold on. Here we go. Fast forward to Black Friday. The prices did not drop.
Oh my goodness.
Infinite rage.
Infinite rage.
Hashtag infinite rage.
His life
Hashtag
was over.
infinite rage. That was my favorite part is that the prices did not drop. Was in all caps.
Yes.
And infinite rage.
Not every product drops, and especially when you're talking about sports cards, it doesn't go that way.
I salute you, young man. The prices did not drop. Hashtag infinite rage. That is my new thing today. Infinite rage.
How do you get to infinite rage? If that's infinite is forever rage. So
listen,
was he raging even after he pulled the scheme? Was he raging after he pulled the scheme too? Because it's infinite.
Listen, Bobby, I don't know. With hopefully with the monies that the family will secure from selling that Paul Skeens card, hopefully they will be able to downgrade from infinite rage to modest rage.
Well, it seems like he's got the math down. He just needs the English. Anyways, move on.
It is what it is. What are you going to do? Hashtag educational system. We'll figure it out. Here we go. I teach kids and no way a kid did this. So Josh, that's kind of my point. That's kind of the reason I got to enjoy that. The whole sequence is like, you're telling me that you are, I'm sorry, Eric, help me on this. You have children allegedly. At any point in their lives as children, did they ever give a crap how expensive something is or if the prices were going to go up on it? Was that ever a consideration? Eric,
No,
I'm in my
because-
40s and I still don't give a shit. If
No.
I'm not paying for it, I don't care if it's $1 million. If you're paying for it, let's buy it.
No. No, my kids never really thought about money because it was my money and they didn't
Correct.
care about my money.
Mm-hmm.
They care about their money. They care about
Yes.
their money very, very much.
So does the fact that the Black Friday prices not drop cause infinite rage?
Well-
Not when mom and dad are paying for it.
And maybe there was a limit. And then he had convinced his parents. He said, hey, it's going to go down Black Friday. Don't worry, Mom. It's only going to be this much. And it didn't happen. So infinite rage.
My follow-up question is, was the fact that he had already initiated beg mode play into this?
Well, beg mode and infinite rage kind of go together.
But I'm just saying, like he had went into full beg mode. He didn't go in like half beg mode.
Yeah.
He went into full beg mode.
And
Like
with-
that's an expansion of beg mode. That's like the panic button. He went for full beg mode and then it didn't turn out. So infinite rage.
Full beg mode also includes let's make a deal.
Monty Hall.
So Bobby's probably right. He probably was like, all right, but what if it goes down to this price on Black Friday and I do all the dishes for a month and so he probably went through a whole bunch of things to get the okay. And then
So Mom was supposed to pick it up on her way home or something. Wasn't she supposed to too? On top of that?
That was the initial part, yes.
Does that not thwart your question there? Sorry.
Listen, I don't know, Bobby. I like to appreciate though the fact that on this show we ask the correct questions.
We do.
We were trying to assess the full grasp of infinite rage. We
Yes.
were assessing the important considerations of full beg mode versus
Yep.
half beg mode and
Yep.
quarter beg mode. Like there's differences.
There you
There's
go.
varying degrees of beg mode. That's important. And we also were considering the equations required to fully understand infinite rage.
And from what I
And
understand,
also the
you
prices
never
did
go-
not drop! Exclamation full all caps.
and from what I understand, you never go full beg mode. That's
No.
just that's from what I understand.
Half is okay.
You never
Bobby,
go full
full-
beg mode.
In my next
Bobby.
writings, I'm going to have to use that. I'm going to have to plagiarize it and use infinite rage on something.
As you
I got
should.
to. I got to.
The
It's very effective. It's effective.
Obviously.
Greatly.
Obviously. The thing is, Bobby, and my biggest issue with this is if you go full beg mode and it doesn't work, there's no additional beg mode.
No,
You've already gone full beg mode. There's no more. You can't give it a 150% beg mode.
Well, people always say, I'm putting out 110%. So I don't know. So maybe full big mode's 100, 110 is like full big mode. I don't know. Just saying.
Just
Never-
these are important. Listen, guys, these are all important
We're
considerations.
trying to break this down,
Like this is the kind of scintillating analysis you will not get anywhere else on
Nowhere.
this platform.
Nowhere. No way.
No.
No. Oh, no.
You got two people acknowledged in the back of a hobby periodical and Eric.
Does Job
And-
do this?
and Eric.
No. Sports
Didn't
Car
think so.
Radio? Never.
Nope.
Neil?
This is deep.
Forget
people.
it.
This is deep. This is deep.
Yes. This goes well beyond. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Now somebody can let Neo know. Let Neo know. He asked for this. He begged. And I did. And did I Bobby? I read the first segment of that journal entry.
Did he go into full bag mode?
He might have gone full beg mode to get the reading.
It worked.
So that is on the Topps Instagram account. I will leave you a link in the link in the description to it. You can read it for yourself. There is more. There are more pages. There's 3 pages. So I just gave you a snippet. I just gave you a piece.
The best part
Just
is
a
he
taste.
did write with a pen and a piece of paper. So I have to
did.
give him credit there.
You did, yes. That is facts. That is 100% true. Yeah. That is. I can't. This
I
cannot be
expected
denied.
a text or I expected, something online, but he did it in a book. Good for him.
Yes, and he did at least write it out, by hand. So that's important. We got that in there. Happy Friday, Mike. Rage Eternal plus Infinite Rage. I know. That's what I'm saying, man.
And he used
Good evening, all.
quotations and everything too, which is
Yes. Look, he also used brackets.
Oh,
Remember, there was a section where it's like victory in brackets.
I couldn't see it, but yeah.
Yeah, it was there. Yeah. Infinite Rage. So Paul says here, good evening, all, and Eric. Brendan says, Infinite Rage insert would be great. We're going to get into inserts here in a second. But I wanted to start off by breaking this down because right now we needed to start off at the top with the hot topic issue of the day. The Paul Skeens 1 of 1 has led us to getting the writings of the person that was pulled.
Did you see the
Oh,
golden video about that?
I did not.
Oh, it was so good. I know you're 11 years old, but this is the place you gotta sell it. We are not going to make any money on this on the front end. On the back, it's all going to go to charity. Oh, it was that was full bag mode. Ken Golden.
Yeah, well, listen, Kenny goes straight full bag mode. That's why I say, like, you got to be real careful with full bag mode.
And
That's dangerous.
let's look at the reality. 11-year-olds don't have any rights, and those are not his cards or card.
Kind of father, are you?
And so the
I'm
kid has no
infinitely
say.
enraged by what you say.
I was gonna say he was already full bag mode and infant rage. Like, you don't want to be messing
He
with
has
that.
no say in what happens to that card, how it gets sold, when it gets sold. Nothing. He's 11. He has no rights. He has human rights. He has a right for shelter, like safety, food.
Eric, we're already concerned. We're already concerned about his overwhelming concern with his parents' finances. He was already anticipating price hikes. He was already looking at it like we were already full bag mode and infinite rage. There's a lot going on, man. There's a lot going on. I'm worried. I'm worried. All right. So here, Rick Vintage All About Cards. Good evening, Rick. Says Probstein. Oh, Eric's favorite seller, Probstein, has a KSA2, even better. 1936 Worldwide Gum, Joe DiMaggio rookie. It will be interesting to see what it goes for. Should the seller have crossed the PSA before selling it? Yes. Yes. Yeah. KSA, bless them, but bless them, but no.
And that's that's the people who go to the show, don't want to send their cards. They're just old school. They come in, they drop it off. KSA2. Here, why don't you consign it with us? Here. And who they
if you want to scale, now if you know how sometimes we'll say, now you know how sometimes we'll say, like, if a card is a an SGC, whatever, like a modern card in SGC versus the modern card in a PSA, equivalent grades, the SGC might sell for X percentage less or whatever, and some of the different graders can have these different ratios, right? Well, KSA has a very similar thing. So if we're talking about a 1936 Worldwide Gum Joe DiMaggio, and it's in a KSA holder, I would price it a comp about the price that I would go for, like sight unseen, without looking at it personally. I would put it at about the price point that I would pay for a Xerox copy.
Oh, yeah, you can do that too.
I would price it right about there to be on the safe side, and that would be the play.
The Xerox copy has to be like mint, though.
Yeah, no, the Xerox copy's got to be clean.
Yeah,
it's still Xerox, but it's got to be clean.
Right.
I would price it right about there, and that would be what I would lead with in my offer.
Yeah. You have to make it look old, though, so you have to dunk it in a little tea, put it between glass and water, and it'll work out. Mm-hmm. Round the corners a bit on the,
Yeah, got to put in the effort, man. Otherwise, less you incur infinite rage. Yeah. If you don't do it, you're going to incur infinite rage. You don't want to incur infinite rage. Carlisle here says, if it was written in cursive, then we know it was a fraud. That's true. Then it'd be like, ha ha, you guys tried too hard. Thou doth protest too much. When I was 11, we wrote in cursive. So that was the thing. I could have. I assure you, I wouldn't have gone to infinite rage.
Maybe not. No.
I did enjoy that here. So here, Dom, good evening. Only thing that's infinite in space, right, Emmanuel? I mean, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, Dom voted for this channel for YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, and he still came in with the zinger.
Yeah.
Right out of the block.
He's supporting that.
We have to discuss that because not everyone may have watched Monday's podcast.
And that's disappointing because they should have.
Yeah.
So look, I'm going to tell y'all real quick before I read a couple more. I want to say good evening to Dylan, and I'll read through a couple more and say good evening to a few more folks. Before we do, let's continue here. And I want to leave this on because frankly, the Emmanuel and space references are always gold here. They are gold. We always appreciate them. So remember, I want to make clear on this. My stance on the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame has not changed. However, I will concede that on the podcast episode, Eric did make a compelling case that would make me substantially more tolerant of it. Now, I'll be honest, if we're encapsulating the undercurrent of it, Eric's angle was basically evil because he basically argued that it would be an insult to the Hall of Fame, basically a blight upon it. And also, if that wasn't funny enough, that already appeals to me. But to be honest with you, it would be a mockery of this institution that somebody made up. Mike made up. But the really good part is that Eric was angling for it because he wants to be, obviously, this isn't his channel, but if the channel got in, by his association, he would be Hall of Fame adjacent.
Yes.
Coining the term Hall of Fame adjacent. And I was like Infinite Rage, this amused me. So I got to be honest. So maybe the angle is I actually don't give a shit.
Play it up, and I will play it up every single week for eternity.
No, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah. So I'm thinking. So I'm
I
thinking
wear
like,
a crown.
For infinity, maybe.
yeah. Well, at least as long as the rage lasts. The point is that don't do it for me. Do it for Eric. Eric,
Yeah.
this may be the closest Eric becomes to being relevant.
Yes, I need this. I need this.
So
I've decided my life is meaningless without it. I need it.
Your life was always meaningless. We could have told you that.
Yeah, but I wasn't aware of it until now.
Oh.
As long as fair enough.
I need to be Hall of Fame adjacent. I want everyone to vote that's eligible to vote. And even if you're not eligible to vote. We need.
Oh, no, especially if you're not eligible. If you're not eligible, vote twice.
Yes, I was just about to say that. If you are not eligible, you vote twice.
Yes.
Right? We need to make this happen. Carlos, because I'm Carlos' channel, needs to be a Hall of Fame channel. I need to be Hall of Fame adjacent. I will throw myself a parade. I will have my wife video it. I will do a parade right down my street
at the front of the parade.
I will be the only person in the parade. I will purchase a kazoo. I will have a kazoo.
You will purchase a kazoo?
I will buy a kazoo, and I will have her video me doing my own parade down my street, celebrating being Hall of Fame adjacent. This has to happen. We need it to happen. So please vote. Because I'm Carlos, YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. We need your votes. Got to happen. Needs to happen. Can't live without it.
I wish so, Bobby. I got to be honest. I wish that Eric had come up with this angle earlier.
I think
because I look. I'll read a couple of comments, but then I'll touch on. I'll give you my brief current analysis on where things.
I need it. Right I want a kazoo.
You clearly need a kazoo. Good evening, name. Happy Friday to you. Paul C says, my personal conspiracy theory was that the Pirates wanted the card so they could take it to Golden to pay for skins this year. Yes, I did appreciate your conspiracy theory on that, Paul. CC says, good evening, gents. Why is Eric wearing a toque? Listen, Eric is a special man. He's claiming coldness. Let me tell you, there's coldness here right now. Whew.
I just came from a college hockey game where I spent, a couple hours in an ice rink. I'm cold.
Yeah. Brendan Ryan says, Eric is just massive rage. Facts. Eric has a right to mayo. Truth. Eric would be Hall of OK. Maybe in a good day. But Carlos says, if you were elected, it would destroy the narrative that people just elect their friends. I know. Yeah. We'd destroy all the narratives. It'd be amazing. We'd bring legitimacy to this process. Yes. Brendan Ryan says, Eric was bidden by Tom Brady in 2018. Is now sired to the evil one. Probably true.
My money.
Mm-hmm.
Mike here says, being YouTube famous in Canada is suddenly not good enough for Eric. I know. This is shocking. This is bizarre.
There it is. There.
Dom here says, reality. Bobby would be Hall of Fame adjacent. Yannick would be Hall of Fame extended family. Brad would be Hall of Fame by marriage. And Eric would be Hall of Fame twice removed. Damn. Dom coming in with the haymakers. Is Eric, are you sure that Dom is not powered by infinite rage?
Well, maybe.
Sounds like he might be. What makes me like him even more?
He's such a mild-mannered young man. He's such a mild-mannered young man most of the time. It's like, I don't know. Eric, you are stoking the infinite rage of the people.
I think so.
Bobby, the infinite rage thing is the infinite rage thing is literally as soon as I saw it, it is my favorite thing right now. It is my favorite thing.
And it goes with, all the videos that you watch of people, I was like horrified and terrified. It's just like, why? Because you broke a nail? This is where it gets to you. I was horrified by that. It's just like, yeah, whatever. Let's go for dramatics.
Dom is AI. That's too close to the truth. I know.
Maybe.
Skynet is firing up as we speak. Damn. Jeff here says, the Four Collectors channel's taking submissions from most non-content creators. Carlos got my vote. Listen, Jeff, right now it's okay. Eric did make a compelling case. I did appreciate his Hall of Fame adjacent argument. You do you. But let me tell you, right now I'm going to give you guys my current analysis as the foremost authority and scholarly work on the YouTube Sports Hall of Fame, because literally it's me and no one else. I've done the most analysis. I have studied the data, and I have drawn some early conclusions. So this is my early polling data that I will share with you here in a second.
Sure.
Billy Joe said, good evening, Carlos and gang. Good evening to you. All right, so look, here's the deal. My original prediction was pain. And then also, in addition to that, my subsequent prediction, which I did do on the podcast, that is on the record. It was my prediction. My prediction is that now this year in particular is the first year that a chunk of the vintage baseball card voting block is fully activated. There are a lot of them that had been around, but some of those channels are now eligible to be candidates, and several of them are also eligible to vote for the first time. And because now that block is now fully activated, so think of this as like, seriously, think of this as like a voting demographic. That would be like a good way to think about it. So this is a voting demographic. Well, it's a voting demographic that between last year and this year has grown. And they're much more, even if it's not coordinated, they tend to be focused in on certain specific channels. Well, all you have to do, if you are paying attention, is check out the voting on it. You don't have to sit there and count it, but you're going to notice that certain names are coming up over and over again. Well, what happens is if you take a block of a decent amount of channels that vote and the same names are on every single one of the ballots, it starts to add up. Because you can have up to 10, but if the same names are appearing over and over again, so my original prediction was between 3 to 4 of the top 5 would be brand new channels that were not eligible before, or vintage oriented channels. That was my original prediction. I'm bumping that up for 4 and maybe all 5.
Really?
Because some of those channels may shoot straight to they were not even eligible last year. They may shoot straight to the top because they're on a lot of the ballots. So right now, early returns, Orlando Collector's Dream. I would guess that would be one of them because he's on a lot of ballots. Dylan, Double D Vintage, is on a lot of ballots. Probably Chris Sewell, collector, dealer, whatever in that order. He's on a number of ballots. He'd be one that I'd throw in there as a strong possibility. And there's 1 or 2 other ones that I can't think off the top of my head that are on quite a number of ballots. So my guess will be that there would be a lot of those that already are. Basically, a couple more days of those ballots adding up like that, and the last week won't even matter because it's pretty close to the top of that food chain already. So I think we're already kind of it might already be done. Let's put it that way. Vote your conscience, vote whatever you want, but the election might already be over.
If we don't get in this year, okay, we will immediately, because I don't even know when the voting ends. So I know.
I think it's the end of the month. I believe it's the 31st.
Then, as our first opportunity after voting ends, from that moment on, we are going to whore ourselves out.
And by that, you mean you?
To be begging. We're going to do the
wait. Are you going full beg mode?
Full beg mode.
Wow.
Every show for a year.
That will create infinite rage.
Okay?
That will create infinite rage.
No, full beg mode, 1 year straight.
I might have to go to the beer now, Bobby. I'm getting dangerously close to getting the beer now.
To get Hall of Fame adjacent, to get a kazoo parade. All right? These are the things that have to happen.
All right, hold on. Pause. I want to quickly address this. So Dan says, I was going to vote for you, Carlos, but you said I should. I did. Dan, I 100% stand. I want to be clear. I said it, but I'm going to repeat it. I still don't give a shit. I still think it's dumb. But Eric did make a persuasive point that did appeal to my entertainment of mockery. I did like his angle of him angling for being Hall of Fame adjacent. Mm-hmm. So despite my indifference to the premise, Eric did make a good point that he could brag about being Hall of Fame adjacent, and that would amuse me. And in turn also mock the institution, which that part I kind of like.
That would even be better,
yeah. Yeah, that part would spark infinite joy.
It would.
Not infinite rage, infinite joy.
I will have a t-shirt made.
I want to make sure I'm consistent. I want to make sure I wanted to address Dan's point. I wanted to make sure I addressed Dan's point because he's 100% correct. And I stand by my original utterance. But I did want to make sure that I clarified that Eric did make a solid point after Dan and I had this email exchange. And then Eric kind of swayed me to his line of thinking. And then I thought, damn, that would be kind of funny.
It would.
So I conceded that it was probably Eric's finest moment. His finest hour, dare I say, where he actually made what sounded like a valid point.
And you'll all get to see a single man kazoo parade down the middle of a street.
Again, I wish you had thought of this a week ago. When the election wasn't already basically over. Like it's basically done at this point. Yeah. Dom says I'm just trying to keep up. # for the content gods. Appreciate you, Dom. How long before the YouTube Hall of Fame tracker? Listen, we should have one. That'd be hilarious. CRT here, Chris. Carlos, a good read on the current voting results. Appreciate you. Good evening, Chris. Actually, that reminds me, I need to reach out to you because now that so check out if you haven't already. I think some of you have anyway. So check out CRT Sports Cards. If you guys go back, and for the record, it was actually funny, Bobby. I had to go back and look at it. I had a conversation with Chris back in 2020 So we're close to 5 years ago
Mhm.
when he was doing the Project 2020 stuff. But
Yeah.
even then, in that conversation, we talked about his T206s briefly in that conversation. And at this point, he's fully leaned in and is doing some really good videos on T206s and a lot of it. He's got the arm sleeves with a lot of T206 stuff on them. He's leaned into it hard. I think he's got a full polar bear back set. You can correct me, Chris, if I'm wrong on this. I think a full polar bear back set, which is really, I think it's like 250 cards, which is very impressive. And he's working on building some of these other ones to get to basically a 520 set, which is very impressive. But the videos are talking about the different backs, some of the different different versions of cards. So I'm enjoying it for that type of content. So good job there, Chris. But yeah, we gotta chat because almost 5 years is enough time. I think we need to do an update. We may have to have a follow-up conversation now that you're leaned into that. Science Lab, good evening. $1 million question is, does everyone get an induction patch? Well, you have to share one. Listen, we could tokenize this thing. I bet I could get Panini to make cards that said not from any specific Hall of Fame voting class. Think about it. Think about it. Touched on Dan's comments. So like I said, Dan, you're 100% right. I just want to make sure I clarify. Eric did make a funny point. And then, which appealed to my love of schadenfreude and evil. So I did enjoy that. So I got to be honest. Are you saying no one has argued against any of those picks? That is a lot of letters, and I'm not sure what he's going for here. I don't know what the 2 C's in the middle stand for. We're moving on. Rather than the like button, we should submit YouTube Hall of Fame books. I know, that'd be fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every click. I'm going to start asking for clicks. And then we're going to total likes and submit them at the end of the year and
Votes?
say,
As what?
we had 17,000 likes this year.
You're going to use them as coupons?
We demand to be in the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
You might have to
Mike,
get
you're
a
set.
signed something or other. We'll hand out sheets and get people to sign them.
Yeah, we should get petitions.
Mail them in, but it has to be in cursive.
In cursive,
Ooh,
yes.
I like that.
But Micah says, if Carlos, because if Carlos gets in, Eric should eat a small jar of mayonnaise. It would be worth getting votes.
Maybe.
Votes, not boats. Fair. Or maybe he could eat some boats.
Maybe do boats.
Boats and hose. Oh,
Just saying. CC says the YouTube Hall of Fame voting is more complex and more political than the USA Electoral College election results. Which says something.
Yeah,
It really
says
does.
a lot.
This is a lot. The voting is going to be very close. I got to be honest. I don't think so. I think, I actually think that, I think at the top end, maybe they will be close. But like, I think, being serious, I think the top 5 are going to be very well separated. Last year we were on the bubble. There was the 5, and then the channel was number 6. This channel was number 6. That was actually pretty close. If you go between 5 and 6, it was actually pretty close. I think the gap, we will be nowhere 6th. Here's my prediction. I'll be surprised if we're in the top 10. We'll probably drop down to like 15, 20, 30. So a bunch of them will shoot past. But especially since, like I said, I made it clear I don't really care. So whatever. So we're going to lose some of those votes we had last year, and some of the other ones, like I said, are going to lean towards these vintage channels. They're going to move to the top. I'll be interested in seeing the results once we get because Jake does publish a spreadsheet. So once we get the results, we'll actually be able to look at it and see exactly what it is. I will wager the gap between 5 and 6 is going to be much wider this time around than last time. Although I bet you number 6 will have more votes than the last time.
yes, guaranteed.
Because last year
It's going to grow
6,
anyway, right?
Yeah, last year 6 was, I think, 36 votes. I think number 6 will be higher than that this time, and then the other ones will shoot up much more than that. So the gap will be wider. Eric needs a shirt. Vote because I'm Carlos. I want to be Hall of Fame adjacent. It's a valid argument. Hard to believe it's been 5 years. I know. I was looking at the date. I was like, damn. Yep, Polar Bear said at 250. Thank you for confirming that. Dan says Chris is going to be interviewed by a really good interviewer. Sir, listen, I don't blame you, man. He's got a good story to tell. Yes, I will reach out to it. I will reach out to you as well. Whatever Dan doesn't come up with, I'll come up with some angles. But we'll let Dan. We'll see what Dan. I'll watch it. We'll see what Dan has to say. But I think we can have a little fun, especially since I can do some callbacks to the original discussion 5 years ago.
There you go.
Perfect. Eric, since I voted for Carlos, will you please call off the Detroit curse? I know. Stop cursing Detroit.
The curse stays until they pay up.
Well, I don't know if they make it Hall of Fame adjacent. I feel like that's pretty good payment, man.
If I get Hall of Fame adjacent, curse lifted.
There you go. JW says, Eric,
Does
that-
popular vote have anything to do with this too? No, is there?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Well, actually, technically, it is popular vote. Like the votes are
understood. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know if it was the technical votes and then there's the popular vote. So I was just wondering if you're going to win both. You
Look,
might finish
our best
seventh.
bet. Like I said, right now with the vintage voting block, our best bet is to come up with some really convoluted system. Maybe first to the post. Like we really need to completely change the entire angle so that we can find some way to rig this in our favor. That's basically the only way.
It's rigged anyways.
No, but I mean more rigged. I'm talking about like listen,
Infinitely rigged.
yeah, Bobby, I'm from Panama and Park Colombian. Like I'm talking about like our rigged, like rigging it.
Oh, there's bodies in the trunk rigged.
It's like all of a sudden it's like, wow, because I'm Carlos got first overall with 457 million votes. How is that even possible? What was the next highest? 64. How does that work exactly? Exactly. Infinite
Not
rigged.
me. I'm brave.
Infinite.
You saw
Infinite rigged. But Eric, infinite rigged.
Infinite rigged.
JW says, Eric, no pucks given. Trade your collection for, let me read this, Hall of Fame status. Which card would you not trade? The Chicago Blackhawks Boobier.
Maybe.
There you go. Yep, the Boobier. Yeah. The Joe Thorntons are not for sale. That's right. Carlos says, I was shut out last year. One vote thus far for this year.
The Joe Thorntons are not for sale. I shall freely give them away to anyone who requests them.
No, they are PC for life. Silence. I'm in the middle of reading. I was shut out last year. One vote thus far this year. Contemplating a change for to Mr. Baseball card. I should be in beer commercial shortly. Carlo, I think you should change your channel to I love vintage baseball cards. Pander. Pander like no. Infinite pander.
Might work.
Go full pander. Full pander mode. Just go for it, buddy. Go for it. Look, like I said, if this keeps up, I might have to change the name of the channel. I might go with Because I'm Carlos Vintage Cards.
Yeah.
Just BIC Vintage Cards. Think about it.
Eric's hanging on the bottom rung of it. So.
Timeless says,
One
here,
hand.
Eric is one of those legendary sidekicks. Eric, can you please say the classic line? Here's Carlos. Got your Ed McMahon on?
Only if I can do the theme music too. You got to let me do the theme music.
I'm pretty sure we'll get copyright. I'm pretty sure we'll get copyright in Kazoo. Yes, in Kazoo we'll allow it.
I can here we go. Da 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 da.
All right, that's taking too long. Josh here says, I look forward to Eric spamming YouTube channels begging for votes next year in February, as he should. I think that's valid. Marcus says, the whole YouTube Hall of Fame stuff strike me as the number of guys in the men's room arguing over how deep or cold the water is. Listen, Mark, I have made a career out of pointing out the silliness of it. But just don't take it too seriously, you'll be fine. Like I said, the only reason this became more fun for me is because Eric made a very valid point that could be really funny.
See, the problem with that is we have these 6'5" freaking plumbers who size up the urinal to their height. So somebody who comes in who's not 6'5" has a very difficult time.
That's a very specific reference, folks, and I hope if you've been listening for a while, you'll know what it is. I'm not going to explain it.
You don't
I'll
have
leave it at that.
Yeah.
Return to the trough.
I don't like getting on my knees and using the kitty. Anyways.
Anyway, Carlos says maybe we need an electoral college. Hopefully not. Oh my goodness. I think it's a bunch of guys saying nice things about each other's channels. That's not a bad thing. Dan, a wonderful sentiment. If only it were true.
Dan,
For some people it is. For some people it is. But
Dan,
for some people it is not.
Dan's just a better person than us. I just want to say that.
No.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
You vote for me. I vote for you. Bada bing, bada bang. Hey,
Yep.
you got the popular
Brendan
vote.
Ryan says, if it was structured like SCR did for the hobby presidential elections, the results might be different. Otherwise, his friends voting for friends. Well, hold on. The SCR one, you could vote like 1 trillion times, couldn't you?
Really?
I'm pretty sure you could just refresh the page and just keep voting. I'm serious. I'm actually serious. I'm actually being 100% serious. I'm pretty sure. So I was like, no, Brendan, that would be a terrible idea. They just hit refresh. It's whoever's got enough time to hit refresh 1 million times. Like that doesn't fix anything.
I will sit here every single day for a week, 8 hours a day. Just refresh.
Yeah, I was gonna say that basically that's all you need. You just need somebody with a lot of time on their hands to hit refresh.
Yeah, I'll do it because I want my
something. We had something similar. Is like when you called in a radio station, you'd hang up and then you'd have to go.
Yeah.
You know, that would take eight days.
Yeah. The problem is like there's nothing to prevent you from literally refreshing. Like it's not like it's banning it based on IP or anything. No, just hit refresh and you can push the button again as many times as you like. I was pretty sure that's how it worked. Carlos, would you let the Dutch vote for? Ooh, that's a campaign question if I ever heard one. Would I allow the Dutch to vote for me?
Whew.
I don't know,
I
Eric.
think-
I'm gonna need some analysis on the Dutch voting patterns, and I'm gonna need some raw numbers. I'm gonna need some data on this.
All right.
Mike, I will get back to you. This
Yeah.
this is the most serious question of this campaign.
We'll have to do some research on that one.
Yeah.
You got to count how many holes are in the dike, how many people are there to put the holes in the dike, because they do have 10 fingers each. Now, taking consideration anybody who's lost fingers in all the woodworking that they do there, so it might not work out to your advantage.
I was gonna say, our mutual. Maybe we could find a common mutual enemy. That might be the only way. Maybe if we find a common mutual
Iceland?
enemy. I don't know, Bobby. Like look, these are complex geopolitical dynamics that we're talking about here. Look, we started off with figuring out the intricacies of Infinite Rage in full beg mode, and now we're talking about geopolitics, and not like the garbage geopolitics that other people talk about. We're talking about like would the Dutch participate in a voting block for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame? These are important things. We got to think about this. This is serious. I cannot flippantly just throw out a response. I got to think about this one.
I'm going to tell you something honest. I haven't told my mother this yet. I don't know if she's listening.
Uh-oh. Don't.
All right.
Not
But
the time.
what I am going to tell you is true. This is an honest to God true thing. I haven't told Mom yet.
Is this something that I'm going to wish I already had my beer for?
No, but
You better get your beer first on this one.
No, I'm upset with the Dutch.
Oh my God. You joining me in my crusade against the Dutch?
I'm upset with the Netherlanders.
This is involved with your stupid cyclist?
Yes.
Maybe.
All right, I'm getting my beer.
Yeah, no doubt.
Continue as you were. I'm getting my beer.
Now, I don't know if Mom's listening or not.
Uh-oh.
But as you know, her birthday was last weekend. She turned 39 again.
I
All
know.
right? Yeah, she
Sometimes-
looks great. So I reached out through the Instagrams
Mhm.
and tried to contact her favorite cyclist.
Oh, him.
And I asked Puck Petersay to send just a quickly typed happy birthday, Kathy.
Mhm.
She did not respond.
This is where Infinite Rage comes in.
Okay. No, I didn't want a video. I didn't want her to fly over to come to the birthday party. I just wanted her just to type happy birthday, Kathy. Maybe thanks for being a fan. Okay.
Maybe
That's
she doesn't
all I
speak,
wanted.
does she speak
That's all.
English?
Yes, she speaks English very well.
Eric,
Okay.
so Bobby, how much you want to bet if I was to place a wager? How much you want to bet that he actually sent the request of Wolfgang Puck?
Yeah,
He's like-
I got 50 on it.
I
Yeah,
would
like
bet-
I would put odds on that.
So I wrote a whole thing to her. My mother's birthday. She's a huge fan here in the United States. Blah 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 blah. Would you mind just sending a quick little nothing? So
It's-
I am now with Carlos. All right, I stand by Carlos, shoulder to
As you should.
shoulder on the battlefield against the Dutch. As far as I'm concerned, it was a slight against my mummy, which I will not stand for.
Mm.
So, Puck Petersay is dead to me. The Netherlands, we need to invade and take over. Okay.
Let's sign an executive order on that one too.
Well, yeah, we're already taking Canada over. We're only taking Greenland over and the Panama Canal. So, the Netherlands are next.
Mhm.
Or in other words, based on Eric will be personally in charge of U.S. geography. So I hope you enjoy Montana, Vermont, and only the southernmost tip, bottom section of Houston. Only Houston. That's it.
So anyways, I am now shoulder to shoulder with Carlos for his hatred of the Netherlanders, and this slight against my mother will be rectified.
Mm. Also, I
will
want to make
not
clear
tolerate
my completely justified war against the Dutch. I will explain it again, but not now. We'll get to it later. Josh here says, the real YouTube Hall of Fame question is, does the non-baseball channel get it? I don't think this year. I think based on the, like, again, based on just a quick survey of what I'm seeing, I would be very surprised. I think it's very strongly skewed towards the baseballs. Chris here says, there are some great people who are looking like they would be voted in this year. See, I want to make a separation because a lot of people forget. It's like, it has nothing to do with people are great or not. It is more to do. It is more to do with like a fatal flaw in the system, which was always going to be the case. Anything where, again, it was always going to be a popularity contest. And like I said, all you got to do is look. Just look at the repetition between one vote and another. You just put the same names in. Again, there's no criteria. Part of the reason it's always fun to poke fun at, but there's no criteria. There's nothing. There's nothing there. You've got a standard. As long as a channel meets the very basic standard, you can vote for it. But beyond that, there's no criteria. Like, I really like their logo. Vote. I like they've said a video about a thing I liked. Vote.
Carlos
They made fun of Eric. Vote.
Carlos is a man of peace. Vote.
I know.
I like single person kazoo parades. Vote.
Valid.
We're walking in lockstep against the Dutch. Vote.
Vote. Yes, that's valid. Those are valid reasons.
Damn the Dutch.
Dan says, "Yo, calling me a panderer? Listen, Dan, you could have been any vintage PC. You decided to be vintage baseball PC. I see what you did there. I see what you did." Mm-hmm. He says, "I voted for Mangini like 200 times. Yeah, hit refresh. Go for it again."
Yeah.
Got the numbers up though. It did. It did get the numbers up. Yes, that is valid.
So wasn't Mangini in before?
No. This was the Sports Card Radio Hobby President thing.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah, Mangini had like 450 trillion votes. It was basically my Panamanian electoral rigging thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's why I said you could just hit refresh. So literally people could just do that over and over again and be like, he got 5 trillion votes. We don't even have that many people on the planet. How does that work? Refresh.
Oh, that happens.
Yep. Timeless says is the great. Yeah, listen. Timeless says is the great curator up for Hall of Fame. His channel's been around 3 years. Technically, you could. God. I think somebody did vote for him. I think somebody actually did vote for him.
His mother.
Canadians just love him. They really enjoyed him coming up a couple of years ago.
Really?
So, no, at all.
He literally did it live just to bitch and moan. Yeah. And I was like, "You're an idiot."
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, Rob says, "I have arrived late, but here now." It's good. Good evening. Dan says, "Next year, Carlos, go full beg vote for Hall of Fame votes, and you hit the ski." Listen, I've got Eric for that. I have people for that.
Oh, we have.
I cannot sully my hands. Look, I've already got my hands full dealing with the potential. I may have to broker some kind of an arrangement with the Dutch, depending if we can come up with a common nemesis. We'll see. There's a lot of issues on the table. This is very complicated. Peace in the Middle East, way easier. Way easier. This is very complex.
See, Eric, I think with your mom's birthday and Puck not sending anything, I really think that due to the fact that you're not Hall of Fame adjacent is probably why it didn't happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you got the Hall of Fame adjacency, this might have done it.
If I told her, if I'm like, "Hello, this is Eric Wade, quote, Hall of Fame adjacent."
Yeah.
HOFA.
Yes.
Yeah. Would you please send my mother a happy birthday wish? And she, oh, absolutely. For a Hall of Fame adjacent? Oh, absolutely.
It would have given your bona fides. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm not bona fide. That's the thing.
Yep.
You ain't bona fide.
I'm not bona fide.
You're an Afro-Familian.
Yeah. Still one of my favorite movies.
Such a good one.
Clearly. Carlos says, Eric doesn't understand the constraints of a restraining order. Obviously not.
Yeah, Marcel. He'll tell you that.
He doesn't understand the constraints, and he doesn't respect the wishes of a restraining order.
That's Mick Foley. I don't care.
Dom trying to promote Burt Blyleven. See, like I said, look, this equation, while mathematically correct, I stand by the fact that Burt Blyleven and I, like I said, we're on opposite sides of this divide. Listen, I had a video. I wish I had it with me right now. I had a video package about the Dutch. I warned people about the Dutch. They're not to be trusted.
I should change my name to McLevin. No.
Bernard says, Eric, are you one of Bill Burr's long lost brothers? Allegedly. Mike says it's a good old boys vote. There's definitely a lot of that. They look out for each other.
It's only good old boys votes. Okay. Yeah. There's
right,
not no possibility. It's 100% good old boys.
They're just some good old boys. They didn't mean any harm. All right. It beats all you ever saw.
It's the Dukes of Hazzard. It's the good old boys.
Born. You know, straighten the curbs, Flatten the hills.
Bobby, have we got more pop culture and random references
We
per
are
capita
actually
in the first 50 minutes? Like
top
this
tier.
might be like this is like
Infinitely more.
I'm sorry. The last 50 minutes have produced more like quality hashtag content for the content gods than like a year's worth of videos in most channels.
They're just
Oh,
making
yes.
their way the only way they know how.
They can only
Okay,
wish to
come
be
on.
as well referenced as we are here.
Unbelievable. The deep cuts.
Mm-hmm.
But yes. So right now that's where things sit right now. I've got my guesses. We'll see how that plays out. But the funny thing is, if it does play out the way I suspect, which I think it will, then that doesn't bode well for next year because it basically would just be a repeat because you can only put 5 in. So then, 6 through 10, if they're very similar, then just bump them up a level and there you go. So you basically have the next 2 years covered. You may as well put in the first 10 and just be done with it and just get it done. But I don't know. Does Jeff Wilson get any votes? I think he did. But like 1 or 2, like literally 1 or 2. But that's about it. I don't know. Science Slab says, in all seriousness, the YouTube Hall of Fame is more credible than Baseball Hall of Fame. Well, that's a low bar, but sure. Low bar, but sure. We can go with that.
Only one thing worse, and that's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Well, at least at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we would have made it in already. Mike says, are you talking about the Dukes or the Dutch? He's talking about whatever you want him to be talking about. Black Box Hobby, good evening. If Eric breaks out some Daisy Dukes, I'm out. Listen, we already scandalized a lot of people with the spandex on Christmas, or New Year's it was. There's already a lot of scandalousness. Some of our retinas never recovered.
I did go full frontal spandex. That's true.
And listen, it took all of my political pull to keep this channel from getting perma banned.
You should have just let it get banned. No, you really shouldn't have gone out of your way.
No, Eric, because I made this perfectly clear. I'm going to repeat this. I've made this perfectly clear.
No.
If we ever get kicked off YouTube, I am literally starting my own platform, and we're going 24/7, 365. It will never end.
I don't have that kind of energy.
Well, then you better not court You better not court YouTube's vengeance. Behave. You better be on your best behavior. Just saying. I wouldn't exactly call it full frontal. I get what Carlos is saying. Moving on.
Well, I didn't turn around and show you my back. I backed up, and you got to see all of this in tight spandex. Lucky bastards.
The sad part is, at some point, you have to own a mirror and be like, ugh. You have to look at it at some point. Like, that's deeply disturbing.
My father used to have a saying. He used to say, "It's all steel and sex appeal."
Yeah, he like you lied to himself frequently. Is that
Oh no, he did too. Yeah, no, he looked ridiculous.
Yeah, kind of what I figured. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just figured I'd make it clear for everyone.
Yeah,
but very well.
He was the skinny guy with a belly. You ever see those guys? No ass, skin and bones, big belly. Yeah, he looked ridiculous. But all steel and sex appeal. That's what he used to say.
Wow. Amazing.
Skinny fat guy.
I think the bottom line on this section is all I'll say is good luck. Good luck to whomever. Like I said, I think for the most part we kind of figured out where this one's going to go. We'll see. We can always be surprised, but I have a feeling we've got a pretty good idea where this one's going. And then it'll be the usual. My disappointment is that we haven't had our annual controversy. I was hoping for some kind of controversy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do any of these channels are any of these channels gonna pop for steroids or something? Like
maybe
give us something. Give us something.
Got to test
performance enhancer somewhere. I don't know.
Listen, one more promise. One. If you vote for us, vote Pedro. All right, you vote for us. I will throw a football over a mountain on camera. Throw a football over a mountain live. Vote Pedro.
Or 25 feet, whichever comes first. Depends how big the mountain is.
All right. Says my grandfather used to say, well, you know what I always say? We had no idea what he was talking about.
Smart man. Keep
he never told us.
Keep you guessing.
Valid.
I like that.
I had to bit my shoes on, man. It's cold in this Frick
Yeah,
out
well,
there.
it's still chilly. This week it's been very chilly.
Oh, it was
Ben Ryan
actually
says,
the
"Are
other
you
day.
saying
It was like,
Orlando should be tested for Kurt's card care?" Listen, man, you got to test everybody. At this
yes,
point, who knows?
I
Who
agree.
knows what's going on out there?
Is there a
All right.
test for that now? I don't know.
Hey, listen, they're still trying. So let me quickly. I got a quick phone call, so I'm going to take that. So Eric, regale the people with your tale of woe, and by that I mean, look, make it up or just tell them one of your regular tales of woe of life. Whatever works. I'll come right back.
Life works.
So for those, so for those who don't know, I'm very cold. I went to watch the Endicott College Gulls. All right, it's a Division III hockey team.
Endicott.
Endicott is from my hometown of Beverly, Massachusetts. They're a Division III hockey team.
Gordon likes Endicott.
And
still.
I went. Now my wife joined me. I don't know why. All right, she insisted on coming. Wanted to spend time with me. I think she just wanted to keep an eye on me because she knew that all those college girls,
oh yes,
right, were going to throw themselves at me. All
I'll
right,
throw you on the ice, maybe.
Yeah, because a 22-year-old college girl loves nothing more than a 50-year-old man with no money and no potential whatsoever.
And
they
no
just love that.
And no game.
So I think she wanted to come and keep an eye on me and make sure the girls didn't attack. So Endicott lost 1-0 on a power play goals. Kind of puck was
1-0 game.
But I got really cold because it's very cold in the area, right? It's like single degrees right now. Yep. And I was in an ice rink for, a couple hours. So I just, even now, can't get the chill out of my spine.
Don't they have a snack bar you can sit in and watch the game too?
No.
Get one of those little mini pizzas that is microwaved on one of the paper seats that you can't really peel it off very well.
Eric, this is like the perfect time for you to embrace your full bouginess. Couldn't you literally get yourself like an inflatable palace or one of those bouncy rooms and then pump heat into it?
Yeah. It has see-through windows.
Yeah. And you'll never guess what the name, this was one of the points I was getting to. One of the name of the arena on campus for the Endicott Gulls. Gulls, like seagulls, because it's right on the ocean.
I see girls.
Yeah. Gulls?
On the ocean. In the ocean,
yeah. It is named after a dear friend of mine. Dear bestie friend of mine.
Joe Thornton?
No. Who, by the way, this dear friend of mine is alive.
What?
Yes.
Coach Mayo?
Now I know he's not talking about Ray Bork.
I went to the Raymond J. Bork Ice Hockey Arena on the campus of Endicott College in Beverly, Massachusetts.
Did you freeze there too?
That's where I was, man. I was so freaking cold. I'm still not warm. But my wife is like, why did they name it after Ray Bork? I went, honestly, I don't know. I'll ask him next time I see him. So the next time I see him, I have to give him a check for $315.27. Okay.
That is oddly specific.
Yeah.
The drop down was, Phil's show just started. It's like, what's your favorite Pikachu card? Okay.
So
that is content. I think he's going right to the top.
So I'll
be number 6 next year, probably.
So $315.27 I'll be giving to Ray for his charity, the Ray Bork Foundation. Thanks to everyone who helped with that. And I'll be asking him, why the hell did this Division III college in Beverly name their rink after you? So those are the two things on the agenda the next time I see him.
He'll probably just slap you.
He very well might. And I have yet another story to tell.
Or one of those back and forth. It'd be kind of nice. You ask such silly questions. But that's okay.
Hey, listen. People have questions. It's up to me to get the answers. Next time I see him, I'm going to find out. Why did they name the rink after you?
and he will
Mhm.
go into infinite rage, and it'll be all over from there.
Well, as long as he's got infinite rage, I think that's critically important.
Well,
Carlos says, by seagulls, did you mean mermaids?
no seagulls.
Hmm.
Say ocean,
Did-
and someone says mermaid. I don't know what word of simulation here. There we go.
Did Ray donate money to put the arena in? Maybe.
So let me again. I just
They couldn't afford a
just
heater, I guess.
Josh. I just said I don't know. I will ask him. So on that note, shut up, Josh.
The thing is, Eric, Josh's question implies what a lot of us believe,
Yes.
that you're a liar. We believe that you know exactly why it's called Rayborg Stadium. We believe that you know Rayborg is a zombie and that he died years ago. And we
Damn
also
straight.
believe, that you are not in fact cold, but you just want us to ooh and ah at your stylish toque.
Yes.
And we're not falling for it.
Nope.
Oh,
And it's red too. I don't know how many Boston Bruins are red.
so
Just saying.
It's probably Atlanta colors.
Well, we're gonna get into that. Carl out here is posing though. I was expecting y'all to be streaming from Culture Collision Atlanta this weekend. Bobby originally was going to get his Learjet. He was gonna fly down. It was gonna be very exciting. The Burrell coming to a town near you.
Yep.
It was gonna be a big moment. Unfortunately, we ran out of budget. The legal fees that Eric has incurred over the last several months have, alas, put the BIC podcast at a trade deficit. Our only hope is that we'll increase tariffs, and our tariffs will be only to Massachusetts,
Yes.
and the tariffs will be applied directly to the like button. So they will be increasing exponentially, not by a percentage, by a multiple. Think multiplier.
I didn't know that they kept the bail money if I didn't show up. Because you guys bailed me out a few times, 7. And I never went back because why would I? Right. So I didn't know they kept the money. So I didn't mean to bankrupt the account, but
You should have flew off to Holland.
well, if I
I was
go
gonna
to
say,
to the Netherlands, I have a phone to click with Puck Peterse. She and I are going to have a talk.
Peterse.
Yeah.
Is it SI or SE at the end?
SE.
It's almost like you're forgetting the rest of it.
yeah, pretty much.
Peterse. What? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the record, it took until tonight for Eric to tell me to shut up this year. 24 days in, man. It's a little behind schedule. Yeah, to bet the under.
I'll do better. I apologize.
You should apologize.
All right.
All right. A couple of things I wanted to touch on, actually. And by the way, if there's anything specific you guys want us to touch on, we certainly can. I already got, the dramatic reenactment. We've learned about Infinite Rage. We've learned about Beg Mode. And that was just in the first segment. Very exciting. We learned about whatever the hell Eric's talking about. We also learned about the only possible angle that would interest me at all with the YouTube Sports Show Hall of Fame. We touched on that. And we've also explained that the entire thing is rigged and it's pretty much already decided. So congratulations to the winners who are already predetermined. And I hope you've got your speeches ready.
And we
Use
learned that-
ChatGPT if you need.
I will have a speech. Oh my God. My speech will last at least 27 minutes.
27. That's good.
I was gonna say, I think if we incorporated the War and Peace segments.
It has to be in person.
War and Peace in there. I can go days, but I mean,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
just a thank you for making me Hall of Fame adjacent. 27 minutes of material, instant.
There you go. Eric feeding seagulls Alka-Seltzer. # Infinite Rage. Listen, Bobby, this is not even a joke. Infinite Rage will be my favorite thing for a little while.
Yeah,
It really
we'll
will.
play on
Like
it.
I'm deservedly so. Like it's really gonna be a thing. Yannick, if you're good, give me a thumbs up. Yannick's dressed for the occasion. I appreciate it.
There we go.
See, that's how you
Now
do a
that's
proper.
How you stay warm.
I have
That's
one of
right.
those. If you guys,
I should have Bobby's plaid. I should have the blue plaid, and Bobby should have the red plaid.
I got the blue for Toronto Maple Leafs.
Well, in Canada, the blue, you know what it means.
I know.
By the way, I also appreciate if you pay attention. He is Mr. President and French Republic of Santa Banana
There you go.
with the
mean,
emoji. With
It's
the
all
emoji.
it's all up for grab now. Apparently, we might become the 51st state or whatever the hell. So,
Well, look, I already
I'm claiming my territory already.
Well, Eric, this is the favorite. Look, I already alluded to this, but I feel like I should reemphasize this here. You understand that should this come to pass, we would like literally be the state. Like we may as well call Yannick, Jefferson Davis 2.0, the French equivalent of it. But like we will be immediately lead the vote to secede, and then on top of it, we will have robber barons all over the country. It'll literally be the lawless society that you once hoped for, because unbound by any pretenses. Eric, as you well know, Canadian politeness is kind of a con we give to the Americans. It's the long con. It's a very long con. But now imagine if we got rid of all pretenses, and you're like, oh, so we're Americans now, so we get to be our full ass holy selves.
Yes,
Eric.
I now understand that sorry really means go fuck yourself.
Yes.
No shit.
It really does.
Yeah,
And we say it a lot. And we say it a lot. And we say it a lot.
A lot.
You just don't understand the conversion of the language.
Yeah, I didn't really
We're
know.
trilingual here. Come on.
Yeah, I was like, wow, these people are really, really polite, and they're always saying sorry. No, what they're saying is fuck off.
And you see these comments, Eric?
Sorry. Yeah.
We're so sorry, Eric.
Yeah, sorry.
We could not be any more sorry in your general direction.
I am
I'm
infinitely
well aware
sorry.
of what sorry means. That's why you say it like that. You don't say sorry. It's you got that little sorry. I understand it all now.
You talk about accents and you're from fucking Beantown? Come on.
I was gonna say
Jesus.
it was all cards.
Cards.
Anyway, Josh here says thoughts on CT scanners being used by Golden to verify first edition Pokemon boxes. Well, if you check out the Golden Touch, they already been using the scanners they did use a scanner for the iPhone, for the first iPod or first, I think it was just first iPhone. So they've used it for that. So like the precedent has been set. They literally on camera before the whole CT scanner thing blew up, they literally explicitly said we are using technology to confirm the whatever. So my thoughts are that's literally them standard operating procedure. It's already like in the Golden process procedures.
Yeah, we all know that those reality TV shows are all bullshit. I mean, no matter what it is.
But scanning for stuff like that, it totally makes sense. Like for validation, it makes sense.
Right. So we know that reality TV shows are bullshit. Whether it be Survivor or Golden.
Hey.
Because he had two boxes, if I remember correctly, and one of them had the real iPhone, had an original iPhone in it, and the other one was a dud. Right. Yep. So that thing was all set up for the show. I'm sure they knew what was what. But anyway, I didn't really have a problem with that. And I don't really have a problem with if they, if the whole Pokemon G.I. Joe thing and they were able to scan it. G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe?
Could have been anything else. Could have been anything else.
We were due.
I don't really have I don't know. I don't really have a major problem with that to try to detect fraud. If you're using the CT scanner to commit fraud, I have a different opinion.
Prove it. No one's going to admit it. Come on.
I'm just saying. I don't have a problem with using technology to
I know if I'm dropping that kind of cake now, if I'm dropping that kind of cake behind a box, it's got to be scanned in front of me. I have to have a proof that this is kind of, hasn't been like clean. I don't necessarily need to see like if the big card is in there, but at least it's not G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe?
Yeah. I don't think the reality is we know that that they've been using that kind of thing for a while. And if any customer like is discerning, they're going to want the assurances. It's not enough to say, well, the seals seem good. It's like, no, if you have the ability to be more definitive, and you can, like we have that ability, then they're probably going to want you to use it. Yeah. That's just the reality of it, right? Especially if you're paying good money for it. Like, you want that little extra assurance there. The problem is, like I said, now you have the information at your hands. So like, what do if down the road now somebody else wants to sell it? Okay. So what do you disclose? What don't you disclose? That's where the whole question always came into it.
I think no one's going to disclose anything. It'll just be sold.
Oh no, I'm getting away from what should be done versus what will be done. What will be done is nobody's going to say crap.
What
They're not
should
gonna
be done is I don't know. Should it be done?
For the auction house themselves, they probably would be less liable for their liability's sake if the question is asked and they know the answer to that question. That's a tough one for them.
How do you prove that though? Do you have a
Well,
video?
if the auction house
them
is the one that
scanning
actually
it?
did it, and then you resell the same thing. Yeah,
You scan it, wrap it, and then
yeah. If you're the ones who scanned it and it's the same item, like it's the same item, it's a bit of a problem.
Some sort that now it has to see like this has basically been authenticated in that regard, or we're just shooting the shit here. We're not.
Yeah.
Like,
So there's so
Yeah.
Dan's got a good comment here that we can touch on. We can have a little fun with this one, Bobby. So Dan here saying it's kind of amazing that BBC survived the whole GI Joe relatively unscathed. So it's not to me. It's not. No, hold on, Bobby. We can actually have a little fun with this one because we discussed this at the time.
Yeah.
And we said flat out, nothing's going to happen to him.
It's not gonna happen.
Why? Because there is nobody else in the space really doing it. Nobody else wants to do it. Nobody else wants anything to do with that side of the business. And so he is an acceptable risk for the people that need that service.
Yep.
And he does a good enough job enough of the time. And some of it you're never going to check. So people
Most
kind of
of
just
it you'll never
accept
check.
it. People just kind of accept it. Like he's made I guarantee you, he has made a ton of those mistakes.
Oh, guaranteed.
There's a bunch
Even-
sitting in
even
very
at a
high value
1%.
collections that are like, nope. There's plenty of GI Joe in them Var Hills. Plenty of GI Joe.
And the funny part at the end of that video, he goes, "Well, it looks like we were duped. There was no we
Agreed.
once you authenticated
Yeah.
it. It's you.
But
Anyway.
but Bobby, it does make for
But
one
it
of my
was-
favorite memes.
It was a box. It wasn't even a pack. So that's something different that he's never done. So we can get away from that. But then there was some other issues. Regardless, if you took the 1% of him being 99% right, which is off, that 1% is thousands of packs, thousands. And how many are going to be open? Maybe 10.
So the average is good.
That's if he's 99% and he ain't. Is he? I don't know. I'd say
yeah, there's no percentage on that. There's no way.
there's no guesstimate. Is he
Yeah.
50%? He's over that. He should be. The experience alone. But where are you from 50 to 100? That's the question. It's always going to be difficult. So,
Still
we
my
agree.
favorite.
Oh, God, all. Who's all? You're the authenticator. You got duped.
Moi. That was one of my favorite moments on this channel, where I
Yeah.
took the clip, sliced it all together, and then the piece
It
de
was a-
resistance.
It was almost like a perfect pan to him on that, isn't it? It was almost like it was preset.
Yep, we all got duped. Agreed. All got
It
duped.
was just like
agreed.
great to him. Looks like we all got duped.
But the best part was everyone just looking at him, and not a single person. Everybody was
Nobody
like,
said
"No,
anything.
dude, no, this is your
What?
shit.
Are
You're,
you
you're the
kidding?
one who's supposed to know the thing. The thing. This is
You're
you.
the expert, doctor.
Yes.
Read
God
your
damn it.
lines. Read your lines.
It was great. Dom here says baseball card exchange just custom plastic wrap. People love it. Yeah, and right now, so to be honest, there's a lot of big time, high dollar collections that basically depend on it.
Yes.
I guess we learned BBC doesn't use CD scanner. Clearly not. Daniel says the reality is there's too much money invested in sealed
You
wax.
think
BBC
you
labels on
him?
them.
You get a scanner now?
So that is no, absolutely not. He's not going to bother with it. He doesn't care. The thing is though that this so what Dan's writing here is what we talked about at the time. So just to get everybody back up to speed. Back in the day, he was one, and then who was the other one? Was Mark Murphy? Was the other one who
Yeah.
did the wax packs? Yeah, he was one of the other ones, right? And he even wrote a book on it and all that, but obviously. So at the time, so just to get everybody back up to speed who wasn't maybe paying attention at the time or wasn't watching. Bobby has written a book on wax packs and boxes and stuff like that. Is it predominantly hockey in the book? Is for the hockey specifically?
It's all
Yeah.
hockey. That's that book
Yeah.
right there.
So Wax Pack
it's a
Collector's Price
vintage
Guide.
Wax Pack Collector's Guide. So
Yeah.
it's specifically about wax, but it actually goes
Yeah.
through the whole sets and
Yeah.
whatever.
But let me ask you again a question that I asked you at the time. So
Yeah.
this is an opportunity for another audience maybe to hear this again.
Sure.
At the time we were having this discussion, it was easy because we had you here who obviously had written a book on it. And you knew Mark Murphy and you knew some of the players and you know Steve Hart and you know these folks. But to add an element to this, I asked you a question at the time. I'm going to repeat the question. And if you want, just give us the rationale for it. Why?
Sure.
There's no competition. you have the knowledge to be able to the best of ability, at least be able to weigh in on some of this stuff. Why would you, with the knowledge that you have, not want to even try to participate in that type of business?
You know, you can answer this different times. It depends on the mood you're in, you know. It's not worth the risk, so to speak. I guess it's really just not worth the time and effort. Being in Canada, you know, if I was lived in the US, maybe I might be somebody in that business or with somebody who's in that business. There was a time, but the time is long past, and people are getting sharper and getting better, and it really gets very difficult to tell at a certain point. There's all the, you know, even all the things that you say that you to look for, you can still be wrong, or you can still be right. So it is, there's no absolute. It's sort of like autographs. There's no absolute. There's guys like JSA, you know, James Spence, who will go forward and, you know, give his best opinion. Everyone thinks that it's an LOA is like gold, but it's not. It's actually more like silver, and it just gives you a reassurance. And that's all I think that Steve Hart is doing, is reassuring. And I would reassure and help somebody on the side, but I wouldn't want to do it as a profession. It would just be a constant. I don't think it would be like, my dad worked for the post office. I could have got into the post office, but I didn't want to be if anybody works for the post office, please omit whatever I'm going to say. I don't want to be a stooge monkey dropping letters every day for the next 45 years, you know, just to have a good pension at the end. Anyways, so I don't want to be that guy who's just into wax packs every day, all day, every day. It's monotonous and boring for me.
Now, one thing that we touched on at the time, so the reason I'm bringing this up is that at the time we actually talked about this at length. No joke. Look, in addition to our standard ridiculousness, occasionally we will actually delve into the legitimate topic itself and actually weigh in on it a little bit more thoroughly. We did at that time when we were talking about that original thing with the G.I. Joe, and we all got duped agreed. In addition to cackling and laughing at Steve Hart, we also did talk about some of the nuances of box authenticating and pack authenticating and some of those things at the time. And the problem was, and kind of the way they said, it's more art than science. You can do certain things. Now, with the scanning ability, that helps. Obviously,
scanning
that creates
actually,
another element.
there's the science coming into the art.
But prior to that being available, it was more of, you were looking for signs of tampering. That's basically all you were doing. You were looking for things that were off. And that's not very precise. That's like, you know, if somebody's really good at it, they could disguise a lot of things that you would otherwise. So you could be an expert, but if somebody else is really good and they're an expert in what they're doing, they could 100% fool you, because you're just trying to find flaws. And if somebody isn't really bad at it, then your job is very difficult.
Yeah. That's the sad part of it, is that, you know, some people get really good at doing things. You know, you have the Kurtz card, you have all these things that have come out over the last little while, and now we're starting to realize that, you know, people who are experts, there's varying degrees of experts and expertise, and it's best guess on autographs. It's best guess on most things. You know, the CT scanning, it'll be best guess on whether I should buy that box from, you know, Ovechkin's rookie year. Has been scanned. Will it be scanned? We don't know. Best guess. Well, I got it from reputable dealer, but where did the dealer get his stock from? Not directly from the manufacturer at that, going back to that time period. So, you know, this is the hobby. This is what it's really all about. It's taking the risks. Should I build this set? Will I make money when I sell it later down the road? Is it something I want to, you know, invest in, or, you know, or you just want to have fun in doing your stuff? So have fun with you do. You want to get into the collecting wax. When I first started collecting wax, it was the thrill of unopened packs. And then you soon, that it leaves you, and you start realizing, like, is this pack really good or not? Because I question myself a lot of times. You sit there and go, this is good, this is good, this is good, but this kind of makes me. And then you open the pack and you realize you got a star, and you went, damn, you know. So you can't always be right.
When you have to try to convince yourself, is it real or is it good? That's where it almost gets like that sour taste of, like. There
was an easier time, but I think as people got more experienced in the hobby, as it grew, as we got closer to maybe 2020, that hit a critical time period, or maybe even the 5 years leading up to that, that, you know, people really started to get into that end of the business. There was a lot more corruption because there was more money into the hobby at that point, because that's when wax really started to rise. And when you get rising wax prices or rising anything, the unscrupulous natured people will come to roost in that hobby very well. And as we have seen, Kurt's Card Care, he's been around forever though, but they come to the top of the, it's like the cream coming to the top. They all sit there and go, oh, hey, I got this method. I got this. I can do this. So
would you say now, like say like Wax Pack themselves, or like do you assume from now on now they're been tampered with until you proven that they weren't? Or that's like a single pack now, like like 30 years ago you assume, oh look, it's one in the wild.
We're at that point. Yeah,
now it's the opposite. You're thinking like, man, that must be fake. I gotta prove that it's real.
That's the whole point. Now we're at that stage, because you don't know where that's been. If you go back to 95, 98, no problem back then. You weren't thinking that people were resealing, and that people did reseal. I once saw iron marks, like you could see the V shape on the back. There's so many different things that were so obvious. And then some were glued. You could see the overlapping glue, and some you would open, and you can't even open the damn thing. It's like, yeah, but it's still open. Yeah, but it's torn now. It doesn't open. It doesn't close like that. It's sealed with sealed wax and heat, so it should open relatively easily. So, yeah, we've gotten to that stage. We're at critical mass now, where every pack is going to be suspect or questioned to any degree. Who brings it? One guy brings in a 66 Bobby or rookie pack. Yeah, sure. Oh, it was in my dad's drawer for 40 years, 50, 80 years, whatever. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. We're at
Dan here's saying it also doesn't help that Steve Hart isn't exactly rocket science. Our meme, I believe, has covered our stance on this issue.
I won't put him down, but I won't, give him too much praise. It's sort of, it's a tough job. Somebody took it on. The only thing I don't like is that you grade and then you also sell the packs too. So it's a little bit a conflict of interest there, I believe. And that part doesn't sit well with me. I think you either are in it, especially when you're doing it for PSA, but you're also selling the packs. So, things can creep in at any point. Is he dishonest? I don't think so. Is he a nice guy? Nice enough. Does he know everything? Well, I taught him a lot about the O-Pee-Chee when he called me. After that, he's went and moved on to great big things. So he's made a lot of money and probably helped a lot of people in the hobby, but you'll never know until they're opened. That's the end result.
That last point is the key one, because that was our conclusion in it. You will never 100% know until it's open. So Brendan here is talking about the seal case of 79 O-Pee-Chee hockey. As Eric well knows, everything is O-Pee-Chee. We'll get to that later. But for now, the important thing is that the sealed case of O-Pee-Chee hockey that went unsold and never did a reason why he backed out of sale, because he didn't pay. He came up with about 50 excuses, but he just didn't pay. So BBC is a good reason. It was already sealed in BBC before the auction started. Everybody knew the BBC had sealed the boxes.
And those are the best boxes you could possibly buy in the hobby. If you're ever going to buy it, doesn't matter.
From a fresh case, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're CT scanned or not, because you're going to get what's in there because they were sealed boxes. So.
This is as sure as you can get right now, like you mentioned it.
It's got the best provenance because you're starting off with as clean a slate as you can.
It's 100%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Nothing 100% in wax, but that is 100%.
Right now, sure, it's that case.
Yep, that's 100% case you can say.
Yeah.
You see them open the case, you see the glue, you see everything and you took the boxes out. They were gorgeous and beautiful. There's still tape on the boxes. You can't not get better than that at all. And that's what I said. I think, what show was I on? Maybe it was the Gong Show. I said, that is the best case. You put that box up against any other BBC box.
You said it here.
You said here and there. So I think you mentioned it. Yeah.
So you have this much. So those boxes should go for, man, like, which one would you buy? If two were up on the same auction house, which one would you buy? If you're going to spend $200K, which one are you going to, and you want both of them, how much are you going to spend for one and how much are you going to spend for the other? Okay, you go the $200K and the other one gets $120.
For me, it's just down to who has the most G.I. Joe cards in the box. So that's all I care about.
That's the most. Made a lot of G.I. Joe cards.
That's all I want. As long as then we can talk. Beyond that, I have no idea.
If that guy breaks the case up, he'll be smart to do so. Selling it as a full case, it's already been open, so it's lost its appeal of being unopened case. That's gone because it was open and graded, so it's past that point. if it was sold before it was done that, then it'd be a different story. But that it is done, that box is worth breaking up and putting them out there. And they should get a super premium because you cannot guarantee any wax 100%. There is a few boxes, but other than that Gretzky box, you can't do better than that. So I do, when it comes to market, I think it'll really do well. With the dropping price of Gretzky and what have you, maybe those boxes have dropped down. They went 200 and something K, and now we're down to what, 160, 150, something like that, 120. Depends on the box too, quality of the box, what people look at. But those boxes should bring the premium because you can carry them forward for the next how many years. This will be one of the boxes, and it's signed on the bottom stating that it is from that found case. So
Right.
that's wax in a nutshell, guys. And now I'm not into wax anymore. I'll help the odd person to have a look, but it would just be an opinion. And I think that's
Right.
what it comes down to. Everyone's got an opinion. Doctors have opinions. They're wrong too. Yes.
Doctor.
I was gonna say, listen, listen. Hobby doctors are infallible. I'm not accepting any argument on this point.
Yeah.
So Dan says Frankenstein box is complete nonsense. Yep, and there are more like that. There are going to be plenty of them. That's kind of one of the running jokes is that like we talked about. Steve Hart was able to build his business on the fact that it is actually a very difficult thing to do. It's more art than science. Now that you've got some technology, you could potentially use that. That would really solve some of the problems. But at the same time, obviously, then we get back into the whole thing where some people are not comfortable with that idea.
Do you? If you're scanning a box or a pack, and you have two packs there, and you see one that has a star in it, the other one doesn't, how much willpower do you have to go, oh, here's your pack. Oops.
That's always going to be an issue with that kind of situation, because then you have the information.
Somebody, it's just and when you sell your own stuff, how more willing and able are you? Because you kind of bought it on the premise that it was good. So do you even grade it? Do you even look at it when you authenticate it and then sell it for yourself? The only thing I disagree with was that they never put a condition to the pack. So you can open a box and it could have these beat up packs inside. They may be good, but I'm just saying, there's no mention of the grade. So it's how good the box looked. Funny part is a lot of people had random packs, and then they made the Frankenstein boxes, whatever you want to call them. And then they would put them, they buy the empty box display box market on Gretzky went from, it was about 200-300 to 800-900 1,000, because everybody's looking for that minty looking box. People want that because they want to fill up their beat up box and make it look like it's a minty box. It's really kind of funny how it all works. So anyways, move on.
Yep.
Bye Gretzky.
It happens, yeah. It happens.
And Gretzky has dropped quite considerably over the years, the last couple of years, eh?
Well, there's just a lot of them out there. It's one of those things where, like, during the pandemic,
no shortage.
But during the pandemic period, because when the prices went up so much, it's the cycle that we've talked about before. Like, it's always the same. The people go like, "Oh man, so many people are in the hobby all of a sudden." Yeah, because there's money there. It's the chicken or the egg thing. If you suddenly throw a bunch of money into it, and suddenly prices are going up, it led a bunch of people to go, "I got some cards in the attic," and then they go look. And then maybe they've got some stuff that's a little tougher, or maybe they don't. Maybe it's common stuff. But at that moment in time, common stuff was going for good money. So when you do that, and going for the Gretzky part, there have always been a ton of Gretzkys. They literally, like, we joke about them being door stoppers. They basically were. Like, it's so commonly available.
The tag on this hat was made from the back of a Gretzky card.
Probably.
Facts. So, but the point is that at that time then, there was incentive to grade them. So all of a sudden then you started adding more graded ones into the system. So you got tons of graded ones. You got tons of, and even today, you've still got tons of ungraded ones. I can go to the show and find a stack of them on some tables. Like, they're there. You can have a graded Martin's sports cards is kind of an extreme because we always joke about it because they got like full showcase full of it. But forget them for a second. You can go to a lot of good dealer tables. A lot of good dealer tables that aren't just modern, that have a little bit of a mix. If they've got some vintage thrown in there and, modern and a little bit of everything, there's probably going to be 2 or 3 Gretzky rookies in that showcase. Minimum. If there's somebody who carries maybe a lot more, buys collections, then you can increase that amount. But it is very hard to find a dealer that has an actual array of stuff that isn't just Young Guns and Future Watch autos and whatever. If that isn't what they're doing, if there actually is a mix of different eras,
There's generally
there's probably two or three Gretzky rookies in there somewhere.
and some are ungraded. And I think
Yes,
a lot of
there
dealers like to do that because I don't believe in grading is what they like to say, but realistically, it's that perception of hope, which, hey, I think this might get a 6. Oh, really? I thought it was kind of a 5, and it's that negotiation back and forth of the future potential of what it could grade. So that negotiation of price ups it. If it's graded, it's basically, we know what it is. We can comp it out.
Yeah.
If it's not graded, where do you get that comp in there? You can't because your perception of the grade is different from the because everybody thinks it's higher who's selling than the buyer who thinks it's lower or tries to insinuate that, at least to that point. So
absolutely.
it's a funny way we deal in cards.
Yep. Mike here says, I thought you said everybody born in Canada gets a Gretzky rookie. That is true. Well, I wasn't born in Canada.
There's
I still had two.
but
I still had two. I still had two.
I think there is one per every Canadian citizen for sure.
Well, listen, if someone ever if somebody watched the Olympic coverage and thought the Team Canada uniforms were snazzy, they also got a Gretzky rookie.
They did, yeah.
Like, it didn't matter. Few people know that one of the highest concentration of Gretzky rookies per capita is actually the Netherlands. Another reason to distrust the Dutch.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Isn't Gretzky Dutch? No.
Russian.
Yeah.
Ukrainian, I think.
All I'm saying is
But he has a little Dutch in him. That's where the blonde hair comes from.
Eric, you got to be careful with this. If Bobby's able to prove that Gretzky's Dutch, we may have to disown him as a planet.
I will sell all of my Gretzky memorabilia and cards and pucks and everything. All of it goes. Won't be tolerated.
And I've been talking to a lot of people about the Gretzky rookie. He's in his WHA uniform, and nobody even picks that out. It's just like, it's kind of obvious what the colors are off, right? It's a WHA uniform.
It is. Yeah, it has to be for the time period. Yeah, he had a year in the WHA.
It was shot at the Hartford Civic Center in 1978 against the New England Whalers.
The Alberta Oilers.
The Gordie Howe 79 card picture was shot the same day.
Yep.
By Steve Babineau of who went on to be like the main photographer for the Boston Bruins for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
Another janitor.
And Steve actually, he's a unique man. Okay.
Oh.
And he actually carries around the negative in his pocket.
No, he sold it. I heard.
Well, I don't know when.
I know people.
When did he sell it?
Why do you think Yannick was able to get that fancy hat? He may have brokered a deal.
Because 3 years ago, he walks up to me and pulls it out of his pocket and says, "Do you know what this is?" And I went, "Yeah." And I know who you are. I know what that is. Yes. And he just,
Eric, the problem is you're telling this story wrong. We know what happened. You said, "Do you know what this is?" And you're like, "Yes, I know what it is." And then he says, "Sorry," and then walked away from you.
It's probably the Topps version.
And now you know what actually happened there.
Yeah.
So Dan here says, people approached me a bunch of times in 2000 to 2022 to talk about cards in the closet. A lot of junk, but one guy had a Kareem rookie. Well, somebody had a Kareem rookie. So you turned out better than most. Brendan says, Bobby's correct. This has become a battle of perception. True. And Dan says, that's just people trading the Gretzky rookies in the red light district of Amsterdam. It's basically currency.
Ooh, yeah.
Basically currency.
Yep.
Really, you can flash that and that window will go up or down. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
hook is
That's
in
what I'm saying.
blow.
It's
Hook is
happened
in blow.
well, to me. But
Mike says here, Eric, other than Boston Knives, what's your favorite things to collect? Or what is your favorite set to collect? Oh, favorite set?
please.
Ooh. Okay, Eric, reach into my pocket, Paul says.
I may have a fancy
addiction.
for the
Ukraine. There you go. I think.
6970 cards.
Listen, we all know your 1991 Fleer baseball for life.
Yeah.
We all know. Like, is it the yellow? It's like yellow borders. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But aside from that, there is a set of vintage.
Yeah, I may like 1969 cards.
Those are inserts.
Ooh. Look at that.
Those are nice.
1969.
You just got those, didn't you?
Top
By the way,
Zero
Eric.
Peachy.
By the way, Eric, I
I
don't mean
got
to
the
alarm you.
show on
By the
November.
way, Eric, I don't mean to alarm you,
Yeah.
but in the Dallas Stars game, Jason Robertson has scored twice.
Oh, we're gonna have to deal with that nonsense now.
If there's
Gonna
somewhere
get-
off in this, if you hear like a sound of like air, like
It'll
from
be
a
the-
pump,
It'll be
you
a
gotta be
hat trick.
careful. Be wary. Be
It'll be a
wary.
hat trick then.
I'm just warning. I'm warning y'all. I'm warning y'all. This is early warning. I'm
Early
warning.
warning. We are at DEFCON 3, everybody. DEFCON 3.
Wow.
Just saying. Be wary. Be
Goes
very
up to
careful.
5, right?
I think the lower number is the bigger urgency.
No.
I think
other way
DEFCON
around.
1 is the bigger problem.
Other way around,
Yeah.
I think.
That's right.
Yeah.
DEFCON 0 is things flying.
Yeah, like right now we're at DEFCON 1, maybe. You know, like you gotta watch.
Who's
your-
that? What is
Big
that?
That is Ron
Yeah,
Stewart. Paul, help me.
Yeah, here it is. I got it in front of me, Yannick. DEFCON 1 is nuclear war is imminent and has already begun.
No shit.
Yeah, lower number is a problem. Higher
Yes.
number is lowest level.
It's like
Yeah, I said
3,
three.
2,
I
1,
said three,
bang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, Paul helped me orchestrate this deal through Instagram. It's a PSA 6, Ron Stewart, 1966. So, in
Not
for-
Rod Stewart, Ron Stewart.
Right. This is Rod's brother. Yeah. So, yeah, thanks, Paul. I thanks for checking in about it. Thanks for helping me get it.
Which
You know,
Paul?
For Paul V.
This is Paul V.
Yeah.
We have a lot of Pauls, right?
We do. We're lousy with Pauls. Just lousy with Pauls. So for $40, I couldn't pass it up. It was in pretty good shape. It's really nice looking. So for 40, and that's $40 shipped. That's everything.
Outrageous.
Yeah.
Madness.
So I'm like, all right, I can't say no to that.
There you go. So Yannick, I actually was going to take the opportunity since Eric started off. Out of curiosity, any pickups recently or anything new?
No, I'm broke. I bought a motorcycle this week.
Look at you.
In the
I was going to
first
say, you're
time
going to put some
I-
skis on it and make it a snowmobile because right now it's not going to do you much good.
I got
Yeah,
screws on the tires, so ice riding. Let's go, baby.
What
I
kind
see.
of motorcycle did you get?
Dual purpose. So like you, but the smart way with an engine between my legs. Not pedals.
No engine. Just
So
pedal.
I'll go with you on the ride.
Okay.
You know,
Now, would you ever drive that all the way down here?
yep.
You would drive the 6 hours on it all the way here? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bigger one. It's not an adventure bike. It's literally a dual. Like it's the old DR 650, but they're brand new Suzuki. They've been making them for the last 30 years. It's the same bike. They got grandfather clause that they don't have to do the pollution thing yet. So it's still
Okay.
carbureted, oil cool, one banger cylinder. Like it's a tank. But it'll get you off-road and on-road, no problem. Like I wouldn't necessarily, not that I wouldn't, but it's not the most comfortable thing to ride on the highway for 6 hours, but it'll do it. You saw my Jeep, you see what I ride anyway, so comfort is all about
That's a
it.
Suzuki too, isn't it?
Yep.
You just like Suzukis, I guess.
I guess I like what my wallet allows me to get, that I don't have to fix too much, and no electronics, or there's no electronics on that bike whatsoever. There's a speedometer. That's it.
Nice.
There's an oil lamp, oil light, or the oil pressure light.
What
That's
now?
it.
What year is it? I didn't hear you. What year was it?
2022. It's brand new. I got it out of a dealership with 200 kilometers on it.
So that's like a mile and a half. What is that?
It's like 120, 130 miles.
Don't help him. Don't help him. I want him to bike 200 kilometers tomorrow.
Yes. Yes.
Sounds easy.
Yeah,
Yes.
go for it. And then we'll get you on a live right after. It'll be fun.
You know, you get more in kilometers, eh?
If you say so.
So Paul here says, one of the few IG sellers I follow had it. In fact, they knew he was going to argue too much on price and when it's not up his alley. That's fair. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, Paul.
Good evening.
Anytime, just real quick, Carlos. Paul, anytime come across a deal like that, I mean, please, let me know. I really
Don't
appreciate
even
it.
think about it. Buy it. Mail it to her. Right?
Only if you attach a bunch of Joe Thorntons to it.
Yeah.
Gets him real excited. He gets real
Oh,
excited about that.
Yeah, I got my Joes right here next to me still. It's just
You can have more. We can do better. Don't worry.
Find out who sent those yet?
Nope, no idea. I mean, I have
know.
a hint. I mean, they live in Pennsylvania.
I know who it is.
Oh, well, I'm glad you do, but they live in
We
Pennsylvania.
all do, actually.
Well, literally, I read off an email that gave descriptions on the section. So yes,
I didn't even want to know. That person just reached out to me, told them that there was, I'm the one who sent the Joe Thornton. I'm like, oh, that's
there you go. Good times. Good times.
No,
So real quick,
I don't know who it is, but I hate.
You have a lot of enemies, right? So
you do.
And I'm hunting for you.
Yeah. If it's anything like your discovery of 540 flips, we're not going to hold our breath. So anyway, real quick, I'll touch on this one just because this one came in the mail this week. So got this guy.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
So I used to actually pick up a lot more of these, but I actually have a 1600 count box full of this stuff. So this one's the Passion Auto, and this one is from 0809, so still playing days. But good old in the game used to use the BGS style holders, and they do label.
Yeah, they just used to make them that way, right?
Yeah, well, what happened is, so there was one year at the very beginning where they actually were Beckett slabs. There was 1 year where they were actually Beckett, and they were actually Beckett graded.
Yeah,
It might have been even 2 years, but 1 or 2 years where they used it, and they were actually Beckett graded. The whole thing, right down to the subgrades and the whole thing. Afterwards, it was in the game and be a player ultimate would actually keep the Beckett holder as a thing, but then they would just produce it. But the thing is, you'd always have two things. You had the number of the individual. So this one is the patch auto. This is the silver variant. There's a silver and a gold. The gold is the 1 of 1. The silver is actually numbered to 9. But the thing is, and this was always the fatal flaw with a lot of the in the game stuff. It was a cool idea, but the problem is the numbering is on the label. So if anything happens to the holder and the label gets destroyed, then the numbering goes away because it's not on the card. So you have to know. And sometimes some of these holders over the years have gotten destroyed. So if you know what it is, you know. So this is numbered to 9. The gold is 1 of 1. It's 10 cards. That's the entirety of the thing. So there's not a lot of them regardless. And on the bottom, you've got the number of the entire print run. So we talk about today how many cards get produced. For this year of Ultimate, they only made 7,500 cards. 7,500 cards is every subset, every player, every copy. That's the entire print run. So Medano having 9 of those, that's 9 of the print run of 7,500. Then the 1 of 1 is number 10. And then they're sequentially numbered. So this is card number 72 in a 7,500 card run. So you get it right down to the number. The information is all included on the label. But if you lose the label and the holder gets broken, you lost the information. So it's all sequential.
I remember that issue. And actually, I really like that issue that they were numbered. And it makes it a limited set. And actually, the numbers go down as they're broken because you can't get them re-slabbed, right?
Yep, because nobody cannot replace. Even at the time, they would not replace the holder.
Nope.
So when the holder's gone, the holder's gone. That's it.
Yeah.
So I've actually got a 1,600 count box full of these. I used to collect a lot more of them, but then when I saw it was the patch auto, I actually think the design on this is really good.
How did they do in the secondary market now? Comparatively speaking, really?
Back then they used to be really strong.
Yeah.
As the years have gone by, people don't care about them as much.
Really?
They kind of forgot about them. So all things considered, like I'll pull up what I paid for this one.
I really like the inlay. I guess that's what I call it, the inlay autos on cards like that. So I'm looking at one. I'm looking at a Jerry Cheevers I have just like that up on the wall over there. I can't make out all the numbers and things like you just read off, but that, and I mean, here's a Bobby Orr one sitting here with the inlay in it. You know, I really like that, and I've said this before and I've talked to Billy about it and he explained to me that it's, not as easy as I think it is because everyone hates stickers. And I'm like, then just do the inlay thing. Send them, the paper, write it, slip it in between the cards. And he said, even that is more expensive. and the stickers.
Well, it
are-
is more expensive. That is 100% true. Yeah.
So
It
I just, but it's still got to be cheaper than sending cards, you know, hundreds of cards to someone and shipping.
Oh no,
them.
it's not cheaper.
I
So
don't know.
Eric,
I-
these are literally stickers. These are stickers. They
Yeah.
just put the sticker on the inside. So the cost of getting the thing is exactly the same. These are just the only thing that the only difference is they actually put it in before they assemble the top part of the card. So it's a sandwich, but this is actually still a sticker.
Great. I like them. I like the way they look.
Yeah,
I like
they look better.
The framed idea. They're always on white, paper. None of these super silver stickers with holograms on them. I mean, just some of those just look like crap, and I just think these look nice. I like the way they look.
I like limited number sets. It reminds me of vintage in a sense. It's what has survived from the print runs. We don't know.
Yeah.
But
Well, I know for a fact
but we
some
know
of
it's
these over the
low
years.
comparatively speaking, and we know that those numbers are low. And
Yep.
you think that would generate. It's nice knowing that at least you have something to pursue. It's like, man, I'm trying to get the Gretzky from that. There's only 75 of them. What am I going to do? And I really want that. You got to wait for it. That's you got to pay.
I think
for it.
it's become a niche thing where the folks that know that, but over time,
Not
over the
everybody
years, it's not carried over. So a lot of folks don't realize that it's like actually those again 7,500 was the print run of every card, every insert, every version, every player. It's all of it. It's the entire print run, the whole thing that came off the assembly. There is no more. There's
great.
nothing else.
I like that.
So it's very, very limited.
It creates a
relatively
sense
speaking.
of rarity, and which is good. Where now, how many Young Guns are printed?
Yeah.
There's
So,
last year's. Anyway.
And on the back here, so kind of following up a theme that we talked about, Eric, with the whole thing. So it says on the front of the card is a piece of patch from a game used Mike Modano Dallas Stars jersey and an authentic Mike Modano autograph. So they were very, very explicit in terms of what they were talking about. So you got a little, I like the design on this one, and I thought the little patch piece to go along with the to autograph on there. I love these things anyway. So for me, it was great. So it ended up being just shy of 160 US, which isn't crazy if you really think about it. But at the same time, like it tells you though,
Still good. Like for Modano, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but they're like if they stick a thing on some of the new ones, depending on what it is, if they put the right design on it, they can go for more on the new ones. They just won't give the respect to some of those.
No,
relative terms.
I get it. I had a couple of pickups. I picked up baseball and hockey.
Fancy.
Fancy. Baseball. Yes, one of the darlings of the Montreal Expos. I'm just going to open this up here. It's not a card because you wouldn't believe that I would have a card on that. So
okay.
Anyway.
While you're sharing that, I'll come right back. So it's all you, Bobby.
There we go. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. It's like drugs. There we go. Out of the paper bag. So what we have is a bottle cap liner from 1981. We have Gary Carter.
Oh, I know someone that likes him.
Yes, you do. So what happened in 1981? I was a kid. So if you opened the cap and there was the picture of him, you would win an instant win, free bottle of 300 milliliter bottle of pop of 7-Up. And I was, on the advertisement it says the odds are about 1 in 8. I was winning 1 in every 2 or 3 times, which was kind of crazy because the store owner, he says, "Do you know something about how to pick them?" And I said, "No, it's just like I just keep winning. I just kept going back, and I open it. You use a stick, so a lot of these never survive. And the other thing is, with these things, you would give it to the retailer, and they would have to hand them in to get their money back from the distributor. So it's not like they were all hanging around. So most of them would have been redeemed. So these are very, very difficult. And there was only 2 people in the set, and the hockey one is none other than Wayne Gretzky.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Highly, highly desired for the Gretzky collector.
Yeah, I guess.
And that's an instant winner. So they did the 2. So you have Baseball Expo, which was probably mostly for Montreal, and the other ones were for, I guess the rest of Canada. So Gary Carter is actually very difficult to find. But they're all difficult. I think I've seen Well, I just picked up some. They're all gone now, anyways, except these. Uh, I think what was it? I can't remember. What was I going to say? I don't even know. Anyways, move on. Move on from there. That's just a very difficult little issue. These are the kind of things that people really like. I asked PSA if they would grade these, and they said no, but they're doing the bottle caps, so I think very soon they'll be able to grade these things. And there's not like there's many anyway, so not many liners.
What product did they come out
7
of?
Up. 7 Up.
7 Up.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a Wayne Gretzky 7 Up poster.
Oh yes, yeah, those are everywhere.
So I don't have anything rare then.
Not on that one, because those were given out in 2 or 3 different promotions. There was a run of 7 Up from 80, 81, 81, 2, and 82, 3 were 7 Up. And they did Joe Carter posters, the posters for the, so you could go in the store and buy the poster, or you could send away for the poster. That was directly through 7 Up. So there's a lot of the posters out there, but the Gary Carter poster is very hard to find. And then there's, I think, 6 or 7 other Canadian. There's a CFL guy in there. There's, I think there's, what the hell is it? The soccer from Vancouver. I forget their name. One guy from there. So they had a lot of famous people from different sports. So you could get those 7 different posters through mail away. All this stuff is in the app. Need them.
Fancy. Dan says 1981, Blue Monday. Name says Bobby. Actually, a CT scanner in 1981. That's how he kept getting them.
That's how I knew it.
Mike says, Bobby, way to mention baseball. That'll help Carlos get nominated and elected. Truth.
I think so.
We're here about the hashtag pandering. Let's go. Remember the days when you could win a free pop from a bottle cap liner and get Pepsi points? By the way, since you were mentioning 7 Up, do you guys remember the brief commercial campaign they had, Make 7 Up Yours?
No.
That was a commercial they did.
No way.
They were trying to be cute about it. They're like, make 7 Up yours. It's like, wait, make 7 Up yours?
What? Oh, make 7 Up yours. Yeah, I can see how if there's not a hyphen in there or something, you're in trouble.
That was the joke. The joke was you had to phrase it very specifically, but they were playing into it. This was years ago. I'll see if I can.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Some newer commercials.
That was the late 90s, if I remember right. Early 2000s, late 90s, maybe.
Yeah, it's a commercial. Let me see.
No, before that. Never mind. It was before that.
It was like 2000.
Okay. Yeah. Were they playing around with stuff back then? I don't know. That early.
No, like I said, they can remember 7 Up is the name of the thing. If you do make 7-up and then add the word yours at the end of it, you're still saying it, but the 7 Up is all together.
Yeah, that was because Up Yours was a big thing back.
Yeah, you could play, but you could play with it. It was a very easy way to do it. So they actually had a whole ad campaign. I remember specifically those commercials. Like I said, since you brought it up, it just reminded me of that because I remember those commercials.
And we're kids and we're giddy and we laugh about that. Team Canada.
So Rob here says in 2003, they did a 100 card rookie set, BGS 9 or 9.5, each limited to 250 copies. Nash, Zetterberg, and Spezza. Yep, early 2000s. Make 7 Up yours. That's the right name. Mike says, I have a friend as a kid. He would put a magnet on a string and drop in the old Coke machines and pull out the baseball and football bottle caps. There you go.
Oh, yeah, you could do that. Yeah, because the players were on the bottle caps back in 64 for hockey and 64, 5, 6, I think, for baseball and football, too. That was in the United States, not Canada.
For Coke, they were on the caps, right? Hockey.
Yeah, on the top. So you could pick your star. Where other ones were underneath the cap. From 80, 81, Pepsi did the other players. So they were under the cap. You didn't know who you were going to get. So the set was like, I don't know, 140 or something like that. You'd have to buy like 300 bottles of pop just to get the set because you wouldn't. It's random, right? You know, why do
I have a 70, 71 Pepsi set.
That's
with,
so rare.
It's
liners.
like trivia. It's trivia questions.
It's liners.
Yes. And it's trivia questions. So they'll ask you kind of like penalty minutes. There's like a right and a wrong, true and false answer kind of thing. So it's like a set of 20 liners and they're super crazy.
It's a
tough.
set of 10, but 10 are right and 10 are wrong.
Yeah.
So it's like who's the best, who had the most goals in this season or whatever. And it's either Phil Esposito or.
I got 19 out of 20 and I'm missing the It's like a 5-minute penalty answer. I think I'm missing.
And it was a Bobby Orr promotion, which is very funny about that. It's Bobby Orr, and in the question, Bobby Orr is the wrong answer. It's just like you could have made him the right answer. You know what I mean?
The French version was Yvan Cournoyer.
Yeah, Corner was there.
The Roadrunner.
The Roadrunner. BB.
Maybe.
He's getting by default now. He's almost one of the oldest alive now.
And he doesn't get the respect for the amount of what's he have 8 cups or something? Like
Something like that.
Just he doesn't.
The problem is he spent most of his
He
time.
did the 60 run and the 70s run.
Yeah,
like he was there for those 8 cups basically.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that the problem is that he basically spent the majority of his greatest accomplishment was really messing with Wile E. Coyote.
I think so.
Yeah, too.
Yeah, that I think that may have hurt him because people thought he was one dimensional.
Yes.
They focused far too much on that. So right now, this is not silly card of the week, but Eric, would you like to? I was actually sent this insert, and now I've pulled one up here to show
All
us.
right.
This is not silly card of the week, but this is Eric. Would you like this week's inadvertent? We'll see if it becomes a weekly segment. It could probably. Would you like to see this week's of Upper Deck designed this shit? I'm just gonna call that the name of the segment. Is Upper Deck designed
this shit?
Yep.
Yeah, like 7-Up yours, same thing.
Yeah. Oh, this 7-Up yours is a masterpiece compared to what I'm about to show you.
Upper Deck
so
yours.
Eric,
There you go.
Yeah. So Eric, how would you like to be like a boss?
Like a boss. Where's the glasses? Oh, he's got them on.
Oh, he's wearing glasses. He's wearing glasses, and he's got some Flava Flav necklace.
Yep.
Like a boss.
Flavor Flav.
Eric, come on. David Pasternak, let's go.
I got nothing. This is just silly. That's just something else, I tell you.
I like the big thing.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Reminds me of Austin Powers when they had Mini-Me walking down doing
Yeah.
the thing with the big chain. That was so good. One of my favorite parts of that.
Yeah, I think this was what, an all-star game or something he did that for.
Oh, but no, Eric. There's an entire set of these.
Oh no.
They put this on every single one of the players in the set.
Oh, I thought because he's done some silly things for all-star games. I know he got dressed up really kind of silly for the outdoor game on Lake Tahoe. You know, they got postponed and all that because of the sun. Yeah, so he does weird things. So I would have believed
like
that
a boss, no doubt.
Nope. Right now, there are 34 of them on ComC as we speak. You can have an Austin Matthews, and Eric Carlson,
What are they going
Kaprizov, Cole Caulfield, Connor
and they're all the
McDavid.
same. They're all wearing aviators and a clock.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
And what's
Different
the
logos,
average
different logos.
price?
That is what you call Photoshop.
oh.
What's the average
Bobby,
price?
so to answer your question, Bobby, David Pasternak can be had for the princely sum of $3.15.
Oh, damn. It's
I
almost
pay the 15 cents.
$6 delivered though. Yeah. Mhm.
Would you though, Eric? Would you?
No, I wouldn't. I don't want that anywhere near me.
Would you? Could you?
No, I wouldn't pay 15 cents for
That
it.
just means we're gonna send you a whole bunch.
I don't.
I was gonna say, like,
$3.
I hope you're enjoying the fact that it's like an offer sent.
No.
Please ship to.
I do not want that crap anywhere near my collection. Thank you.
I understand he's a
47.
Boston Bruin. I understand your feelings, but it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
No.
47 Crabapple Lane.
I'll pay $6 to not have that at my house.
I'm gonna need at least 50.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to your house with some Joe
Okay.
Thorntons.
I don't want it. I don't want the Joe Thorntons.
Oh, you want the Joe Thorntons? You want the David Pasternak like a
Pasternak will
boss?
work,
I don't want the. This one's thick. I realized.
You
This
know what the
special-
mistake they made, Bobby? You know what was the error? Yeah, the Young Guns, the Bowman Young Guns, Young Stars.
Oh, yeah.
So, Bobby, you know what was a mistake? The tactical mistake they made, though.
What
They
was
should
that?
have called it like a boss. Don't write the word like BOSS. Make it like hip. Boss. That's the new thing.
Oh, man.
That was a mistake. They missed out. Listen, they're not with it. I bet Spicy Eye didn't even consult on this. Otherwise, it would have been like a boss.
I wish they would have done
Wouldn't
those glasses like the digital glasses that they have normally, not just sunglasses.
Yeah, I wish they had done the meme glasses.
That's
There's
what I
like
mean,
the ones
yeah.
that are like, yeah, like deal with it. That one, yeah,
Mhm.
totally. That would have been good.
That I would have bought.
Missed opportunity. Missed
Funny.
opportunity.
They're all
Huge missed
wearing
opportunity.
they're all wearing the Joe Biden aviators.
Yeah, I know.
He wears those so you can't tell that he's sleeping.
Oh, I knew it was
You should
something.
get a set of those. You should get a set of those. That'd
I
be good.
definitely should. Because if anyone watched the show last week around 11:30, I fell asleep for 30 seconds.
It happens.
Carlos, I sent you something there on Instagram. I thought you
On
guys
Instagram?
this week. No context, but it is definitely a
No
silly card.
context, sure. Yeah.
Mhm.
I never seen this card before. I remember the Nolan Ryan version of 90 Upper Deck or whatever, but didn't know there's a Blue Jays guy with
Like a boss.
another kind of ball in his hands.
Eric's getting excited. As soon as you mentioned balls, he's all over it.
Yeah,
That and Emmanuel in space are the things that make him excited.
Oh, that's what does it.
Here you go. Mark DeRosa. By the way, my favorite part about this. So, yes, the football catching is all good. But I got to be honest, my favorite part about this, he looks like he's almost cross-eyed. Like, what's going on over there? Like watch it into your hands. Look at the ball into your hands. Like, what are we doing, Mark?
This guy is a professional athlete that catches something for a living. He doesn't follow the ball into the hands.
Well, joke's on you, Eric. I bet you he catches this ball. Mark Andrews wishes he had caught a ball.
he is one with the
Yeah.
ball.
I bet you the baseball player caught
One
that
eye.
football, not even looking at it.
He's one eye with the ball.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Yannick.
The
Nicely done.
wrong mark was in that game last weekend.
I sent you one to Eric last week, didn't I?
There you
Not
go.
that we're
Billy-
cheating, but just in
Billy
case.
says there's a legal thing. We could make them exactly the same. I see.
Oh. Mm.
Mike here says DeRosa played quarterback at Penn. That might add a little context. Might make it make a little more sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
Hey, listen, I don't mind when they decide to have a little fun with the photograph. You might as well. Honestly, you might as well. Because there's plenty of action, there's plenty of shots of the same old stuff. If you can do something that's a little bit different, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But I just thought it was funny. It's like as soon as I saw an Amanda sitting over like a boss, I was like, what? Okay.
Mhm.
Since Billy's here, I hope he's feeling better. I know we had a devastating loss last week with the Lions.
And you should apologize for that, by the way. You should curse them.
I did. They owe me money.
You called it.
But he looked very sad in his Instagram post. Looked really, really sad.
Hmm.
So I hope he's feeling better.
Pip, pip.
Now, do you feel, Eric, that your attempt at sounding sympathetic might have been undermined? Because I know for a fact that when the results came in, you were more along the lines of,
Mhm. Yep.
the worst part about that is a lot like that clip. You were cackling in multiple locations. That's what was weird. What was weird is you weren't satisfied to cackle in one place. You're like, hold on, I'm done cackling here. I'll be back. He's off to another place to continue.
Poor Billy. No.
Yep.
That's what he was doing.
Well,
Just saying.
seeing him look that sad, it gave me the cackles.
Yeah, that happens.
All the time. All the time.
Yeah, so there you go.
Billy says, I just joined the show. Of course, you're showing love to another one of my inserts. Yes. Of course it is. Glad people don't mind having a little fun with an insert here and there. Like a boss.
Like a mouse.
Half the show. It's great.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Indeed. Indeed.
Now and again and again and again.
So it would seem. So it would seem.
I honestly believed, Billy, when he first showed it, that was an actual picture, because that wouldn't be surprising that Pasta would, dress like that. So I thought I didn't know it was photoshopped. I thought it was real.
Mike says, go for the upset. I'm rooting for the Commanders. I'm torn between KC and Buffalo. I would give it the Buffalo. Look, so obviously there is the, anybody but KC, which I understand. I get it. It's a pain in the ass when a team is hanging around that dominant. I totally get that part. But I would root for Buffalo for the specific reason that at this point they need something, man.
Yeah.
They're throwing themselves through tables. Like, cut them a break. like I said, Eric, I've been we live close enough that I've been down to my fair share of Buffalo Bills games. Those folks are a good time at the tailgate. They have a lot of fun. They throw themselves at tables. I have no ill will towards as opposed to the Buffalo Sabres, who suffered the most legitimate goal in NHL history. The most legitimate. All other goals are trash by comparison. But for the Bills, I harbor no ill will whatsoever.
None.
Nope. Not an ounce.
Yeah.
Pity, maybe.
Now, for certain people who may or may not still be watching in the comments, I just want to say, and this is one of those, if you know, you know. I've been a Washington fan since day one.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Redskins?
So Billy
I
here says,
love watching the Redskins.
Yep. Billy's here says, hope I didn't ruin anybody's ability to collect cards they enjoy. Billy, I often say you ruined the hobby for all of us.
Pretty much.
Basically, the hobby is crap now because of you. But, man of peace. I don't want to harp on it too long. Bobby literally refuses to even collect cards. He went straight to trinkets because of your designs. He's like, fuck this. Trinkets it is.
Skip jail,
basically.
skip goal.
It was gone. It was gone. Yannick went to vintage. Eric went to fake hockey teams. Like, it's bad, man. It's bad. Why do you keep ruining the hobby we all love? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Well,
Mike
I
says,
personally think he does it as a personal attack on me.
I would like to think so.
I think
at least that would be a noble cause.
About me. I think most things are about me. So
Mm.
I'm pretty satisfied with the idea that Billy is sabotaging all hockey cards just to upset me.
Pretty much, yes.
But then by contrast, if we take the same thing,
Yeah.
then your retort was to curse the Lions.
Well, again, the city
Which
of
feels like an
Detroit
act of aggression.
needs me
Which feels like
money.
an act of aggression.
I said, it's only $20, but they refuse to pay me. The curse will stand until either I get my $20 or I become Hall of Fame adjacent.
Ooh,
Eric, you
what's
are
the
aware-
odds
you
of
are
that
aware-
happening? Okay, so the
The,
20 bucks.
the Hall of Fame
are-
adjacent is his best bet.
I think it is.
by leaps and bounds. It's way more likely.
I want a
Um,
check from the city of Detroit on an actual check made out to me for $20, and I will take away the curse. Or
do you want $20 Canadian or American? Because Eric, if it's American, the state of Michigan might not have it.
Yes.
I know the city of Detroit doesn't have it. Because
Listen, if they write you the check, it might bounce. They can give you the check. It won't clear. Just so we're all on the same page here.
Yeah, they can't even pour clean water there.
And the only other way is Hall of Fame adjacent.
Yeah. Billy here says, we made a whole set of Eric's favorite team and he still hasn't bought it. Well, it's just true because you're an ungrateful swine. Why aren't you buying a case of fucking Boston Bruins, Millennium, whatever, Falcon, something?
The first set. I bought two, actually. I bought two of
I'm
them.
not talking about the set. I'm talking about the packs, you swine. Go.
And now I have to buy
Millennial full.
the second one.
Bobby, I just wanted to add additional words to it. It just made it better. It just made it better. I improved it by leaps and bounds. A Star Wars crossover is what we needed.
I caught it. It was just like, everyone's like,
Because
Intentional. We're just going for it. We're going for it, Bobby.
a tin of this new Bruin set is $200, so I have to come up with $200 to purchase this new Bruins tin.
Don't you get
As you
like a
should.
discount working at Phil's?
Yeah, I was gonna say, or a discount, wearing gloves so that you don't leave fingerprints.
We don't upcharge. Well, is that we don't upcharge that much, so I'm not gonna. It isn't like it's only gonna cost me $100.
Let me show you a thing called the 5-finger discount.
That's like 100%.
Just saying, 100% off.
I'll go, look over there.
Yep.
I'm just pick this in my office.
Jeff is volunteering to pay the $20 distribute
lost on his
just
desk
to remove the curse.
No, I said I want it on official Detroit, Michigan.
Check. One of those big
Big
vanity
check.
checks.
I want, big checks.
Yep. Billy says, I'll give you 200 pop cans. They're worth 10 cents each in Michigan.
There you go. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's true. Kramer and Newman went there.
Hmm.
You know, Bobby, I don't know if you, I assume you remember this. Do you remember that in the supermarket we used to have, in supermarkets near me anyway, they used to have the machines that you could put the glass bottles, and then it would go through like a conveyor belt, and basically that's how they would get the recycling, and you'd be able to get change for it. So basically, it was just literally a conveyor belt. In some of the supermarkets, we had a conveyor belt. You literally push the button, and the glass bottles would all go in. They basically would take them in at the supermarket.
No, I don't really remember that.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
remember it was a lot of fun for me. I got to be honest, because Carlos Senior would bring a bunch of them, and I just pushed the button just to send
Oh,
them in.
you were the button pusher. I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I had a job to do. Bobby. It was important.
So how did they pay you out?
I think what happened was, but because there were literally people inside, so it was just to send it in. I think it was very close to what today happens at the beer store, because what happens is when you bring it in, it gets processed, and then I think it would actually print out a thing for you,
Credit.
because they would get punched in and you would get it, and then you'd be able to exchange the receipt for the cash. I think that was the deal, if memory serves me. It's been a long time. That was a long time ago, but I remember that in the supermarkets. So it might have been. That's why I kind of asked the question, because it might have been in certain areas. Because I definitely remember not only
have
it
been
being there,
regional.
but I was the button pusher for it.
Yeah, we didn't have much on recycling the bottles. We used to bring the bottles back. I remember that even going back to the 70s. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. So I don't remember them doing that.
Yeah, for the most part today, there's nothing related to that. Like at the beer store, I literally like this, I can take that to the beer store and I get the refund. So that you can do. So that for sure. But you got to bring that in, and they'll put it through for you. But that's only that specific place. But other than that, not so much. And
Now
I
we
know
just have
I know in the US they have that though.
We just have a big.
We don't
bin building.
recycle.
You don't
We just
recycle?
don't. No, we don't. We just dump in the river.
Oh,
I believe it.
Well, Eric talks about how close he is to the ocean. He just dumps,
That's why.
cans,
Like, it just
garbage,
basically-
compost,
I throw it with me.
a body
I throw it, and then it goes down
Body?
to Eric.
in the river.
It's across the street and down a hill. I just go to the top of the hill, dump it. It all falls down to the hill into the ocean. It's awesome.
how many
If
bodies?
you
are
angle
over
it,
there,
if you angle it right, you can just literally just let it roll down the hill.
basically. Yeah.
Indeed.
Second.
Did you guys get that ice, Eric, this week? And that snow, cold, whatever, or nothing?
Yeah, the ocean across the streets was all frozen over.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
It's crazy times.
Crazy.
I saw Florida gators and stuff.
Yeah.
They basically like kind of freeze and they kind of go on like some kind of a state, but they make sure their nose
Yeah.
just sticks
Yeah,
out
they're
of
all
the
stuck
ice,
in the
so they
ice.
don't die that way. But there
Yep.
people right now they're going to poke them because they don't move.
Yeah. So how else are you gonna touch a live alligator, right?
Yeah, you just don't want to go poke him that last second before he frees himself.
Yeah.
That is a very special kind of person that it takes to have that. So I'll
Austin
actually share
Gator.
this since we've got it. This was actually another pickup. I actually picked this. I bought this and I was able to win the auction before we went live, because I was waiting for this one because it had been
Sweet.
on my watch list for a while. So I picked up one patch. Here's patch number 2.
Here's the patch.
Oh, nice.
So this one's from 0203
There's
in the game
4
use
colors
series.
there, 5 colors.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good patch. One
one,
of these. So these ones were limited. Again, in the game use and be a player and all that. They made a mistake back then. They really should have just put the damn numbering on it. It would have actually made it easier for people to figure it out. So these are actually limited to 9. There's only 9 of these as well. So it's the same kind of thing. It's actually a very tough emblem to get. One sold, I think, back in December. It was a different patch. I double checked. This one I was able to get it actually much cheaper, and I think that was because the high bidder really wanted it. I was bidding on that one too, and then it's what always happens though. As soon as you get a high bidder who's willing to pay aggressively, and then they get their copy, then they're done. They're out. So then it just leaves. Whatever it is.
it just leaves
worked.
Carlos.
It worked out well. The problem is being out of 9. There was no guarantee that another one was going to come up for sale in any reasonable period of time. So I had to take a stab at the first one.
how did you ever mention, Carlos, like how many, I'm sure you know of how many other super Modano collector there is outside of you? Like there's 2 or 3 you guys sometimes fighting, or
There are two ones that I know that not only are big time Medano collectors that have been doing it for 20 years plus, like me. There's two for sure that have been doing it a long time, because there's a difference. Let me make a distinction. And actually, this might be a worthwhile topic, Eric. I enjoy
yeah,
these discussions. To me, you can have player collectors. Obviously, that's my specialty. That's my genre that I'm a big fan of. But there are player collectors who have been doing it a long time, so they can build a great collection over a period of time and go through all the different eras of trying to collect these cards. And then there's the person who goes, I've decided I just want to do it. And they just drop a sack of cash in the middle of the table and they try to just cash people out. And they're like, so basically they could buy a collection that's already got a lot of good stuff in it and then just start adding shit to it. Just like hit
usually
buy it
pay
now is
more.
on everything. And when somebody decides to do that, it disrupts the market, because all of a sudden they're like paying like that. It should be $100 card all day long. I'll pay 250. I'll sell it to you. And it throws the whole thing out of whack. You're sitting there like, it isn't worth 250. You're out of your damn mind. I've been buying these all day long. That's why I enjoy Slab Sharks. Had a Medano StarQuest Gold that sold in auction yesterday. I think yesterday or
Yeah.
today. It finished at 1,300 Canadian dollars, 1,000 US basically.
Wow.
And here's the thing: I repeat what I said before, because I had people ask me, "Oh, Carlos, did you make a play on that?" I bought mine back in like 2000 or 2005 or something.
For $1.
I bought it at the expo. I paid $60.
$1.50.
Yeah,
Wow.
$60. And I've had it ever since. So I've basically had it for 20 years. Back then, $60 was a very fair price at the time. That was good. That was a good price. $1,300.
Wow.
Yikes. Yikes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If I still needed that card today, I am not paying $1,300. I'm
No.
sorry. That is not happening. This, that, or any other day. Nope.
You may want to think about selling yours for $1,300.
I'm thinking.
Well, that was a joke. I go to these guys. And I was like, so this is kind of a side piece of that conversation, though. It is a lot of money, no doubt. But I got to be honest, given the fact that I wouldn't replace it, and maybe this is the problem, Eric, kind of what happens after enough time. $1,300 is not life-changing money for me. That isn't to say it's not a lot of money. It is a lot of money.
Right.
But the point is, it's not life-changing. It doesn't alter my circumstances.
You'll
in any
still
way.
pay the bills tomorrow.
Yeah, my mortgage payment will still be required in a couple of weeks anyway. So if it's not life-changing money and I'm selling something I can't replace, I don't know if I would want to.
No, I hear you.
Yeah. So the joke always was, and it's truthful. If Nat Turner ever got bonked in the head and goes and did like a Godfather offer, he goes, Carlos, I want to see how much money it would take to buy your entire Medano collection. And I go, probably a lot. And he came up with some stupid number. He goes, I'll give you 500 grand for it. I go, sold. I'll fly it to you.
No, wait.
Because
An
that's a
extra
lot of money.
truck.
Yeah, but it's like that is a life-changing amount of money.
Right.
That means the mortgage is paid and I got money left over and we're rolling here. That is enough money where, like, you know what? I don't care that I can't replace it, because I can't replace that collection. There's no way. I've been at it too long. But that's enough money to change what I'm doing. My entire setup would change at that point. But anything short of that, even $1,300, which is a lot of money, it's not going to change my life one way or the other.
Yeah, I've only really had to think about doing that once, and that was during the pandemic. I have a Larry Bird card, his 81 tops. It was his first solo card. And I bought it for $25 in a PSA 8 like 100 years ago. And it was
The guy who's 50. Anyway.
Yeah. And during the pandemic, it was over $1,000. People were paying over $1,000 for 81 PSA.
He didn't sell it.
And I'm like, I know I only spent $25 on it, but I bought it because I really liked it and I wanted it. I still want it. And I was working towards getting PSA 8s in the entire Celtics set, which I finally have now. And
What's it worth now?
now it's worth closer to $25, I think.
So Eric, I would say though, like I get the point of your story. The only difference is though, that card could 100% be replaced in that grade in that card. Like,
Yeah.
whereas the item that I'm talking about, the only reason it's going for $1,300 is because it doesn't come up every weekend. It just doesn't sell often enough.
Yeah, yeah.
The replacement would be too difficult.
Yeah.
Whereas the card you're talking about, if somebody's offering me $1,000 for that, I'm like, yeah, sure, sounds good. Oh, but aren't you worried? Nope, no, I'm not. You guys are going to run out of cash, and then the price is coming back down. I will have the $1,000, and I will be able to buy it back.
Yeah.
And hell, I can buy back the same copy from you after you realize what you've done.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I can't argue that point. I do wish, though, hindsight being 2020, I wish I sold it, made the money,
Yeah.
and then bought it.
I think
back
that would have been wise.
cheap,
Yeah.
and then still come out on top. But
Yeah.
you know,
I think the replacement side of it is always a key consideration.
yeah,
Because I think some folks forget that part. If you can replace it, if it is something that is available, sufficient abundance, and you can get another one, then yeah, then I'm way less hesitation on that. I actually did do that for one Medano card, and I actually found out that one of the other Medano collectors bought my old copy. I was one of the Be a Player ones in the early 2000s, and it was a patch, an emblem piece, and it was actually a piece of the NHL crest on it from the All-Star game uniform. It was actually very nice. It's not a shield. I'm talking about the NHL crest, like the bigger crest. It was like this piece of it. It was a really cool piece, though. It was very cool. I bought it and I sold it for a good price because someone offered me a decent amount for it. And I believe they were limited to 10. I think it was so it was a tough piece. But at the time, the price I was getting was so good, and I was like, there are 9 more. I could probably get one. We'll see. So a couple of years down the road, I did buy one. I actually bought it for less than the one that I sold, and I was able to get another copy. Not quite as nice. The patch is not quite as nice, but it's still nice. And then eventually, one of the other Medano collectors bought one with the NHL patch piece, and I go, I recognize that one. I know exactly what copy that is. I know where that one's been. So it'd be cool to have the original one. The original one I thought was really neat, but I owned it, and now somebody else has it, and I've seen it, and I still have a copy. So I was able to, in fact, replace the card, which was good. It was nice to be able to replace it. You don't always get the chance in that situation, but in that case, it made sense. But in other cases, it'd be too tough to replace. So some of the stuff, it just depends on the item, right? Carlos says, when I bought my first Freddie Freeman rookie card, I was furious. I couldn't believe the guy made me pay $1 for a modern card that was 6 years old at the time. He apologized, but was firm. Were you furious enough to be infinite rage? Infinite rage is key. Indeed. Think about it. So that was the thing. So kind of discussing that though, since Yannick brought up the question. The amount of hardcore guys at this point is probably about half dozen that I know of. But then there are folks that sometimes will collect. So what's tricky is pinning down if somebody's a player collector or so for example, say you're talking about the cup and you're talking about limited logos, right?
Mhm.
Those are really nice cards, but sometimes you're bidding against people that are building the set. So it's not the player collector you're fighting. It's the Venn diagram. You're fighting against a player collector. Yes. Maybe a Dallas Star collector. There could be a team collector sometimes. Not as often, but sometimes there are those two. And then there's the person building the set. So the person building the set will be chasing the premium patches. They'll really want the nice patch. So all of a sudden, then you're in like a 3-way race with the people that you expect to be fighting against. But then there's also these other folks that are going to play into it as well. And they may throw some bids in it and it completely messes up your entire plan. And then all of a sudden the pricing goes way higher than you're thinking because they're wanting to get that nice patch piece. The hockey folks are really keen on the nice patch piece.
Oh yeah.
So it's a big deal. My rage is finite. Ended up submitting to PSA to reach bulk threshold was gem. Fair. I hear you.
See the other way around. But in my case, not necessarily like player exclusive like you super collector, but collecting the C57 sets now. Talking about Shark Slab. Last night there was probably like 20 of those cards, C57s that came up. The auction ended last night, and 3s and 4s in average, so definitely a higher budget that I can afford. but lots of them too oddly had paper loss or paper extra on the back. So
Right.
so some of them didn't fit in what I was looking for usually, which is usually a nicest two or a one that looks like really nice. But anyway, long story short, it's not necessarily player exclusive, but being the C57 set and now being on Slapshark / eBay with all the eyeballs, most of them, even what I estimated what I would be willing to pay or how high would it go, it went way up. And on top of that, being eBay, well, add in the taxes, shipping, all that stuff,
Right.
overbid in one way or another because just you're so many guys who wants it now. So to me, in that case, yesterday, I just like I'd rather wait for the expo. So now it comes back to like, you know, I'll wait, I'll save that money when I get to the expo. Definitely, I don't have much time to waste because obviously I'm not the only one in that situation. But now I'm saving the taxes, I can negotiate it. So, as attractive that it was, because I think like 12 of those cards would have fit in the 25 that I'm missing. But that was yeah. So that was a situation definitely like you was no, I'm not paying that. Like I'll wait, I'll find another way. So
Right. Gotcha. So Bobby, I see the pictures you sent. You got some stuff from the CSC show.
Yeah.
So I think so we can actually chat on that. I think that'd be a good segue. But thank you all for participating as always. And by the way, if you got questions or thoughts or comment, but let's talk about the CSC show. Since Yannick mentioned the expo, let's talk about something that happened at the International Center, the site of the Toronto Expo. So the CSC Fan Con. Talked a little bit about that on AMG. So actually, let me take the opportunity to quickly mention AMG Collectibles, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel.
Have you guys seen the big poll they had tonight? Sorry.
I did. Yes. So Bobby and I were in the chat briefly.
We were
commenting.
I missed that. I was short, but
Look, I already told Brad, I go, hey, thanks for the heads up, bud. Appreciate the heads up there.
I was the first one on.
Yeah.
It went live. I was on my phone and went, okay.
They were on Instagram. Sherry was doing it on Instagram, but I was literally sitting like, Brad, you could have given me a heads up, that you guys were
actually. I didn't want to throw out there, Carlos.
So they opened a so on the AMG Instagram page in this case, they actually opened up a couple of boxes of WB Flawless. We're talking a serious high-end product. We're talking kind of stuff that Bougie Eric only opens once in a blue moon, but he opens like 50 cases at a time.
I like those green suitcases. They look pretty cool.
They're pretty fancy. So they did open up a couple of them, and they pulled a Stone Cold Steve Austin 1-of-1.
Yes.
Very fancy. Very fancy. Yes.
That's gotta be a big one.
It's a spicy meatball. Yes.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. Awesome.
That does sound
really beautiful autograph.
And and also the image that they used on that one was one of the WrestleMania ones. So the person who is interested, it being a WrestleMania themed image on that as well is actually a nice bonus because Stone Cold headlined a couple of WrestleManias. So that's a nice piece for the fan of it. So regardless, on the YouTube channel, we've got the podcast episodes that we'll do. The lives have taken a hiatus for now because both Sherry and Brad have now taken on even more things. They decided to do a lot of stuff. Regardless, though, podcast episodes will continue. We'll do those because there's a lot of things that we can still talk about, and also new products coming in all the time and all that good stuff. So links are in the description, all that good stuff. I want to thank AMG for supporting the podcast and the YouTube channel.
That's the bottom line.
Indeed.
Because who said so?
The Burrell says so.
I said so.
Oh, well, that's all I needed to know.
Mike says, when you go to the expo, you save the money from the fees and cash is king. It can be, yes.
Exactly.
So let's talk about the Fan Con. So the Fan Con is kind of an interesting thing. So Bobby, I want to get your take on this. I'll kind of add to what you got, but at the same time, I'll bring up the pictures. I want to get your kind of angle on how you felt about it. And then I'll add a little bit from my perspective. I have some thoughts as well. And by the way, quick aside, the latest video on the YouTube channel at the time that we're recording this right now was my XFL box break. 2001 Topps XFL. Chasing after the He Hate Me and Tommy Maddox. I got a complete set. But then in addition to it, I beat the odds. I'm not going to spoil anymore, but it's in the title. I beat the odds. I was able to get an autograph and a memorabilia piece. And if you want to harken back to ye old 2001, the old XFL, I had some fun with that one. Actually, the autograph gave me a good chuckle when I saw it. So I won't spoil anymore. If you're interested for to have a little trip down memory lane, check out the video because it was a lot of fun. It was a fun. I'll tell you though, this I paid $40 for that box, and I also bought a box of AW Black Diamond. I paid much more than that.
Mhm.
I got way more fun out of the 2001 Topps
Isn't that
XFL
crazy?
box.
Yeah, really.
It was. I probably spent an hour between the time recording the video, opening the packs, sorting the cards, and getting everything set up. And it was a hoot. I laughed for a solid hour the majority of that time because it was like I actually watched some of the old XFL, so I got a kick out of it. And some folks, one of the gentlemen who commented on it actually was a season ticket holder for the 1 year. So he was able to share. Yeah, so he was able to share a story. So what does that tell you? We were able to get a lot more mileage and a lot more entertainment value out of a $40 hobby box with He Hate Me than some of the current
Yeah,
product.
go figure.
Yeah.
I was
All right, so
I watched I watched the video that you did, and I was, you got some autograph of some guy who doesn't know front from back, that no one's ever heard of, and it's like I was praying that you'd pull the He Hate Me auto because I want to know how he signs it. Does he sign it by his real name or He Hate Me?
I don't think he actually was in the autograph checklist, to be honest,
Oh,
because
okay.
most of the guys in the autograph checklist were quarterbacks.
Okay.
And now I did. There is one thing that I didn't mention in the video that I didn't put two and two together at that moment because the name didn't fully ring a bell. Because as I went through it, I talked about the players that I remembered from back then or whatever that at least I had a little background on. I think it's Scott Milanovic, the one that I had the memorabilia piece for.
Yeah.
Milanovic was actually so after his playing career, he had a little bit of a time playing professional football, but after his playing career, he became a coach. He was actually the coach of the Toronto Argonauts when they won the 100th Grey Cup that I attended.
Oh.
I didn't put two and two together initially,
Mm.
but the name sort of rang a bell. I was like, I wasn't sure. So I didn't want to commit to saying like, oh, this guy did whatever. Scott Milanovic was the head coach of the Argonauts in the 100th Grey Cup that I actually attended.
Hmm.
So it was kind of funny that actually there was another link, Bobby. I didn't even think about it initially, but the memorabilia piece I got was a Scott Milanovic game used jersey piece, and his claim to fame was mostly as being a coach as opposed to a player. There you go. That's something.
Not bad. Yeah.
Cool. Anyway, all right. So I'm just going to show a couple of images, but initial impressions, Bobby. CSC FanCon. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so this is building 3, and well, that was, and the other part there was more anime and stuff through the doors once you went to the other side. So there's the other Carlos. I was
Carlos
holding
with a K. Carlos
Yeah,
with a
yeah.
K cannot be trusted.
I
bet he's part Dutch.
He's your nemesis.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 3 Gretzky's in there. Actually,
He does.
I was looking at the
No, more actually, Bobby. Hold
Star
on.
Jordan.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, 4.
Oh, we got more.
Oh,
One,
One,
boy,
two,
that's
three,
a
four,
lot.
5, 6. I see at least 6.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I think he had 4 Opeachy and 1 Mustaf. So, anyway,
And that could
nice
be.
Jordan.
That breakdown could be.
but he had a Star Jordan. I was playing around with on to the left.
Mhm.
There it
There
is
it
in the
is.
middle. Yeah. So he had that there. He had quite a few cards. I don't know. I think he did okay. I know he had a few good key sales. There was surprisingly, as you went into the Hall 3, there was quite a bit of
Come on, Eric. You know you want it.
No, I don't.
sports.
You
There
got
was
some-
I'd rather have that Bill Russell right next to it, though.
oh, there you go.
Yep. Yeah. So Sluggers here, Carlos with a K again.
Yeah.
Carlos with a K. I don't know if you could trust that kind of guy, but regardless, he does have nice stuff. He does have some nice stuff. He brings some high end stuff and some nice rookies and decent cards. Like there's some high end stuff definitely at his showcases there for sure.
Yeah, and there was actually quite a few sports card dealers there. They were in a small little group to the probably the left quadrant, I would say, front quadrant of the Hall 3. And after that, I took some. There's Sherry. Oh, that wasn't the thumbs.
We
There's
got
up.
Brad. Yep, we got
And there's
Brad right there.
Brad. Yeah, Brad was there. Sherry was there. There was quite a few other people there.
Yep.
Um,
I mentioned kind of, and you can kind of touch on this as well. I mentioned that ironically, one of the kind of little side things about this is that obviously we went there, but at the same time, it ended up being inadvertently a good kind of networking opportunity because it wasn't so, when we were there, at least the first day for sure, it wasn't so busy. We were able to chat. I was able to chat with Brad, Sherry, and Steve Menzie and Mikey Singer, who does the
well,
stuff
they
with
have their
the
own booth
expo.
there. See, right
Yeah,
behind them, they have their own
exactly.
booth. So
Yep.
for the shows that they have. I just took a picture. If you zoom in on her, you can see her face there. It's really just the outfits were really kind of cool. You know, I understand that they want to do this part of it. I think the sports card end and this end don't blend too well, but obviously it worked out. Some people spend so much time making these. Like that thing actually opened up at the top and split and did something. It did one thing. He had to. It was a manual kind of thing, but even still, they just love doing this stuff. And I didn't recognize anybody in any of those uniforms. Like, who's the girl with the big hammer? I don't even know.
Mhm.
Eric, you should dress as Reggie at the expo. You know, like show your fandom and like how much you love him.
Yeah.
I dress as Reggie in my own home when I'm alone.
Watching
Reggie
Emmanuel in
Jackson.
space.
When he's
That,
Watching
that
alone.
Emmanuel.
jersey pops down off the wall and I wear it
While you're
And
cycling.
nothing else.
against my skin.
That's all he wears, and he eats chocolate sticks.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
We know. But
That's
anyways,
his Emmanuel in space wearing shirt.
it was a fun show just to hang out with a few people. You know, I got to hang with my friend John. He used to work at O-Pee-Chee, and he likes to tell a lot of stories. Or actually, I push him to get more stories in. You know, about what happened in O-Pee-Chee, what he did,
What
little
did you
anecdotes.
do?
So it was really kind of fun. And he's you know, he worked there through the 70s. His mom worked there through the 50s and 60s. She's the one, if I've ever shown you the slitter from 1970-71, she's the one running the slitter in the white uniform and what have you. So so it's always fun to meet all the different people there. You had Larry there, Cutthroat Cards. You had you know, who's the other one? Hit 'em High was there.
Yep.
Josh.
Gosh.
So many different card dealers. I was very, very surprised there was that many. I think quite a few of them did quite well, but they had a few key sales and very surprising sales. Some guy just came in and yeah, 4,000. What was the other sale? I think Josh posted a video on Instagram about it. It was like, I don't know, for 15 grand or something. Anyways, a
I
card.
think that tended to be the case is that for some of the dealers, you could make some big sales. I'll say, so my feedback was I understood the concept. I got it, but it was like trying to like duct tape two very incongruent things together, which is all fine. If you want to do that, that's fine. But where it gets tricky is that it becomes not enough card show for the card show folks
Yeah.
and not enough
Yeah.
anime and cosplay for the cosplay folks because you know that they've got shows they can do some of this
Doesn't
stuff.
blend.
And the price point was $40 for one day. For the second day, if you wanted to buy 2 tickets in advance, it would be $30 for the second day. So it was $70
Yeah.
just for that weekend. And there's a lot of young kids who won't pay that, or you know, I don't think it's that much, but I think, you know, if you're just going there as an anime, you're going to pay to be seen and talk to other people. This is what it's really not even about the hobby. It's more about their the anime, the stuff that they like to do, you know, dressing up and doing the social thing, I guess, you know. So anyways, it was a lot of that was there. They had a stage at the back. They were running shows that were just, you know, stuff that I'm not into. So I stayed mainly in the first.
You were dressed up as Bobby.
I came in as an old man. It worked out really well. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the Burrell costume is very
Everybody
convincing.
coming up. Going, who are you, old man? Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is that I went to just look it up just to double check, just to make sure I was getting my numbers right. But I mentioned when I was talking about it with Sherry and Brad, also when we were talking about it on the podcast and everything, is when it comes to the cosplay and all that stuff, I think of stuff like Anime North, for example. That's a convention that does a lot of that stuff. A Comic Con, but Anime North is a good example. Like obviously Canada, apples to apples, as close as you can get concept wise in terms of that kind of activity. So the registration for Anime North 2025. So this is the one here right now The tickets have gone on sale and all that. Admission for Friday, $45.
Wow.
Sound familiar?
Mhm.
That's what you expect. If it's an Anime North, that's the pricing I expect in that kind of event now.
Yeah.
A Comic-Con, I expect that kind of pricing. For a card show, that's high. The problem is you tried to
Well,
bridge the gap
it was-
and do a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
It's a little bit both, and yeah, like you said, it was duct taping two different things together, and it just didn't really flow very well. I wouldn't go back at all.
Not with that setup.
It's
I think
just
for the
wrong.
regular show, for like the regular CSC show where the price is lower, then the mix is fine
Yeah, it
because
wasn't
then it's
bad.
not as much. Yeah, so they're going to be back at, I think in March they're back at the Mississauga Convention Center,
so
which is going to be the
anime will
normal
gone.
kind of pricing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we will have some vintage dealers there and what have you, so which is fine. You'll have your PSA submissions, you'll have a lot of different other things, but for the most part, that show, it's almost like the CSC show was great in Mississauga and what have you, and then they tried to go big, but it didn't work. I don't think. Personally, I don't think it worked. I didn't see a lot of people spending a lot of money at the Pokemon or the Yu-Gi-Oh, and not that I was watching every transaction. And the sports guys weren't doing a lot of business, but they did do some key sales, which was great. 4 or 5K on 15K on a few deals, which was great. Like you'd be very surprised that you would do that amount of money, but I guess there's enough people there that went. And once it gets around, people advertise on Instagram that they're going to the show and what they're bringing. Carlos did that too. He said he's bringing a Star Rookie, he's bringing Gretzky's, he's bringing all these other cards. So,
As you do.
guys just said, hey, I guess it's worth going. And $40 to get in. Is it really too expensive? No, not really. It
is to me.
part
Like
of the
for a card
special.
show, it's still way too expensive. Like
A lot of
way.
money.
Hell yeah.
Is it really though? Like honestly, like $40 is nothing. in
Yes,
today's
it
world.
is. It is. Like I wouldn't have if Luke didn't have if Luke
$20
didn't
more
have
than
It's
what I
not
would
even
pay
Uber
is
Eats, McDonald's. Like so, $40 is nothing to these kids, really. I think in the game.
those kids, great, good for them. If Luke did not have my PSA submission that he was going to bring over, I'm not paying $40. I'm also not paying for an Uber to go over there and then paying another $40. I'm like, no, I'm not doing any of that.
meal and everything.
I went back on the Sunday because I dropped my wife off, had a few hours, and said, okay, I'll beat it out there. I got Josh to give me a free pass, so it was perfect. I wish I would have known that before on the Saturday, and then when I had to pay the $40.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The biggest problem I had is for the price that it was.
Yep.
I'm not getting anything better
You're not
than a
getting
regular
much.
card
No,
show.
no.
And on top of it, the selection and the thing that dealers had, there's nothing wrong with what it is, but there's nothing that I need to go out. So the problem is
It
I'm
wasn't
at an
cohesive
expo
either. It wasn't like
I'm at an expo venue and I don't get the expo size to make up the difference. So I don't
Yeah.
have that.
and it wasn't like you said, it wasn't set up properly. It was everybody had their own thing. It was like, are you selling stuff like that? They had that lady who had all those purses that she makes, and she's kind of in the middle. And then somebody's selling cards, and then there's somebody selling wigs and stuff, and it was just convoluted and not well. It wasn't like all the card guys. The card guys were kind of in that section, like the sports ones, but everything else was kind of, you couldn't walk down an aisle. It didn't have any symmetry. You know what I mean? It didn't come together very well. So
This was it. The inadvertent value was in getting the XFL box, which I wasn't expecting, just because one of the dealers happened to have that. That was
for
fun.
me, it was the ice cream. That's it.
Great.
Soft serve,
And-
loved it.
Oh,
Yeah, so
I had ice cream.
I was able to get the PSA cards from Luke. Great. Was able to chat with Luke and Sherry and Brad and everybody else. It was good. It was able to have an actual conversation. It was actually good to be able to chat for a little bit, and talk shop. And like I said, I helped Brad buy a WWE card, so that was good. Took care of helping with that. But so that portion of it was good. In terms of that, I was able to make a video out of it. Great, awesome. And then, like I said, I was able to make another video out of opening the XFL box. And on the other channel, I made a video opening the Black Diamond box. So, Bobby, the Black Diamond. So what's funny is the XFL one I knew was going to be very niche, but I had fun with it. It was a lot of fun. The Black Diamond box, the AW one on the other channel. What's funny is that I was able to do that. And when I opened the box, I've got it here. So that box was hundreds of views. And then I also did AW Allure. And the first box break that I did earlier this week, almost 1,300 views.
Holy crap! Really?
Yeah. So I was like, niche sometimes works. Like if it's the
Yeah.
people are looking for something specific and it's the niche and it's in that pocket, people are interested. So they got good engagement. People had comments and they went back and forth with it, and it
Nice.
was good. So from that perspective, it was fine. So it wasn't a loss in any way. I still had fun. We were able to hang out. I watched a little bit of the football game. Got to hang out with Sherry and Brad and chat with them a little bit. They went back to the hotel. I went back that way. Grabbed a bite to eat before I headed home, and then I quickly chatted with Brad before he took off. So there was still value to that for me. That's okay. So in that sense, no problem. But if I was just a person off the street and I did not have that, it was not worth that price to me. If I don't have that other part, then it's I didn't find enough things that would have made it interesting for me to attend that show and kind of go out of my way and then add the $40 on top of it, which is still, like I said, there's a reason even the expo doesn't charge that much.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, I said, Steve, what, $40 to get in here? And he goes, yeah, maybe I'm not charging enough. I went, no,
Of course.
you are.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not my point. That's not my point.
Yeah, but the funny thing, so the thing is, Bobby, the jokes aside though, if you're looking at it from one perspective, for what you get out of it from the expo, what they have, the amount of stuff they've built out and the amount of stuff that's going on, that is, as far as a card show is concerned, it's vastly superior. It's got people coming in from around the country and from the US and all this stuff. And again, it isn't that high. And this one, like I said, for an anime or cosplay or a Comic-Con event, that pricing is in line. But you're trying to mix the two. You're not running a cosplay or an anime event. If you were, again, I just gave you an example.
I don't even know what you call that event. It was like another.
That was the thing. I couldn't figure it out. It's like it's trying to figure out what it is, and it's not enough of any specific thing to match.
It was called.
It was a fan con, and it also had K-pop. There was a K-pop star who did a concert.
Yes, there was. Yeah, and then you have what's his name signing. What was his name?
Matthew Nice.
Matthew Nice. Yeah. Like,
you've got a hockey
random.
player signing, you've got a K-pop concert, and then you've got people in costumes, and then you've got this other thing, and I'm like,
I'm
confused.
Crazy.
I'm here and I don't know what's going on.
Bobby really liked the ice cream.
Yeah, it was good. It's nice when you get soft serve. I had to justify it. If I'm paying $40 to get in, I'm paying $7.50 for ice cream. Okay. Sure. So it cost me $47.50 and I didn't get anything. At least Carlos got a box to open.
Yeah, well, like I said, for me, I wanted to get something while I was there just to kind of make it worth my time.
I honestly tried.
Hey, listen, like I said, the $40 XFL box is worth its weight in gold to me. The entertainment value I got out of it opening it, like I had a good time. I enjoyed myself.
Yeah. Well, anyways, it was fun. There's a cost to the social aspect too of things. So I always incorporate that. That's why I say $40 is nothing. Going 2 days and $70, I think they could have done something a little bit better than that. I know you want to get you on the first day because most people only want to go the 1 day, so you get them. But if they wanted to do a package deal, they should have did like $50. $40 1 day, $50 you come back the second day, because that's good. It's good for the dealers. It helps them, but it's a deterrent at $30 because $30 is almost getting into the expo or even less. It's funny. I was looking at something. 2012 to get in the expo was $14. Interesting. Yeah. I just saw something. I went over for my friend, so it was interesting. It was only $12.
No, I guess here'd be my question because I didn't look into it any deeper. I know there was a VIP package.
Oh, really?
I'd be curious if they got. I would wonder what they got.
What did they get?
VIP? No, but that's what I'm getting at. You're at $40 and you get nothing. You're $40 and you get entry. So if you're paying the VIP package, obviously it's substantially more. So what do you get out of it? And I think Josh, I could be mistaken because he did his Instagram post and I believe he was complaining that the corner booth or whatever he had was like $1,400. So it's not like the dealers aren't getting charged a pretty penny as well on top of everything else.
And he was in a bad corner. He was in the worst corner in the whole place. So because there was no corner on the other side, and then the back corners, it's okay because you're going to go around. But he got that was a lot of money. I think that should have been tiered. Like if you got that front corner, maybe $1,000, $1,400 if you want to be in the action back there. I think would be a bit more better. So do people know how to run things properly? Maybe not.
Well, I would also. So this is something I don't know the answer to, because they decided to go International Center. International Center is not cheap.
It isn't.
I was thinking
so when they decided to go and make that reach, all of a sudden Like I said, you're going to see it because as soon as we get to the March show, the entry fee is going to be much lower
Mhm.
because the Mississauga Convention Center has a more
Oh, yeah.
reasonable rate.
Of
So magically, the dealer tables will probably be a little bit cheaper, and the entry fee will be cheaper. Why? Because the cost is actually less to run the show in that location.
Certainly. And how many people you have working there? There's there's too many people working up front for what they had. Like honestly, like how many people in the coat? Like you had 4 people in the coat rack area. You had 3 people doing your money and getting the tickets, and it was just. And then you had 2 people at the front door. Then you had 2 cops. It was just like 15 people before you got through the door, and at an hourly rate, that's a lot of money. So that's why the $40, I guess, and then the cost of the building on top of that. So yeah,
That's what I
was,
figured played into it though. Like I can understand it because you increase your costs across the board to make that work in that venue. Because that venue requires more. Normally, if you're going to run a trade show in the International Center, then you need a certain amount of people through the door
yeah, of
to
course.
justify.
Well, gate is one of the most important things. They have these other shows. There's another little fan. What is no? It's the sports card show. The Rob's doing at the Monte Casino Hotel. And last time he had 60%. He's called it a sports card show, 60%, and he had like I don't know how many people, like 2,000. It was just way too many. So he got the extra room, and he's doing another one in February.
Oh, the east side.
20. No. This is Monte Casino.
This is still the Monte Casino.
Yeah. So
Gotcha.
so he opened up the
Also known as the Overlook Hotel.
That's it, yeah, for sure. Scary movie, a hotel. So he opened up the last room. So he got the last room because the amount of people that they had. But the gate he made at 2,000 people at $10 each is how much? It's a lot of money just for a small venue. How much is that venue going to cost?
That's kind of my thoughts. So that show, I think, is making money hand over fist. I think they did very well, all things considered.
But I don't think the dealers did well because and the people who went shopping there weren't very happy. You couldn't even get around, let alone you could. I'm at this Monte Casino, so the last one, and now he's having another one because obviously it's about he made some great money. He's going, oh geez, this is great. But then he said he didn't care about the money because I said get a signing guest and have it at the back and do it nice. And that's really I want to build a community. Yeah, $10 each, and the lady didn't even have any change at the front gate at the first. I was first 10 people. That's just like ridiculous. So I've been to a lot of ridiculous shows in the last little while. So I'm looking forward to a good one sometime. Actually, I'm going to Sunday. There's one at Leaside, so I'll be going there.
I got one tomorrow morning.
Yes, you do. Yeah,
It'll be nice.
It'll be a big one.
I don't expect anything, so that's the fun part now. When I don't expect much, then
then the surprise is that much greater.
That one is mostly now social in a way because I know everybody and everybody knows what I'm looking for and vice versa. So it's all about who gets there first.
It is.
So what is it? So the thing is at this point, because I remember the Leaside show going back years.
Oh, yeah.
What is the Leaside show like at this point?
Well, it's changed over the years as we went through ups and downs and, who ran it and what happened. We used to get a lot of autograph guests there. We've only had a few of late. It's very, if you've seen the movie The Wrestler, when he's sitting in that room, it almost reminds me sometimes of that at times.
We're going to Mickey Rourke. Jesus. Okay.
Wow. But, everything kind of happens, but it does get quite a few people in there. It has grown really well. The unfortunate part is that you have so many small shows that are starting up now that they're running into each other, and you're gonna they're having a show out here, and so yeah, but that's Ancaster. It's like who cares? It's like another hour away. So everybody's trying to vie for the same time. There's only so many weekends in the year, and having these shows when there can be a possible snowstorm, which could really just bury you at a show, it's a really risky thing. But in the spring, I anticipate the show will increase a little bit more, but it's not doing too bad. I'll let you guys know next week after I go to this one on the Sunday. But the last time it gets busy, but you have a hodgepodge of a lot of new cards, guys selling boxes. Then you have vintage a little bit here and there, a few guys with that. And there's maybe the odd person carrying some Pokemon, and then you miscellaneous. It's really random. You never know what's going to be there. You never know what's going to show up. So that's kind of the fun part of it. it's like you. It's like, you know, there's really no great surprises, but every once in a while you go, hey, wow, I picked up some nice
Someone left
pieces. Yep,
something
it happens.
behind.
But there is a lot of shows coming up of late. There's so many people that are getting into the show business because they realize all these dealers have so much shit to sell. And especially now you got the CRA and the $2,800 limit that, well, not a limit, really, that they're going to send, the eBay will send to the CRA, Canadian Revenue Agency. And when you make over that, that'll be there sitting there waiting for it. So if you don't claim it, they can come after you. So, and I think a lot more shows will be more popular due to that alone. Because if you're on eBay and you've been selling all this stuff, it's like you're going to get a report, and nobody wants that. Especially if you're not filing taxes or anything. And they said it probably won't matter if you're just selling some of your stuff from your house or something like that. It's just like, well, okay, whatever. You know, they up the rates on the house tax. They just trying to get you every which way. I guess we have to build up for that that lack in the NATO payments or whatever. I don't know. It's just somebody's got to get some money somewhere. There we go.
I think it's going to
pay
be
for the tariffs.
Yes, that too.
well. It's a good thing. Look, it's a good thing. If you know, if Canada has become the 51st state, you can ask Eric. You know, as an American state, he doesn't pay any taxes at all.
I live in Massachusetts.
I know, Eric. That was literally my point. My point. Is
Everything is taxed here.
yeah. So my point is like it makes no difference. So Hobby Champs is saying, can we get a transcript of Eric's strongly worded letter to the Patriots organization trashing them for getting rid of mail? Unfortunately, the lawyers are still on this. There are interpretations from the Patriots organization likening it to a terrorist threat. So for legal reasons, Eric cannot say a lot of the things he said. He's very offended.
Well, if I held up the letter, it would mostly be all redacted.
Yeah. He looks like a terrorist with that hat on, too.
Dear Mr. Kraft, comma, I would like to say just black lines after that.
It would actually be really fun if instead of a letter, it would have been fun if instead of a letter, he had done a telegram.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Mr. Graff, stop.
Yeah.
And the rest is just redacted. A bunch of stops. All you see is stop, 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 stop. Line, line, line.
I think that your decision is
Yours truly. Stop.
Pretty much. That's pretty much all it is.
I'm glad they're bringing Mike Vrabel in. I think it's going to be you're going to see a real turnaround next year, and that might not automatically be on the win sheet, but you're going to see a much cleaner, less penalized, more strict franchise. You know, kind of harking back to the Belichick era.
The pre-Mayo days.
They're going to be well prepared, focused. They're going to study, and I mean, they had to be one of the top 5 most penalized teams in the league. I mean, and giveaways, not takeaways, and giveaways, penalties, yards scored on penalty. I mean, all the negative stuff that Belichick just didn't allow. You know, it was horrible to watch.
Is that Banachek for that series? No.
Banachek, George Papard. I love Banachek.
I'm gonna bow out, guys, because it's just a little too cool in here now. So
it's getting chilly.
Wow.
Yeah, my feet are freezing. I had to put my shoes on, and still, anyways, my nose is cold, so I'm a healthy dog.
Go for it. Go for it.
All right,
have a good night, Bobby.
Yeah.
See you later, buddy.
All right. Ciao.
Yeah, Canada, you guys have a different lyrics to that famous song. It's getting cold in here. I'm putting on a second layer.
Really?
Dude, second.
Jesus Christ.
Third, fourth, fifth. Good Lord. Bobby, go for it.
We all have long songs here, man.
Yeah. What was funny is that I can't blame Bobby. Look, I'm wearing shoes right now. Because On the main floor, it gets cold. And I've got, like I said, we talked about the infamous upgrade. I have the heat pump. That's the only reason why I can kind of roll up the sleeves a little bit. And but I've also got a little space heater at my foot level because the cold air stays. The heat pump is on the other side. It's on the other end of the living room. So it's the reason that I can't build a snowman right now. Otherwise, I could. If it wasn't on, I could build a snowman.
Snowman.
I don't need to go outside for that. Yannick, I can build a snowman right here. It gets cold. And it is right now. We're still very chilly.
I get it. My house is right now set at 65. So it's a comfortable 65, but I think I finally got the chill out of my spine
Oh, look at you.
being at that damn hockey game.
See, I think overnight we're going to hit negatives.
Are you alive? Oh, there he is. Okay. I thought you froze. I wasn't sure.
No, he literally froze. No, you don't understand. Like, we're all froze.
Yeah, it's like he's not even blinking. The cat's not moving. I wanted to make sure the screen didn't freeze. There was no movement.
Listen, man, when it gets cold enough, the screen freezes, people freeze, time freezes.
Time freezes.
It's a lot. Look, this week, I showed you guys when we did the podcast on Monday. I showed you guys how chilly it got. Like this past week, it was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's been layers on layers. I did go into the office the one day and I'm like, this is a terrible idea. The whole time I was like, fortunately, downtown Toronto, you can use the underground kind of path system they've got there. So you don't actually have to go outside if you have to go to the street level. I'm like, dude. And it was a joke because obviously Paul, talks about how cold it gets over in Wisconsin, kind of where he is. But it's like, and also Paul V. So Paul V in Wisconsin and then Paul C, in Alberta, where it can get super cold. And I'm like, that's great. I wouldn't brag about that because honestly, that sounds like torture to me. As it is, it sounds like torture to me. Like I'm not into more cold. That's not what I'm excited. Look, I'm not interested in proving anything to anybody.
Paul C is, I hope he is making like $1 bazillion a year because why else would you be there? Why else would you be there right now if you weren't getting paid extremely well? I hope he saves every dime and moves to Florida like as soon as possible. Because
Eric, do not wish Florida on people.
Okay.
Then he has to deal with Florida man.
Move to Georgia as soon as possible. Why in the world are you up around northern Canada? Just freaking freezing. I hope he's getting paid a lot of money.
Who can say, man? I don't know. It's a tough one. But yep, it is chilly in those parts. Harvey Jam says, allow me to break the ice. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Freeze.
Oh, God, that movie was so bad.
It was.
There was nothing good about it. It was so...
Actually, he was on a podcast not too long ago, and he actually talked about that, how he did not want to do that movie. Like he told them like I think 3 times no until they showed up with $30 million literally in the bag of cash with like a big dollar sign on it.
And he went, okay.
He's like, okay, for 30 million, I'll do
it. I could just imagine the argument at the time because you don't understand. This is a terrible film. This is going to be absolute trash. Mr. Schwarzenegger, here's $30 million. And then afterwards, like, guys, I tried to deny it, but it's so much money. Yeah. I'm not made of stone.
Well,
I would have asked with a big bag with a dollar sign on it, like Acme type of like a duck just
the best part is the conclusion. He goes, little did they know I would have sold out my artistic integrity for 25 million, but then they brought 30. Fine. Joining for the first time tonight. Fun night? Maybe.
It
Mayhap.
used to be cold at the very beginning, but Eric is getting warmer now.
I was cold. I'm feeling better.
Carlos says we've had 2 snowstorms in Atlanta thus far. That is 1 storm for each snowplow. Hopefully, we found both sets of keys by now.
Actually,
Godspeed.
2
Oh.
snowstorms. That's actually 1 more than we had here. But cold's there, but we don't have any snow. I have no snow. Like less than there's not 10 inches on the ground here. So, which is usually people likes to snowmobile here like crazy. And right now I would not buy a snowmobile anymore. Like over a decade ago now.
I was
20,000.
gonna say, yeah, we don't get as many of those snowstorms as we used to. Not anymore.
No, hell no.
Oh.
Hell no.
Yeah, because I remember as a kid, you'd have the blizzard on a semi-regular basis. There's quite a number of them.
We
It's
used
nothing
to
like
be
that.
able to skidoo right from basically you get dressed, get in the shop, open the door, off you go. Now you pretty much have to have a whole rig with a trailer and drive 4 hours north to get the snow. So not my type of hobby.
Carlos says inches. You measure snow in inches. We just acknowledge if it falls. Listen, back in the day, we used to measure in feet.
We measure in every domination of measures, don't we, Carlos? Like centimeters, inch.
Yannick, what we need
gallons.
to do though, we'll really intimidate the Americans if we say we're measuring snow at furlongs.
And foot
That'll
long.
teach you. Furlongs.
Footlongs, I understand.
Furlongs is too easy. No. Furlongs is too easy. We're going furlongs.
Yeah, furlongs. That's like horses gallop. I don't know that one so well. but-
That's the best part. I'll be confused. It's like, we're measuring in furlongs. But what does that even mean? It's like when the Brits are like, that is 50 stone. What does that mean?
that makes no sense.
Do you have like rocks? Do you have like weighing rocks? Like what are we using here? How does this work? Come on, Eric. You got to start measuring things in stone.
I
When you
should.
go- if you go to the grocery store, I would like 1 stone of potatoes. What does that mean? And then the problem is they would burn, since you're in Massachusetts, they would burn you as the stake as a witch. You're clearly a heretic. That's all they'll know.
I'm looking at these Florida, these cold advisories, and it's just hysterical. And they factor in the wind chill and all that, and they actually have this on the news advisory. Like,
Is it like 55 or something?
let me see here. Now, for us Northerners, compared to Florida, this is just
Wait.
ludicrous.
You don't even have nothing to base yourself to talk about snow or cold and nothing. Zero.
I had the snowblower out this week, and it was in single digits.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count. Okay. Well, here's some complete bullshit for a cold advisory in Florida. Listen to these numbers: 34, 52, 64, 66, 51, 47, 41, 42, 43, 40, 39. I'm wearing shorts every single one of these days.
So Eric, my favorite part about that, so there were a couple there they had in the 50s, right?
Yeah.
I have the heat pump down here. But then when I go to bed, I'll turn it off for a little bit. I'll have it on upstairs and everything to warm up the bedroom and that floor. When I come down here, I've got a little space heater that I'll put that actually pushes warm air to my feet because my feet get cold, hence wearing the shoes. But so it's got a little temperature gauge here, Yannick, and the temperature gauge is set in Fahrenheit. This one, for whatever reason, this thing is preset to Fahrenheit. Why? Can't answer you. No idea. So anyway, the other day, I came down here, and this is just a little mini temperature pre-gauge for a space heater. I turned it on to warm up the thing. It came off at 32. And that was just down here. The heat pump had only been off for a couple of hours, and the temperature had plummeted to basically approaching freezing in only a couple hours. And it's like, dude, in Florida, it would be the apocalypse. It'd be the end of days.
Oh my God, yes.
So here's the question: what's the what's your house temperature? What's the house temperature you guys like? You know, let's say winter. Like, what's the thermostat set up at? Like, you
So my
guys got
thermostats are actually in my thermostat. My heat pump and everything is actually set to Fahrenheit. That's why I always joke with Eric and
same
everybody
here.
else. Like
I
I've
heat
got
in
it.
Fahrenheit. I don't know
Why it's in Fahrenheit, I don't know. I operate in Celsius, but apparently it's Fahrenheit.
It's-
I set mine to 72. I like 72. I really would like it to be around 20 degrees. So for Celsius, I want it to be. But again, I was born in Panama in July. I want it to be hot. I need, and to be honest, 72 war is not that hot, but it's acceptable. I can work
you'll
with it. I just
freeze
can't do
at
cold.
my house.
No, I know that, but it's like I can't. Yannick, I can take almost limitless heat. Heat, I can take almost limitless heat. I'm fine with heat, but the cold, it's like you're torturing me slowly.
Dry heat, I'll do. Humidity heat, no way, man.
Well, humidity. Look, humidity is miserable for everybody. Humidity is like getting pummeled with a baseball bat. You're just getting beaten down.
There's no other options. The heat equals humidity here. There's no other freaking type of heat.
Mike says it's lot. So Carlos like, it got so cold here, we almost switched to Celsius.
That's cool.
There you go. So Mike says, as long as the wind doesn't blow, I may not like it, but I can handle the cold once the wind starts blowing. I hate the cold. There you go. True. I remember stones being 14 pounds from box. It was something like that. I remember there's a conversion. I don't know what it is, but could be. I always find it funny, those stones. We measured in stone. Like, I don't know what that means, man. I don't know.
That's British, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like English, yeah. It's a very specific, that's like I said, it's like furlongs. It's a very specific niche metric. And I'm like, pounds is not that complex. And most people can understand pounds. It's not that complex.
I think in boxing they'll even
right,
say
it's
it at
14.
the very end. Like they'll say like how many kilos, pounds, or even says like 3.5 stones.
So Yannick, that was the other thing I was going to say. The whole stones thing was weird to me because, okay, say you don't want to use pounds, kilos, like that, like in a lot of places in Europe, you'll use kilos. Kilos is perfectly valid. Like kilos, I can get my head around. Stone, I cannot.
Yeah, one
not
equals
quick,
14.
but I can
14?
math, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. That is such a random measurement, though, don't you think?
So
Like,
14
why
pounds-
something that's 14?
Did you say 14 pounds is a stone?
Yeah. I just double checked it.
Okay.
But,
Why would you use such a random number, though? Why not 15 pounds? Why not 20 pounds? Like, why
a
does it have to be 14? That's so specific.
it's just silly.
I don't know.
That's some silly British nonsense.
But
That's
it's
why
not
we
even
keep
used
it
all the
in
time.
the harbor.
It's not even used all the time.
That's why you
the
guys
worst part.
split.
Like this is nonsense. Get your boats out of here. We'll throw your tea in the harbor and just beat it.
To fight out Lena's problem, you have to have a pair of stones. There you go.
I was right
14
across the street, Eric, right?
Yeah, right cross street down the hill. That's where it happened.
That's
You-
the
you
tea
got it.
is. The tea's
Yeah.
still there.
Yeah. Michelle goes there every morning, dips her cup in the ocean, comes back, heats it up.
I know, I saw it. I was like, what the hell she's doing there? Eric saes that's the tea. You get
Yeah,
the tea.
that's how we get
Well,
tea.
look, if you had done your damn cold properly and you weren't peasants, that would be a block of ice. You'd have to chip away at the ice first to get her tea.
Iced
Yeah,
tea.
it's literally iced tea. No, the tea is ice. The ice is tea. Yes.
Why do you guys like your iced tea on sweet?
I don't drink it, so I don't have any. I don't drink coffee. I don't
Well,
drink.
when you're not aware and you order iced tea in the US or in Canada, there's a huge difference.
I couldn't
Like,
tell you.
night and day. In Canada, if you ask for iced tea, it's sweet. And if you go, you guys like, it's like, man, this is legit cold tea. Yuck.
I couldn't begin to tell you.
Of course, you don't drink good iced tea with like
I don't
Pepsi.
drink- I don't drink iced tea, hot tea, iced coffee, hot coffee. I don't drink any of it.
Just drink Pepsi.
That's it.
You're like John Daly, but the Pepsi version.
That's right. Because I like the diabetes.
Diabetes.
Not even the zero version. He just goes straight for the diabetes.
I
So
love the diabetes.
Oh, he's got the zero. I tried it. Pepsi's Pepsi, man. You can't try diet or zero or sugar. Or
Zero
whatever.
zero is fine to me, man. I've had it plenty of times. It's fine.
I mean, it's fine, but it's not the same. You
No,
can't
it's not the
differently
same.
taste
It's
it. It's
different.
not the same.
Yannick, I'm not going to try to argue with you. It's the same, but with the amount of it, the amount of that and the Coke Zero that I drink, I would have the diabetes if I drank the real
Oh,
version.
yeah.
I can't. Like, I'm sorry, I
I'm
can't.
fine. I don't drink it. So the
Yeah.
once in a blue moon I drink it, I like sweet as hell Pepsi.
So real quick, since we're Eric, we've officially reached the RRP style version
Yes.
of it. Yeah,
Yes.
we've done it. Look, we gave you all a chance. We could have talked about another hobby topic. We did. We covered
Sure.
a lot of hobby topics tonight. We did cover a lot of hobby topics tonight. We did, as a matter of fact.
We did.
Please teach us about iced tea.
Now it's time. So real quick. So not iced tea, but it's funny since Mike said the tea in the South is a cup of sugar with a little flavor. So Eric, so to tell you, my mom actually has either pre or officially diabetes. Doesn't surprise me, to be honest. I'm actually shocked that the rest of the family doesn't have it, to be honest, because when I was a kid, not tea, but literally, what would happen is if we wanted to make like a drink, it'd be like we get like cold water. I would literally put so much sugar in the damn, to the point it was sludge.
Oh,
The sugar was sludge at the drink.
Oh.
It was like the water was almost like it was there to prevent it from being like a solid block of sugar. Like otherwise it would just be a
Powder
block.
juice. Just
Yeah, like it was like there's water in here, allegedly.
allegedly. Why are you drinking your water with the spoon?
It's coming. It's coming. Eventually it's getting there. Don't worry.
whatever they
It's like,
add
is
in
that it,
powder
that
juice.
might be it might be sugary cement. Hold on. It's coming.
Oh,
It was unwise, is what I'm saying.
yeah,
As a youth's, it was unwise.
yeah. Is that why you have none of your own teeth now?
Ironically, funny enough, teeth held up pretty solid. Gotta be honest. Like
So,
I did all right. Can't complain.
The
Can't
Alcazar
complain.
household was a sweet tooth place.
You know, here's the thing, Eric. This is the part that'll double shock you. Not only all the original teeth still intact, never had a cavity.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
Same.
So listen, drink your cup of sugar like a man,
Yeah,
like a man.
maybe I should have done that. I've had plenty of cavities.
Didn't have that problem.
45,
Use good dental hygiene and drink your cup of sugar like a man.
Same.
Pepsi tastes like chicken. Might. Never know. I regularly order unsweetened tea. The server usually asks, "Really?" Question mark. Fair. Good evening, Ham.
Hey, Ham.
But yeah, Eric, I don't know, the customary cup of sugar. Drink a cup of sugar like a man.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah. At this point, I still have my sweet tooth, but I try not to be that bad. At this point, that would be very unwise. It'd be very unwise to do that. But I just laughed because when Mike was describing this, I was like, "Yep, that sounds like the old drink of choice." It's too much. It's way too much. Way too much. Can't do it. That's why I switched to zero. My sweet tooth is bad enough without adding the empty calories of sugary drinks. That's too much. It's way too much. Can't do it. But bless those who can. Bless those who can. I was gonna say, kind of as a separate thing. I'll give credit. Our friends at ComC actually managed to finish processing all the stuff from the expo. I got a notification this week, a couple of different notifications. They actually processed all my cards. So I've already started selling some of the wrestling cards I put on there.
Oh,
Yeah, I sold a Razor Ramon and Ultimate Warrior this week. Good times.
now were they base cards? Were they out of a certain number?
So
Were they-
remember I showed you that I bought a bunch of like Prism cards when I was doing that show with Bobby. I
Yeah.
bought like a lot of them. Some of them went in the box, and then some of them were like, these are kind of generic. These feel like more ComC. So I sorted through the piles, and I was like, these ones feel more like ComC. These ones feel like I could put them inside of a box and sell them at the show or whatever. These ones felt more like ComC, so they were like Panini Prism, WrestleMania Moments, Silver Prisms. So it's like a Razor Ramon and an Ultimate Warrior. They're not expensive. There's not much to them. But because I bought these big bulk lots, I was paying like 30 cents a card or 25 cents a card. Like if you add up the total lot. So then the Razor Ramon sold for $1.25 and the Ultimate Warrior sold for $2.50. Well, I'm paying 25 cents a card. I'm actually profiting on it. So, all right, can't complain. I bought it in volume. So I was like, all right, cool. And that's the key. If you buy in volume and the price per unit is low enough, then you don't need a lot of money. You don't need to try to squeeze every dime. Oh my God, I gotta sell. No, literally $1.25 and a $2.50, and somebody was like, "Would you take this?" Yeah, sure. I have sense into it at this point, like literally sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thanks. $2 is good. I'll take it. Jeff here says, fellow Coke Zero addict here. Fella. Fair. Carlisle says, what is your favorite candy? Love cinnamon red hots. Also enjoy chewy sweet tarts. Grape now and laters are great when they're chilled. Ah, a classic question. Yannick, I like where he's going with this.
I got so many answers. I'm a
Well, Yannick,
sweet
now
candy guy.
we are in our IRP adjacent segment of the program. Now's the time. What do you got? I'll come right
Nerds,
back. Go for it.
nerds all day. Gummy
I prefer to
worms,
call them Eric's nerd.
sour gummy worms, nerds. That's about it. Really, to me, like my taste, what I like candy. Eric, I'm sure you got something against candy, and you'll
No, I like some candy.
which
I
kind
like
of
Snickers, and I like peanut M&Ms.
chocolate bar we're talking about here, like candy, not chocolate.
All right, then I like gummy bears.
Just gummy bears. Like which of the
Yeah.
colors you prefer?
I don't care. I just shove them all in by the handful. I don't care.
Licorice,
No,
black or red, or no licorice whatsoever.
no, Twizzlers are okay, but I'm not eating black.
Twizzlers.
I'm not
I
eating
like nibs.
licorice. That's
I like
nuts.
I like a bag of nibs. Little.
Yeah, I'm not. Anyone who eats black licorice is a Satan worshiper, and it's going to go to hell.
Oh, see, this is I don't have any. This is where I would totally have just grabbed some black licorice and eat it in front of you.
That's just gross.
Just to make a point. Again, like a man.
If you see
Have a
anyone-
cup of sugar and some black licorice like a man.
if you see somebody out in public eating black licorice, something's about to go down.
It's
Just
like,
turn around and run the other way.
What's the worst candy you could have got on Halloween? You know, like the one you're like, damn, like really, you guys are cheap bastard.
I
Giving like
I think black licorice is it. I think that's
candy
it.
corn. Candy corn.
I'd rather eat candy corn than black licorice.
Yeah, I think it's as equal disgusting, both of them.
Yeah, no, it's completely. But gun to my head, I'm eating the candy corn.
Again, I am a Satan worshiper. I've eaten both candy corn and black licorice, and I'm fine.
I do.
This does not cause me any issues.
I'm not
Never
eating. No. Anyone who eats black licorice has got some serious mental health issues. You need to stay away from them.
Anyway,
So
I always got the bar. I have no shame in this, Yannick. No shame in the game. None. Ever crushed frozen stickers and drizzled them over ice cream? Oddly specific. Go on. Zach says Eric's tasting candy is on point. All my favorites. Wow. Zach giving you the support. There you go.
Yeah, but see, he actually started with candy bars, that's not candy.
Yeah, I consider this a separate category here because
Yeah.
candy bars is one conversation. Candy is a different discussion.
That's what I thought. And
I'm
you
fine
are-
with both discussions, but I'm just saying they're different topics as far as I'm concerned.
Candy, it's gummy bears.
Saltwater taffy sucks. Says the Braves used to have a pitcher that would chew black licorice to look menacing when pitching. Then he'd brush his teeth between innings. It sort of diminished the intimidation factor. Yeah, no, just roll with it, man. Not between innings. That's too
That's
much.
just disgusting.
I hate it when they gave you those little itty bitty box of raisins.
Yeah,
I like raisins. I rather eat raisins. Than
No,
black
but the question wasn't about whether you like it or not. The question was about being cheap. The little tiny boxes of raisins, you being very cheap. Now, that said, Eric, I'll take the little box of raisins and I'll put it I'll have Cheerios and I'll put the milk in and I'll put the little box of raisins in it. So I make little raisin Cheerios. I like that. That's fine. But for Halloween, a little tiny box of raisins? Wait a minute, you cheap fucker. What are you doing?
The worst thing you could get, I don't, maybe I'm a little older, but
Clearly.
you ever have anybody give you pennies?
yeah.
Yeah, pennies.
You know what? The
Now,
worst
question. Quick point of order. Question.
is a peanut, not just a bag of peanut, but like you get
Single peanut.
peanut.
Was it a roasted peanut or just a peanut?
Like in
Was it
the
a peanut in
shell.
the shell? Was it
But
in the
I
shell?
saw this. I was like, are you like you almost want to slap the lady and said, I'm out of here. And you're 8 years old.
So I have a question. I have a follow-up question to this. When Eric is saying they gave him a penny, do they mean they gave him a penny or do they mean they gave him a penny?
No, I say trick or treat. They put a penny in the bag, and you have to look at them because your parents are behind you, and they're very strict, and you have to go, "Thank you,"
Like you like it. Yeah.
and then you walk away going, "This holiday sucks."
There you go. Bobby's backing you up there from 1971.
Pennies.
Zach says, how's candy bars not candy? I'm not saying it's not candy, but I'm saying I separate the categories. When I say the word candy, I separate it from candy bars.
It's not, we know what it is, but we don't use candy bar ever. Like it's a chocolate bar.
Yeah, no, I
It's
get
the
you.
whole-
But I'm
it's
saying
the whole
I consider them
sort of
separate
thing.
categories. So
Same
when
thing.
I'm thinking of candy, I'm thinking about stuff that would, for the most part, wind up a lot in Halloween. I'm not talking about the chocolate bars. I'm talking about some of those, like, you know, the nerds that he was talking about.
Chocolate
I'm
bars,
talking about
chocolate
the,
bar.
yeah, I'm talking about like, what were those, the ones with the, like the sweet and sour, like rockets, the little roll that had all those little, what's it called? It was rockets, right? I'm
Rockets.
getting, yeah. So it was rockets. So that to me would be a candy, as opposed to a Snickers chocolate bar. So again, it's a candy bar if you want, but I consider them different category. If I'm asking about what your favorite chocolate bar, then tell me Three Musketeers, tell me Snickers, tell whatever. You know, Coffee Crisp is one that I like for chocolate bar.
I do.
I consider that one category, but then when I'm asking about candy, different to me, it's a different discussion. Ever bite into a chocolate chip cookie? Only to discover it's a raisin oatmeal cookie. Disaster.
Oh,
Although I like raisin oatmeal cookies.
I like them both, so I'm good either way.
Yeah.
raisins
But I don't want to
are-
be misled, Eric. But I don't want to be
No,
misled.
no, you don't want to be lied to.
I like.
I love-
I will take I will take a raisin oatmeal cookie happily. I will take a chocolate chip cookie happily. But please, do not mislead.
No, don't lie to me.
That's all I want. Let's just be truthful. Let's
Yep.
speak truths.
I agree.
That's all I ask. All I
agree.
ask.
Don't lie to me about cookies.
Is Eric Charlie Brown? Possibly.
No,
Smarties and Reese's cups. Reese's cups are good. Reese's cups is closer to that chocolate bar category, isn't it?
Reese's Pieces.
Reese's Pieces would be candy. Yeah. But Reese's cups I consider closer to that chocolate bar category.
I like
Yeah.
Reese. I could live like give me just one, like or both in that case. Like the Reese peanut butter cup, Reese Pieces. I'm okay.
No,
I
I'm
like
good.
me some chocolate and peanut butter. Big fan.
anything that stuff that anything Reese's makes, just send to my house. I'm good.
Mm. Have you ever tried the Reese's cereal?
No.
No, but I've seen it.
Here's the thing. So real quick, this is kind of like a side tangent of this conversation, still applicable to this question. We'll call this the Bob Lewis category. I like cereals like those, but I will never have them with milk. I'm not interested in combining that. For me, like there's some of them that you can kind of get away with it, but I'll be honest, some of them I almost consider them snack cereal. I call them snack cereals. Because at a certain point, if you decide to go a certain level of sugariness to it,
in the cereal box.
it's like, look, I'm gonna put it in the bowl and I'm just gonna eat it that way. Like if I was gonna get that Reese's cereal, I would totally just have the Reese's cereal. I'm not mixing it with milk.
I'm always amazed when I go down the United States and I'll do a little grocery shopping and I like cereals. Like I'll have a bowl of cereal, but when I see you guys cereal aisle, it's a whole different world. That cereal aisle in Canada, the flavor you guys have, it's wow! I'm blown away. Like
Good
I
evening, Bob
didn't
Jackson.
think you could have Oreo cookies and cereals.
Oh God, they'll put anything in there. The problem is, Yannick, at a certain point, they're just going to put real Oreo cookies in it. They're not even pretending. It's not the mini ones. They're like, these are full-size Oreo cookies.
Did I saw, I think, Lucky Charms, but there's no cereals. It's just the marshmallow. It's just the Lucky Charms.
skip the charms. Go straight to the marshmallows.
You guys know I only eat 3 different types of cereal, and none of them are fun. So I Couldn't tell
Probably
you.
eat like less than 10 different food items total.
If that, yeah, pretty much we could count them on it. We could
Like
count them on
that's your
two
whole
hands.
nutrition, like the whole thing.
All right, so
it's
Zach
pretty
here, hold on. So Zach's asking, is there watch dogs? So my plan, I had been thinking about this. I want to do the AFC Championship. So between the two, I want to do the AFC Championship, the Chiefs and the Bills. I think that would be fun. The first one, I'm going to kind of sit at home and watch it, but I think I'll probably do the second one, the Chiefs and the Bills, because I think that's the primetime one. That's the later one, right? Chiefs and Bills, I believe. Could be mistaken.
You're
but
asking
I'll
the
double
wrong
check.
guy.
Yeah, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure the Chiefs and Bills is probably your prime time kind of game for that one. And if it is, that's the one I'm leaning towards. Pretty sure. Sunday 6:30. Yeah. So Chiefs Bills is Sunday 6:30. The other game, the Commanders, the Commies, and the Chiefs and the Eagles are on Sunday 3. So I'll watch that one, enjoy it, and then yeah, Chiefs Bills probably. That'd be my intention. What about those cheap bastards that would give away their common hockey cards on Halloween? Psh. Imagine. Just imagine such things. Mike says, have some Reese's Puffs in a cupboard right now. Mike says it works good with milk. Hey, you do you, man. I wanna just enjoy. Honestly, part of the reason for it is not that I have any problem with the milk in it. If it's more of a snack cereal to me, if I consider it what I consider in the category of a snack cereal, I kind of just want to enjoy the snack cereal as it is. I'm happy to just eat it that way. But that's just me. Pre-sweetened is the word. Reese's sticks in the freezer, they're the best. There you go. Paul says, diabetes.
I love the diabetes.
Carlos says, I was astonished to learn that Fruit Loops are all the same flavor. I thought the colors made a difference.
Our colors are different, and I saw that not too long ago. Now that I was looking for that, like it's just one of those you hear about it, you're like, huh? We use vegetable dye, like not chemical dye or whatever. So our Fruit Loops
Yeah, I think
are
so,
kind
that's
of
right.
like the color shades are off.
I,
So
I don't know if I ever had Fruit Loops. I may have as a kid once or twice, but I don't remember.
yeah, ours aren't blue. They're kind of like a, and the yellow are more like an orangey. Like, anyway, I'm back into that. I got 2 young nephews, and when they come for a sleepover or whatever, I gotta have the cereal selection, right?
Yeah, you got to have the good stuff.
They're
Uncle
that
Yanni,
age. Oh, I'm almost like I'll take them with me to do a little shopping. They pick whatever they want,
Yeah.
which is
Uncle
usually
Yanni's
I'll
got
let them,
to.
whatever their mom doesn't want them to eat, I'll let them eat it.
Yeah, that's right. That's your job.
That's my job.
Nice. Zach says, Reese milk and Reese cereal and milk. Let it get a bit soggy great. Oh, a lot of you guys seem to like the Reese's with the milk. Carlos says, I guess when you spill something fruit, you should expect something isn't right. I know. You got to be suspicious.
Fruity.
Suspicious.
What about cookies? Dip it in milk? Or no dipping.
Only Oreos.
That's
Only
all you
Oreos.
eat is Oreos, period? Or if you
No,
have to dip
only
the cookie-
dip in Oreo. If I would only dip Oreos. I wouldn't dip anything else. Oreos, I'll dip nothing else.
What about chocolate chips?
No. Why
No.
would I put
The,
chocolate?
the problem, Yannick, you should be asking more specific questions. The problem is when Eric is doing his or dipping Oreos, he didn't say what he's dipping them in.
Milk.
It's like,
Pepsi.
are you sure? Did you double check? Did you double check that milk? You're gonna find out what's gonna happen.
I'm
You're gonna
taking
find out.
notes. Next time I'll look around all the cupboards while they're
Listen,
asleep.
all I'm
I'll
saying,
do
is that Eric goes, yeah, I put it in milk, and we're gonna find out. It's like, Eric, that's Massachusetts Tap. Wait, why is it white and hazy? It's Tap.
There's
You
some
don't know what's
areas-
in them pipes.
Yeah, there's some areas in Massachusetts you don't want to drink the water.
Just saying.
It's not good for you.
Colin says, I think Fruit Loops are actually expired American Fruit Loops. Your Fruit Loops are actually expired American Fruit Loops. The color explanation is a
Probably.
myth. Who
Probably.
knows? I like blonde Oreos. Hard cookies, dip. Soft, no. Bobby is specific. Eric, double stuffed Oreos thins or regular? Ooh, valid questions.
Ooh.
Double stuffs, not just regular. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
good with regular.
Regular
Thin-
now are extra thin, and double stuff are the old regular.
Yeah, probably. No, I never liked double stuffed. I'm like, this isn't right.
Double the fun, Eric.
No, It wasn't. I didn't like him. Regular. But
Okay, how about
I also like to get the mint Oreos
oh no,
and put
no.
those in the freezer.
And then
That's a good time.
oh yeah?
Mint Oreos, put them in the freezer. That's a good time right there.
I'm always a big fan of mint in a lot of occasions. So, like the mint chocolate ice cream and mint Oreos. You're jacked on mint. I like that he went all caps. Okay, you're jacked on mint Oreos.
I like mint Oreos. All right, and I put them in the freezer.
Carlos says, when I was a kid, milk was milk. It wasn't skim. It wasn't 2%. The concept of whole wasn't familiar.
I grew up on 2%. It's all I've ever had, I think.
Same.
If I tried to
I'm
drink,
down to one. I'm down to one. When mom, like when I got the 200 pounds at 14, she cut me down to one.
Yeah, it wasn't the Oreos and the 5 hamburgers for dinner.
You're down to 1%.
Active exercise. No, it was the milk. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, 5 scoops of potatoes. Yeah, no, it was the milk. Yep.
I just enjoyed that. Like when I was a kid, the regular milk that we would just use was the 2%. But then it was like sitting there like, okay, you got 2%, 1% skim, and then you got whole, and then I'm sitting there like, this is overly complicated. Like I said, I just looked at it and I'm like, okay, whatever. The one that's in the blue bag, that one. Go with that one. The one in the blue bag. That's 2%. Yeah, good enough.
Your milk comes in a bag.
Yes, we've already talked about this.
Yeah,
that's just fucking weird.
There's one big bag that holds 3 pouch. Basically.
Yeah, it's 3 bags inside of a bigger bag.
I don't know what to say. I don't know. That's
sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So hold on, Eric. I actually want you to try to do some hashtag scholarship here. So why don't you tell me what you think improves the situation with a carton, other than being wasteful?
Well, no, because you have recycling, and then you can reuse it again. Can you recycle the bags?
Yeah, you can. They're plastic.
I can't.
They're cleaned out, Yannick. You can recycle those.
Oh, maybe.
Now most of us throw them out. Most of them throw them out, to be realistic.
I just stuck them all in the water. I told you.
Yeah, you could. But to be honest, a lot of us do that with the cartons. Go on.
I recycle all that stuff, but it just
you also recycle
like
bodies. I don't know if that counts.
Like a bladder or something. You squeeze it, and it's
Eric. You don't fondle the bag.
I don't.
Eric, what you would do? You sit there, Eric. You literally put it inside of a plastic thing, and then you pour, and then when you're done, it's gone.
I don't know. So you didn't tell me about the plastic thing, so I'm just this bag of milk that you unscrew the top.
That would be foolish. That would be foolish.
I have actually to use scissors and you cut the corner.
No, this is stupid. This is a whole bucket of dumb.
See? Well,
this is why we're gonna take you over and make you the 51st state and teach you how to drink out of a milk carton.
Oh, you. You don't want it. You're just gonna. You're scared of the idea.
Just listen. Stop practicing, okay? Oh, say, can you see? Just keep practicing. That's all. You're gonna need it.
No, Eric, I plan to do this like a real American. Fuck you. Like, please. Look, no one actually. Eric,
the flag.
Look, Eric, all real Americans hate America, just like the rest of the world. Please.
I'm not. The best part of being an American is
you're not an American. You're in Massachusetts.
I'm allowed to hate America.
You're not an American. You're in Massachusetts. They do not claim you.
See, in other countries, you can't. Some countries are still left in the world that you can't say you hate your country or hate your leadership. Here, that's all we have. That's all we do.
You need to. We'll send you to the proper streets, Eric. Literally, all people do is bitch and moan here. They just. But if you do it, then fuck.
I know you don't even have I'm sorry, I was about to say president. You don't even have a prime minister right now. He quit.
He's still working. He's going to resign, but he actually still is on the job.
He
until
just
replaced
said
him.
he's gonna step down until they
Yeah, he
find out.
literally will. He'd be like, when you guys figure it out, then they're the one. But in the meantime, I'm finishing up.
Well, he hasn't done a lot of good things for your country, so maybe the next one will do a little bit better.
So to avoid the bigger political discussion, Eric, I was
Yeah.
okay with him not doing a good job. The previous one also did a bad job, and the next one will do a bad job.
Well,
Probably.
that's what happens here. So exactly.
Yeah. So it's like, the locals around me bitching and moaning. I'm like, do you realize how easy it was? I operated just fine under the current environment. I had no problem with it. They complain and bitch and moan. It's like, you understand you're going to bring somebody else in. They're going to try to do something. It's going to fuck the whole thing up. I would rather you do nothing, and then I just continue amongst my business.
Yeah. Well,
I was actually okay with the status quo. A lot of them don't understand how easy it was if you actually understood how to operate. I'll just keep it at that. I had no problem operating in the current environment. Now the new guy is going to fuck it up.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a lot of fun.
that's usually what happens. One sucks. It's always, the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. You jump the fence and you go, no, it sucks over here too.
Yeah, well, that's why we spent the entire history of the country flipping back and forth. Basically, we're literally on cycle. They're acting like this is unique. I was like, no, we're about due. Then you flip it. Then they fuck up for a couple of cycles, and then you switch it back. That's it. Just like last time, and the time before, and the time before that.
Oh.
We've done this so many times. It's the same thing.
Every time I voted, the next day, my day wasn't better because I voted the day before that. You know what I mean? Like it's not like I got more money in my wallet every time. There's just less.
Yeah. The guy who put in the sales tax was a conservative.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was supposed to be temporary.
And then the other one,
Still waiting on that one.
Yeah,
right? And the other one then harmonized them.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, why not just have one? We'll take both and then we're harmonizing them. That's literally how they call it.
That's nice.
You're like, oh, thank you.
So I'm saying they're like, what? So I was like, what are you guys wasting my time for? That's to put it kind of like, why are you wasting my time? Whatever it is, whatever you promise, you're not doing it anyway. So what are we even doing here?
Yeah.
And you're all promising the same shit. By the way, you're all promising the exact same shit anyway. Just so we're clear. You just word it differently, but you're promising the exact same thing. Still like candy cigarettes. Yannick, you know Eric is allowed to use scissors. True. Now they're all candy vape.
I can't under supervision.
Maybe supervision, yes.
He's got those kid scissors that you can't cut yourself with.
Right, but I'm allowed to use those under supervision.
Yeah. And they give him lefty scissors too, but he doesn't know that yet.
There you go. Most of Eric's friends ended up on milk cartons. That's true.
Ooh.
That was just a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. I already covered this. I look forward to the new secession. It's gonna be very exciting. Tax. There will never be. All they'll do is just rename it. It'll be called something else. Oh, we're reducing the tax. No, you're not reducing the tax. You're just giving me a different one. It's cute though. You think the tax is dropped. That's adorable. Income tax will also be temporary. Yep. Apparently, we're still paying for World War I. We'll be paying for World War I into World War IV. World War I was actually Roman numeral. Expires in WW1. Yes. Mm-hmm. I like to use Roman numerals for that one. Well played. Yeah. The joke is that to make a long story short, they're always mismanaging the money, and it's always the previous administration's fault. Yes. And then you can't fix it. And then you come up with your own version of the screw up. And then it'll be your administration's fault when the next administration takes over.
That's
rinse and repeat into forever.
Yes. That's how it works down here.
Yeah. So that's why I say, like, I understood the concept of it, and the current cycle is that you're about to switch. We're right on time. We're due. This was the next cycle. But personally, I made more money during this administration than any previous one. It was really easy for me. How about all the thing? I made money. It was very easy. If you didn't, sucks about your luck. You're stupid. Can't help you. And then the other one, I'll have to figure it out, but you screwed up the last time too, so good luck. And there's going to be a bunch of folks, those same folks who can't get it, who can't cut it now, who are not going to be able to cut it in this next cycle either. And then whose fault is it?
Yeah, who do you blame then?
Yeah, like you got rid of the other guy. I thought that was supposed to fix your problem. You didn't, but okay, try it. Don't blame me. I voted for Kodos. Exactly. That was a great Simpsons episode. You have to vote for one of us, which is basically what it is. You have to vote for one of us. Simpsons had it right. They called that one right. That's why I always laugh. It's like, okay. But to be honest, and truthfully, that's why I don't even bother voting. My parents always tell me, like, "What are you guys?" To be clear, also, we don't vote for the prime minister. Eric, that's my favorite part. People who bitch and moan about the prime, you're not voting for them. It doesn't matter whether you like the prime minister or not. You're not actually voting for them.
You vote for your
so it doesn't matter.
guy.
You're voting for the local guy.
And then I
By the
give
way,
one.
I bet you don't even know who the local guy is. If I put a gun to your head, you don't know who the local guy is. You couldn't pick him out of a lineup. That's who you're actually voting for.
I want to talk about candy again.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Vote third party? Go ahead. We actually have a third party, but nobody takes them seriously.
Oh, 5, 6.
They exist. They exist. We also have a rhinoceros party.
We have a separatist party.
That one.
Yep. Look, Eric, on a mayoral election, I voted communist, and I also voted Marxist in a different one.
We have
just because I'm just fucking around at this point. I'm just fucking around at this point. What do you got? What else you got?
Yeah, but unfortunately, what if everyone starts fucking around and you end up with the Marxist?
Joke's on you, Eric. I bet that would be the new golden era.
Yeah.
We tried the other ones. We've tried the other ones. You know what? I have more faith. I have more faith in the Marxists or the Rhinoceros Party at this point.
The Rhinoceros Party, where everyone has to wear a rhinoceros horn. Vermin Supreme lives 25 minutes away from me. That's a real. He's the one. If you Google him, he runs for president every 4 years. He like promises everyone gets a unicorn, and he has a giant boot on his head. And he lives about 25 minutes from me.
So you're saying you're gonna run with him?
I want to be his running mate. Yeah.
Yeah. Mike says this is why you should vote for Carlos Baseball. True. Talk hockey, talk lots of hockey, talking candy. Talk along with mayonnaise sometime. That's right.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even call them parties. Parties are fun. True. True. All right, hold on, Yannick. This got me excited. I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with this. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, it's silly. I actually, so Eric, my pitch years ago would be like, I would take away the vote for anybody who complains about the prime minister when you can't vote for them. Like, I'm like, it's not even, doesn't matter what you think about, you have to vote for the local guy. And it's whoever has the most representatives of the local guy who actually become the leader of that is the one. So figure out the local situation first, solve that problem, and then you can worry about the bigger problem later. Focus. Eric is still convinced he's going to get a unicorn. Listen, there's still time, man.
Oh, well, promises were made.
Listen, I would almost rather go with one of those ones that actually makes absolutely absurd promises. Because hey, at least it would be fun. I would kind of enjoy it.
Oh, he's fun, all right. He's out of his freaking mind. No, he lives in Rockport. Well, I don't know where he's living right now, but for a long time, and he was living in Rockport, Massachusetts.
Specifically Rockport? Is that the one?
Yeah, that's where Vermin Supreme was living, was Rockport, Massachusetts.
Nice.
But I don't know if he still lives there or not, but he was for a long time.
Now, Yannick, this might be out of date, but I just found a list of Canadian political parties who are registered. There is an absolutely absurd party That is the name of it. It's called the Absolutely Absurd Party.
Excellent. Sign me up.
I'm kind of feeling that one. That's a good one. We got the Animal Protection Party of Canada. I feel they've got one issue.
Yeah.
We've got the Canadian Future Party as opposed to the Canadian Past Party.
Yeah.
The Christian Heritage Party of Canada, no doubt they're great at parties. We do have the Communist Party, of course. The Green Party, you know, the Greens are always there. The Marijuana Party is there.
Yep.
My former friends have actually changed. They are now the Marxist-Leninist. They're Marxist and Leninist. So Marxist-Leninist Party of Canada.
And then it's
It's a
Marxist.
twofer.
The Maverick Party. The Parti Rhinoceros.
Excellent.
I love that they went en français. I appreciate it.
Rhinoceros.
Yep. And then some of the ones that were deregistered are actually kind of fun as well. It's actually hilarious how little it takes to actually you can come up with you come up with a name and pay like the fee. You can come up with any fucking party.
200.
Just
I
make
think
some
you
shit
need-
up.
I think you need 100 or 200 signatures, and you pay the fee, and that's it.
Yeah, pretty much. That's all it takes.
We couldn't if we couldn't make the poopy pony party.
Yeah, we literally.
Yes. I'll pay the fee.
Yeah. Bob Jackson says 3 chickens in every pot and 2 Stanley Cups for everyone. Love it. What's the fancy blue bottle, Yannick? What's in the fancy blue bottle?
Just sparkling water. Mineral
Carlos
water.
says,
I don't
Carlos
ever
says-
want to be called the bougie one again. All right. That's his. Well, I got the the regular plastic little bottles, the crunch when you grab them, and he's got that. And
Hey,
bougie. That's what you are.
that's Montelier. That's
Montelier Bougie.
that's the cheapest bottle on the shelf. So
Yeah, of the expensive stuff on the shelf.
listen,
yeah, no,
Eric,
I don't.
I gotta
buy
be
the
honest.
I don't buy the $1.50 one. I buy the 87 cents one.
Listen, Eric, that's very rich coming from a man who sits there with an inconspicuous looking water bottle that is actually with mountain water that is only distilled at a drop per day. So think of how many days it took to get enough to fill that water bottle. And the problem is that you pay per drop. Ultimate bouginess. Ultimate. Carlos says, I'm more of a moderate. I guess I prefer the somewhat absurd party. I think that's fair. They got to scale down, man. Scale
Makes
down.
more sense.
Mike says, is Western Canada still talking about breaking from Canada? Funny story that. Since Confederation.
Alberta.
So here's the thing. Mike's question is a fair one. Look, I studied amongst my history. I was a history major. I studied Canadian history. The running joke of Canadian history is that literally every province in Canada doesn't actually want to be part of Canada. None of them, including Ontario and Quebec that were Upper and Lower Canada. They didn't want anything to do with that shit. Alberta didn't want anything to do with that shit. British Columbia didn't want to. You know how most of the provinces became provinces? They owed money. And the centralized government said, we'll pay off your debt, I guess. Now you're part of Canada, fuckers. Ah! That's basically it. That is a Canadian Heritage Minute. You're welcome. The entire nation was built on, I guess we'll pay off your debts. That's it.
Sounds like indentured servitude.
Yes, America was built on this.
Yeah.
At least we paid off their debts. You still haven't paid it. You still owe money. At least we paid it off the one time. Think about it. Eric drinks gold-plated hose water. I know. So that's the joke. Because of the way the whole thing is structured, all the provinces basically bitch. It's hilarious. All the provinces bitch and moan. All the Western ones bitch and moan about it. Ontario. So they hate Ontario. Ontario hates them. Quebec hates Ontario. Ontario hates Quebec. The East is pretty much like, what are we doing? Leave us alone.
You mean the whole country hates Quebec?
Yeah, well, literally everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quebec had a separatist party.
That makes all the sense in the world. I understand that.
Well, Quebec, you got to understand.
Behind that. Yeah.
In Quebec, the Parti Québécois, whose mandate is to separate from Canada, is in power, and they've been in power literally for the majority of decades. They've had 2 referendums on this.
You have the provincial separatist party and you have the federal
Yep.
separatist party.
Yeah, I remember.
Actually, in was it like early 90s, Carlos? Because the rest of the country was bickering who would get basically the opposition seat. While they basically split all the votes.
Yeah.
The Quebec Separatist Party got the lead.
Yeah. There's
That's
literally
like-
a separatist party in Quebec that has been in power for the better part of several decades.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's amounted to nothing.
I'll never get
doesn't
anything done. They just like basically get a pension.
That's why I don't care, Eric. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Like, do I really care? Like,
Sorry,
what are we doing here?
We're gonna shut all that stuff down as soon as we take over.
No, you're not. You don't do
yeah.
shit.
No,
There's
no separatist parties. That's un-American.
You're gonna get rid of the South?
No, the South.
Texas would ditch you in half a second.
Well, they can
Faster than you can say faster than you can say remember the Alamo.
Well, we took it from Mexico, so maybe we'll give it back.
Florida would also lead you. Ham is currently leading in this direction as we speak. Literally as we speak.
Yeah, but we just think about Florida is easy. They're
Yeah.
all we got to they're a peninsula. We just got to set up a border wall,
How-
along the Georgia line, and
Maybe, Eric, if you were
we'll
proactive
keep all
instead
them
of
down.
reactive. If you were proactive instead of reactive, maybe you would have started by building the wall around Florida, man.
There's the I got a question for Florida man there, Mike Ham. Did he ever had snow?
Well,
before?
assuming he's still here and not leading the insurrection, he could be leading the
guess, like,
rebels as we
if
speak.
he's still there and he hears the question, I would be curious if he ever experienced snow where he lives, and if there is snow there. Because I think like some part of Florida, they said it was over a century last time they had snow or something on the ground.
So Zach, that's why I said literally, at least the Canadian guys at least paid the debts. No, the debts are still. There's a reason we're taxing. In fact, Eric's taxes just went up to try to pay off that debt. It's not happening, but his taxes just went up as we were having this conversation.
again,
Yep.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Yep, I remember in the mid '90s when Quebec nearly separated from Canada. That's what I was talking about. There were two referendums. Well, there was the
95.
'90s was the second one. The '90s was the second one.
Yeah. 60-40 the first one, 49-51, or actually 49 point something to 49 point something. Like, it was just like right on the money.
The best part about that whole time period is I was like, no, let him. I was like, what? Yannick, my whole thing, and I remember I was having this conversation in high school back then, and I was saying like, oh, let him do it. Like, wait, why would you let him do it? Well, then they'd be an independent country, okay, and then you invade them. Like, okay, Eric, yeah, go ahead, great, get them recognized. They're a country. We would like to invade. We would like to declare war on Quebec, but you can't. Yes, we can. They're a country. We can totally do that. That's a thing we can do.
In the middle of our country.
Yeah, I was like, that looks hostile. That French guy, I saw the way he was waving the baguette at me. That's a hostile action.
Yeah.
That was a very aggressive baguette wave.
You don't talk about Celine in that hostile type of tone.
It's like, how dare you? The audacity, sir. The audacity.
Not.
It's like, you know what? We're winning, and you know what? Fuck the Nordiques twice. That's what's going to happen. You're getting it. You're getting it twice. You're getting it twice. That's it. Zach says, I can't even say you're talking politics. No, man. I'm talking history. Eric, I'm talking history right now. These are things that have occurred.
No, this is all nonsense. This isn't politics. This is just nonsense.
I'm just teaching some history. I'm dropping some hashtag scholarship on y'all. Just trying to help you out a little bit. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to help Eric out. Like, I don't think you understand the bullshit that you are trying. It's like, you don't want any of this smoke. None. You don't want any of it. Because then you get the Canadian geese, and then you're fucked.
Gooses.
Ooh.
Canadian gooses.
Mike says, we share something with Canada. You have French and English speaking, and we have English and Spanish speaking. Oh, and whatever Eric says. Whatever that
now
dialect
it's not
is.
even English and French. It's English, Asian, and then French, pretty much.
You mean Chinese. It's mostly China, but yes.
Yeah.
What's funny is that Spanish is actually
Mandarin,
probably...
yes.
I would argue that there's probably, you're getting close where probably Spanish is more than a lot of the French in
Probably.
some pockets. Yeah. So that's why I laugh. It's like, I already speak both official languages. No parlez-vous français. Can't help you there. But the Spanish I works out. But yeah. All right, so we'll finish up here. Last couple of thoughts, and then we'll call it a night. By the way, did you guys have a little spinny there before a second ago? Did you guys see that? That was weird. I don't know. It was working pretty good for the most part.
Yeah.
So there's still time. Y'all can vote for the Rhinoceros Party. Hell, in the U.S., you can probably still do it.
The only vote I care about is this vote right here.
Yes.
All right.
So we can have our parade
in Canada. I don't care who you vote for in the United States. All I care about is vote Pedro. All right.
We can all have our
want
parade.
to be Hall of Fame adjacent. We need your votes. If you're eligible to vote, please vote. If you're not eligible to vote, please vote twice. We need this. We need, because I'm Carlos, elected to the Sports Card YouTube Hall of Fame. This needs to happen. It is a must. We need my one-man kazoo parade to happen.
Hell yeah.
So please, if you have any humanity, please.
Wow, any humanity. Jeez.
Any. You have even an ounce of humanity in you. Please vote for Because I'm Carlos for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. I need to become Hall of Fame adjacent. It's all I have in my life. That's all I have. If I don't get this, I don't know what I'll do.
Zach says, when does this nonsense get announced? Already happened, man. We're about a week in. It started, it was the video was on the 17th. So we're on day 8 of the campaign, the campagna. It's already happened, man. It's happening as we speak right now.
Oh, Pedro.
It's like Russia. Everybody votes. One guy decides. Exciting. Very exciting. It's wild, man. Wild. We learned a lot tonight. We talked snacks. We talked snack bars. We talked proper elections. We did some civics. We did some scholarliness, Yannick. That was very exciting. That was pretty good. We learned a lot tonight. And then we even learned about Infinite Rage. I was really proud of Infinite Rage. That was really good. That was good.
I have lots of that.
It was so good. Infinite Rage. I might have to rename this one Infinite Rage. I'm kind of enjoying it. All right. Last thing we do before we go. Actually, that reminds me, because I put it in the title, so I may as well finish it off. All right, Eric. Who are you screwing over in the 2 conference championship games? We've got the NFC. Let me do NFC championship first. By the way, chat, I want picks. All right, NFC championship. We got the Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Commies, the Washington Commanders, the Commies.
Right. So, who my picks are, who I think will win is different than who I want to win. So, unfortunately, I'm rooting for the 2 teams that are probably going to lose. However, I believe the tush push is going to defeat the Commies. I want the Commies to win. I want some Stalinism.
See, Yannick, I was hoping he'd go there because it's clearly, finally, Eric has said what we've known all along, that he is in fact a communist.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm all about that stuff.
When I think of communists, I literally see Eric's picture.
That's how I roll.
It's a well-known fact that, the communists are big fans.
Stalin, Lenin,
big fans of fake
Eric
hockey
right
teams.
in the middle.
Yeah, yep. Listen, it's a well-known fact that Stalin, once upon a time, was a big fan of fake hockey players and Kiss. That's how long Kiss has been around.
Yeah, that guy
big fan.
It simple.
Big fan. Because Eric does talk about, keep it simple, stupid.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't just like Lennon. I like McCartney and Harrison and Ringo too. So I like them all.
When they sang the USSR song?
That's right.
Exciting. So that's the NFC. Yannick, NFC, Commies, Philadelphia Eagles. What say you?
Which one Eric picked?
I picked tush push.
He picked Philadelphia.
Okay, well, I'll pick the other team then.
The Washington Commanders. The Commies.
Yeah, you're a real football connoisseur, aren't you, there, buddy?
Well, listen, your track record speaks for itself.
I don't have time in the day to waste time to even think about football. So
you could be writing your motorcycle watching football. Come on. Anyway, all right. So I'm going to go with Philadelphia. Unfortunately, I would much rather the Commies. The Commanders are. It's too early. Jaden Daniels has played well, but at the same time, they're a young team. They were not even expected to get here, so they may have already won their Super Bowl. We'll see, but Philadelphia would be the safe pick on that.
So who gets to the Super Duper Bowl in the other game? So there's that one tomorrow, and then there's one on Sunday.
They're both on Sunday. Both of them
both
are on
Sunday.
Sunday. Yeah, so they're going to be. It's a doubleheader on Sunday. So that is the one game. That's going to be the early game. The later game is going to be for the AFC Championship, for that representative of the Super Bowl, and that is where you're going to get the Buffalo Bills taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs going for the three-peat. This is their chance. If they win this, they go to the Super Bowl with a chance to three-peat.
So everybody wants Buffalo to win, or
everybody wants Buffalo to win. But I want your pick. So Eric, Buffalo, Kansas City, what say you?
Well, I was on the internet this morning, and I saw that the script got leaked. That how the NFL is going to make sure that Kansas City wins. So I think from what I read in the script, Kansas City's going to win.
So I'll go with Buffalo.
I think it's a fair call. I am actually going to select Buffalo. Not unironically, because it is actually really difficult to repeat. It's never been done. And they've gotten a lot of good calls, obviously, in their favor. But sometimes luck runs out. And I do think if Buffalo is going to execute it, this is probably their best shot. Like, it really is their best chance if they're going to execute it, because right now they've got a bunch of things going for them. They've got some nice momentum. And Kansas City has vulnerabilities. A lot of these teams do. I think this is the best shot. I feel like if Buffalo is going to make a Super Bowl in this run with this team, I feel like this is their chance to do it. And it would be huge for them to beat Kansas City. It would give them a lot of momentum. I understand. But I'm saying if it's going to happen, this is their shot. This is their opportunity for it. So I'll go with that possibility. So we'll see. We'll see.
I just hold on. I just heard Buffalo just got called for a 15-yard penalty for roughing the passer on Sunday's game.
Friday night. Perfect.
Yeah, they it's already been announced. They just got 15-yard penalty for roughing Mahomes. Just
talking about it right now.
Yeah,
that's
I
15 yards.
just got word.
I think that's going to make it even more exciting if Buffalo wins, because then it's going to be like, what has happened? Oh my God! Because remember, but then Buffalo still would have to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
That's still asking a lot.
That's the big part. That's the big part.
Now,
stop getting there.
In the same vein, what do I want? I want Buffalo versus the Commies.
Yes.
Because that would be funny, and it would be a rematch of the 91 Super Bowl. And Buffalo's like, no, not again. No.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm rooting for.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's still a possibility. While unlikely, it is still possible. There's still a chance that we could get that. That'd be fun. So we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, here you go. Only the Lakers have lost more if memory serves. That's correct. Yep. Yep. It's tough, man. It's tough. Like I said, no ill will in Buffalo.
Boston Bruins of the NFL.
Bruins suck.
They do. They do. At all times and forever. Yes. Agreed. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. They can. They'll have their chance. They'll have their chance and see if they can pull that one off. But we'll figure it out. And like I said, I think I'll do a watch along for the AFC Championship game. That's my plan. I'll get the placeholder in the next day or so, and if everything goes according to plan, I'll reach out to some folks and we'll see if we can do it. I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that one because again, that'll be the interesting one. We'll see how things turn out.
The NFL has just suspended the entire defensive line of the Buffalo Bills for attempting to tackle Patrick Mahomes. The entire defensive line has been suspended and will not be allowed to play on Sunday. I just got word.
Yannick, with all the things Eric's saying, now I'm liking Buffalo by 30.
Breaking news.
Love it. I'm loving it. Honestly, I think they'll cruise to victory now. The more Eric talks, the more convinced I am that Buffalo will just walk. Just whoo, piece of cake.
I hope so.
Problem. No problem. Anyway, all right, that's it, folks. Have yourselves a good evening. We're gonna hang out down the road here. We'll have another podcast episode this upcoming week. We'll see. By then, by the podcast episode dropping on Tuesday, we'll have the results. So we'll be able to discuss that a little bit more. And then we'll touch on some other topics related. By that point, maybe we'll find out more about Infinite Rage. Who knows? It could get very exciting between now and then. It should be pretty good. And then, longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, continues. It rolls on. And by the time we get to the next episode, I think is January 31 days?
Yes.
So I think it'll still be one more episode. Yes, one more episode in January, and then we'll get into February right after that. So one more episode in January, and then we'll move on to the second month of the year. So have yourselves a good evening. Thank you, Yannick, Less So Eric, Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Catch you in the next one. Have yourselves a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Good night, everybody.
Peace out.